I feel like I'm driving a plane or flying a plane. Here we go. Hey, sweetie. Margareta, my
Hi.
childhood friend. Oh, we grew up together.
Hi.
Can you believe this? Can you believe this?
Yes, it's such an honor to be here, Kathy. I've been needing
Girl,
to do this.
the
Thank you.
the honor is mine that you came all this way, all these years, all the oh my God. No, I'm absolutely thrilled. This is the very last of these we're gonna do, and I'm just gonna give folks a little bit of an overview, like I just gave you, so that they understand what we're doing. Okay.
Okay.
So this roundtable is scheduled over a 4 hour span, which, in retrospect, now that I think about it, that's a lot. But I'm going to be here the whole time, and
Okay.
people will be coming in and out.
Mm-hmm.
They'll be interacting with each other.
Okay.
My ideal, or the my dream for this kind of event is, yes, it's a book launch. Yes, there's a book that we are. Where's the book itself? Show the book. I had it somewhere. Well,
I
I
have it. Would you like me to go
have,
get my copy?
yes, please.
Okay, hold on. I'll go get my copy.
Sure. And I'm gonna grab one of these copies that's behind me. There we go. But I think I could even share a screen. Shine. Um, let's see. There you go. You got it. Oh yes. Ooh, nice. It looks beautiful. So
Mm-hmm.
let me share this screen with everyone so they see the website and they know that they can go to the website to get a copy of the book if they'd like. The
Yeah.
book is sold worldwide. I think in last count, maybe 80 countries are offering it, at least online.
Wow.
And so you can get it anywhere. And it's also available to read, to borrow as from the library, from the Amazon Kindle Unlimited.
Okay.
So if you don't have extra pocket change, but you really, really want to read this book, go to Amazon, click on the Kindle version, and you'll be able to borrow it for free. And I think it's for, if you've never done Kindle Unlimited, you can do this for 30 days for free. And then after that, they're going to ask you to subscribe to Kindle Unlimited.
Yeah.
But my hope is this way people get to read the book without worrying about paying for it. So that's my dream.
Wow. I
So,
actually um I actually read it on Kindle
hmm
and I found that it worked out really well for me
uh-huh.
reading it on Kindle because um I had probably already told you this, but my eyesight is failing me.
Uh,
So
we're at that
when
place now.
I find that I'm able to, magnify it on the Kindle. And also, the reason that I like reading it on Kindle is because oftentimes we have our phones with us
hmm
just about everywhere we go these days. And
hmm
so I had easy access
hmm
to the book.
Right.
And when I had, a moment here and there where I was waiting, I read it and it really worked out well.
Oh, good, good,
The
good, good.
hard copy is like a treasure for me. And it is something that I remember growing up. My mom had all these books
Uh-huh.
in her library. Well, it was just a bunch of shelves, but I'm gonna call it a library.
hmm
And I never read them. I just didn't know what they were. But
hmm
looking back now, I realized that they're treasures. She read them.
hmm
Eventually, as I grew older, I read
hmm
a few,
hmm
and they're such treasures, especially. And this is something that I want for my child
hmm
and other people coming after me to be
hmm
able to see. And when their eyesight is still good, they'll read it. So it is such a treasure. It is such a, I don't even know. it's something I hold near and dear to me because it really reminds me of the books my mom came with from Germany and from Europe, and all those treasures that she had.
Mm-hmm.
They were treasures to her.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm creating my own treasures. And I hope I'll be
Mm-hmm.
able to share with people
Oh, that's
coming
wonderful.
after me.
That's wonderful. You know, our friend Tegla, she
Hmm.
sent me a photograph of her daughter's library,
Uh-huh.
the bookshelf that her daughter has in her room where she puts everything.
Hmm.
And she had placed a copy of Rain on display, like on a little
Yeah.
display frame
Yeah.
facing upward. And she was like, "This is my daughter's library." I was so touched.
It's, gestures like that, they're so meaningful. And, you know, we're living it now, but the people
Mhm.
that come after us, they'll wonder about Rain and they'll read
Mhm.
it and but we have the honor of living it because
Mhm.
you're writing it and I walked with you this journey. So
I
this is
know.
freaking amazing to
I
me.
know. You know, Maggie, I brought you up so often in the last 10 weeks that I've had
Uh-huh.
these roundtables. I
Hmm.
keep talking about this group of friends that I sort of corralled and lassoed into sitting with me while I wrote the book. and, and everyone was thinking, well, let me see, what's happening? Am I echoing?
No, you sound
Oh,
good.
okay. All right,
Mhm.
good. So I spoke mostly with Karen and with with Julia, who I think
Mhm.
may be joining us today.
Okay.
But there were a few other people that joined us as well. A couple
Okay.
of girls from a couple of women from Alliance Girls High School. I
Hmm.
went to high school. They also joined us. But I got to tell them when they asked me about the writing process, what was happening. I told them about getting you and Tegla and Caroline, and then eventually Cecilia into this sort of round table group that we called Cultural Memory.
Yeah.
And I would just inundate you with, "Oh my God, this happened, this happened, this happened." Remember when I'd call you and I'd be like,
Yeah.
"Maggie, this is incredible."
Yeah. Yeah. I remember when the first copy, sold, and then the next thing people were asking for it.
Mhm.
I remember all the different steps, with the universities and people ask. I mean, this has just been a journey.
Mhm.
And for me, I've been scrambling to read it here and there, but I
Mhm.
finally got the opportunity to read it this week,
Mhm. Mhm.
um, uninterrupted. I would say like huge blocks of time.
Mhm.
And so I'm so ready to hear what others have to say. I'm here to share my experience. You know
Mhm.
me. This is my element because I can now
Mhm.
talk. I don't have to
Mhm.
write.
Mhm. Mhm. And this is exactly why I'm so glad you're here. And this is why I'm going to shut up right now because I want to hear what your reading experience was like. Just tell us the good, the bad, the ugly, the confusing. Yesterday, someone sent me one of her reviews. A colleague from across the ocean
Hmm.
has been working on a review of the book, and I asked different people with different disciplines to look, to share their opinion of it.
Hmm.
One colleague who is an Italian literature scholar
Hmm.
noticed a lot of what is it, the echoes of Dante in the text, and she noticed
Hmm.
ways that were even surprising to me. This particular colleague is very concerned with um, race matters, and she does a lot of anti-racism scholarship. And so she focused a great deal on the way the story centers the experience of
Hmm.
this family from a principal protagonist perspective, rather
Hmm.
than placing them in a peripheral place the way they usually are in a lot of um, Western to the majority of popular literature that features people of African or African descent.
Yeah.
And so to me, it's very interesting. Oh, and then there's another colleague who she read the book in 3 days. She's a Dante scholar and she focuses on medieval literature. And she's been with me this whole 10 weeks. And Julia, she's come to every conversation. I think she can't come today because she had some other obligations and she had to go out of town.
Hmm.
But her perspective too have been really interesting for me to discover.
Mm-hmm.
All of this to tell you
Mm-hmm.
that after 10 weeks, I'm pretty much talked out,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm so eager to
To hear.
hear about your experience. So please take the floor and take it away. You have a captive audience in me.
Oh gosh. Wow. Well, I want to start by saying that remember I started by listening to the book
Hmm. Hmm.
and then I now read it.
Hmm.
And my first love is still listening to it.
Hmm.
And so I don't know when you're going to do this, but I will be looking for that. So that's more pressure on you. But reading it allows me to kind of wander off. Like I always told you, it took me to places that I haven't dared to go. And it also brought senses and very raw senses that I hadn't maybe they were not awakened in me. But if I'm just to kind of like put an overall like a nut put it in a nutshell, the parts that I enjoyed reading the most was when either Mama Koth, Olo, Maya, Alex, those four like was so captivating. And I fell in love with Esther because she had responsibility when she's so young. And I just I fell in love with her. I love the book is so captivating. It's so captivating and I'm all over the place when I think about it and I can't quite just summarize it. I've tried but I can't because it's so new to me. So you I hate that I'm coming at the end of this, but at the same time, I'm grateful that I have an opportunity to share with you in as jagged and as staggered and as jumbled as I am to tell you that my experience reading the whole book was just so captivating. I couldn't wait. I would do a lot of clothes, run back, start reading it. And it got to the point where I hated to do anything else. I didn't want to cook. I was doing all these things because I had to, but I'd rather read the book. And that was when I had got into the rhythm of the book because in the beginning I was listening to it and then I was reading a little bit. And then when you read it in segments like that, it doesn't quite flow. And so you have to kind of just dedicate the time for it. And so the last 3 days, the lady that you said read it in 3 days, that was for me because I started reading it on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, well, I guess 4 days, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And these days have been like, I don't know what world I was in. I have traveled everywhere, but mostly I have fallen in love with Mama Koth, Maya, Olo, and Alex. Those four just resonate. And of course, Esther to me is more of like my big sisters. I'm the youngest child. So the kind of responsibility that her mom just laid on her is just unbelievable. And she took it and she's so sweet. And then Hera. And then with the birth of the twins. And then the naming, I almost collapsed. You literally, I mean, literally, I could have fallen down if I wasn't sitting. What a way to weave this story. And today I was telling my husband that I'm coming for this roundtable, and he was like, "How does it feel to have a genius friend?" And
Oh.
I said, I don't even know because it's like I'm sitting amongst giants. I don't know what to say. And he's like, "What are you going to talk about?" I said, "I don't know, but I'm going anyway. I just will
Mhm.
say what comes out of my mind and
Mhm.
just spill it out."
Mhm.
That was what I enjoyed the most about the book.
Mhm.
What I didn't like, it's not that it was painful to read, was the accounts of the Vasco da Gama and oh my goodness, the Portuguese and just all that pain and oh my God, in the name of in the for the glory of gold. I like the way you said that. It's not for the glory of God, it's for the glory of gold. That was painful to read. And honestly, those parts I kind of really drove past them so fast because it's almost like I couldn't bear to read what I was reading and to imagine the kind of history that I've learned. I can't. I see now why Tegla said what she said. So it's almost too painful to read and to bear. So that was difficult to read that. But
I'm trying to, let me see if I can just interject so that people get a sense of what you mean by what Tegla said. You're talking about her comment in the back of the book, yes?
yes,
So this is, I'm going to quote this and then I'm going to step aside again.
okay.
Her comment, Tegla was one of the first readers, like you. She read the manuscript before the book was published.
Hmm.
And this was her response after reading the manuscript. Reading Rain, I have to wonder, are we as Africans just really resilient, or do we simply not understand the disruption and brutality of the colonizers? Every student in school needs to read this book.
Yeah,
So that's what you're. I just
yeah,
want to read that so people know what you're referring to. Please continue.
yes. And that's I have to wonder that as well. I wonder, are we resilient? And then I also know that just this is my big brain talking to me. No evidence, no facts, no nothing, just more of intuition. I know that we're not capable of doing things like that to others. We have learned that behavior. And now, as you say in the book, we were the ones who are now taking the pangas and, slashing ourselves. And I just, for me, that part is very difficult to reconcile. Very, very difficult. Yeah. Yeah. You're muted, Kathy. And I think we've got somebody else that's joined us that's
Yes,
muted
and
too.
Andrew joined us, and he's muted, and his camera's not on. Andrew, do you
Andrew?
want a minute to turn on your camera so we can see your beautiful face? He's probably going, ah. For those of you who are just joining us, Andrew Muge is a fellow childhood friend. We all went to school together as kids. Do we get to see your face, Andrew?
Um, I have I have my camera off on purpose.
Okay,
Yeah, so,
no problem.
yeah, because the place I'm at a friend's place, so it's a bit. You can hear the music.
Okay.
A little bit, yeah. Yeah.
So I was gonna take cuts,
Mhm.
despite the fact that I'm with friends doing,
Mhm.
having something up and all that.
Mhm.
But I'm
So
here with you,
I'm so
Kathy.
glad that you're here. Thank you so much. Do you want me
Yeah.
to take you off the screens and just have you in the back? Could you hear us before I put you on the screen?
Yes, I can see you. So yeah. So maybe you just take me off the mic and screen.
Okay, and then just let me
But
see.
I will be paying
You
attention.
can put a note in the side in case you can't hear anymore. Okay, so I'm going to take you off the screen right now, and
Yeah.
then let's see. Okay, can you still hear us? Oh, well, we can't hear him, but maybe you can put a note on the side.
He's not going to be able, is he not going to be able to talk then?
See. He's not going to be able to talk, but he's going to be able to, I think, leave notes on the chat
Okay.
or on Facebook. So,
Okay.
Andrew, I don't know. Let me try. Let me just check. Let me just double check.
Okay.
So, Andrew, could you hear us talking about you just now? Hello?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can hear you.
Okay, great. So I'll take you off the screen since it's just a black
Yeah.
dot, and then if you wanna maybe if you wanna add some comments, I think you can still. Oh, there
What
you
I'll
are.
say.
There
Thank
you
you.
You hear me?
are.
Face the light so we can see your face.
I'm just out.
I think the light's behind you. Face the light so we can see your face.
Yeah, yeah.
No?
So I'm kind of tired of though.
Okay.
Yeah, because I think it's too dark. You can't even see me.
Okay. Do you want to maybe share something about your reading of this book, or you just want to listen? Because Maggie's telling a really wonderful, really sharing a really wonderful experience.
Yeah. For now, I think I just listen in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
And then, because I have the chat box, if I have something to say, I will.
Fantastic. Okay.
Uh,
Sounds good. Thanks, Andrew. All right.
Andrew, please know that I'm very curious to hear what you have to say.
Me too.
I don't see how you're being let off the hook very easily. It's not going to fly with me.
I know. This is the man who has an opinion about everything, so we have to hear what he has to say about
You're not
it.
going to slide off that easily. This is the last round table.
Yes.
Oh, it's the last one?
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Yes, trust me to say it. So you're not going to slide.
There's been 10 more before this, so there's been plenty of time.
I definitely will have something to say.
Okay. All right, sweetie. Just let us know,
right.
okay?
Okay.
All right.
So
Please
that was
continue.
pretty nice for him to join.
And he's still here, actually. He's still in the
Yeah.
studio.
So as I was saying, the part where reading about just the atrocities that were committed on us it was difficult to read that. And I had to ask myself, how come I don't know so much of this? Did school fail us? Did I fail myself? And how do I reconcile what I now know? And how is it going to add value to my life or other people's lives with what I now know? And so for me, those are the things that I'm now processing. Remember, I'm just kind of like fresh off the press, reading it and finishing it. So I'm quite sure that there'll be more stuff coming. I'm quite sure I'll pick up the phone and call you and tell you more things. But that, in a nutshell, is kind of where my feelings are right now. I do want to say this, just aside from the reading of the book, is just, I don't know how you do this. How do you get all these words and remember who was who and come back to the story 16 cantos after? I was surprised to find that there's 60 something cantos. I'm like, how do you even weave the story together like that without it being chronological? It's amazing. And the words and the language and the rhythm of it was just really, really something to behold, Kathy. This is unbelievable. And I don't care what anybody says, this is a masterpiece. It is. You're muted. You're muted, Kathy.
Well, I mute myself because I'm always saying when people are talking. So I realized I tried to train myself out of it. 9 weeks I tried, but I kept finding myself going oh yeah.
That's okay with me.
It's a very Jaluo thing to do, right?
Oh, it's a very African thing to do. It's a very African thing to do. I do it too. I have no problem with it. So you're welcome to do it. Yeah.
So with the choreography between muting yourself and unmuting yourself, sometimes I forget and I start talking or I'm laughing.
Yeah.
And I laugh quite loudly, right? So that's the other thing where someone's saying something that makes me laugh. I'm sitting here guffawing away. But what was I going to say in response to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was saying thank you, my sister. Thank you so much for such a kind sort of overall, like from the very beginning, girl. You've been there. Like this is the mantra that you always said to me, and every time you said it, I felt encouraged. It was like wind beneath my wings, sort of thing, to know that And oftentimes it was when I would just tell you about what I was writing. Remember, I'd call you, be
Yeah.
like, "Oh, Mikey, do you remember when I called you after reading the story of Vasco da Gama in Calicut
Yeah.
and how the priest did the miracle?" And I was
Yeah.
describing to you how it kind of blew my mind that the fiction I'd written was actually paralleled by the history before I
Yeah.
knew what the history actually was, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the detail of a priest performing miracles
Yeah.
and saving these converted Christians from the injury of the arrows. And I remember I called you and I was telling you about it, and you're just like, oh my God, how do you? And I thought, I have no idea.
Yeah.
I suspect that stories like this want to be told.
Yeah.
And so they find someone, devil makes, the devil loves idle hands sort of things. They find idle hands and they make them start typing. So I think that's part of it. I'm really
when
curious. Please go on.
um when you're writing the book,
Mhm.
how how are you how are these thoughts like coming together? It's just I marvel at that. It's
Mm.
like I can't believe that. I just don't know. I mean, the story is so intricate, and how you keep up with account of it. That's like so. I can't even keep up with my one child, and I don't. Later on, I don't know how you do it, and I don't know if Andrew feels the same way. It's so intricate, and it's just. It was so amazing to
Mhm.
see how it all weaves together and how you keep account of it. And I'm going back. I'm like, wait, who was this again? And then I read it, and it's just unbelievable. I really, really find that masterful how you did that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really like that.
I'm curious before I try to respond to that question. I'm curious how it felt for you as a reader to to enter into a world that was so fragmented. It's temporally fragmented, like you say, it's not chronologically sequential, right?
Hmm.
Um, so it's the story comes out hopping around, through time, across time, through the person of Maya, right? And
Yeah.
through her experience with the other dream walkers who can also do the same thing.
Yeah.
Um, and so it means then that for a dream walker, every moment is now.
Yeah.
There's no discrimination of before and after.
Hmm.
Everything is now, right?
Hmm.
Um, and the oh, someone else just joined us. Someone else just joined us. Joan. I'm gonna
Yeah,
add
sorry.
Joan.
Hi.
Hi,
I was given
Joan.
this link, but hi. How's everybody?
How
Hi, Joy. Hi,
great.
Maggie.
How are you, sweetie?
We're all right. Thanks. Yeah. Well, I'm joining in from Nairobi,
Oh,
and I
fantastic.
was recommended this link by Andrew Muge,
Ah, yes, yes, yes.
and
And he's
yeah,
right there.
yeah. He's right here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh,
We're just discussing business, and
Welcome.
yeah. So I found him doing this, so here we
Mhm.
are.
Oh, fantastic. Andrew,
I'm
yeah,
I'm
thank
gonna cut.
you.
Yeah. Okay. He says
No,
obviously you've seen that. I'm gonna follow. Let me just black myself out.
if you like, if
I'll
you
take off.
want to
I'll
just,
take off the cam if you
hmm
don't mind.
no, not at all.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So, brief introduction. My name is
Hmm
John Dunda.
hmm
I've known Andrew for a while now.
hmm
Let's see. His sister-in-law. We've grown up together.
hmm
His nephew has been my godson for 17 years now.
hmm
I'm a pilot by profession, and I used to
Oh,
work. Yeah, I fly Boeing 777s for Qatar Airways,
oh my God.
and yeah, full Kenyan girl. Kenya Airways, Rwanda Air, Qatar Airways, and now
Oh
here
my
we
God.
are.
That's
Yeah,
amazing.
so
That's
yeah.
amazing. Oh, let me just stop for a second and just celebrate that. Just
Absorb
a
that.
second. Oh my God. This is amazing. This is a jumbo jet pilot. So who's talking to us? Do you
I've always
realize
flown
it?
Jumbos. Always.
You
I've
are
never
a
done the small stuff in
jumbo
life.
jet
So
pilot. Oh my God. I'm just,
yeah.
oh, just
No,
my
it's weird.
head
Like
is
all
up.
every time I go to the States, everyone behaves like that, and I'm like,
Yes.
yeah, what kind of many of us? So
No, fine. There's many of you, but it's not as if we encounter them every day, right? And you're so down to earth. Like you'd imagine a jumbo jet pilot would be all like, "Well, I'm the thing, right?"
oh my, no, imagine it's not such a big deal. It's like how everyone used to ask me, how did you do that? No, 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 no. Well, my dad threatened me. He's like, just go to school, work really hard. That's it.
I could use the same answer for Maggie's question. How do you do that, right? For writing the book?
And I'm a mom of two, actually. 18, actually 19 and 16 and a half.
Oh my God. That's amazing.
Doesn't stop, does it?
A friend of mine who just joined, Kenise, who's also a scholar in medieval Italian literature like me, has a couple of comments. First, she said, wow, when she heard that you're a jumbo jet pilot, right? And Maggie and I are sitting here going crazy and wild and excited about it. And now she says, we are magic. He's talking about us
There we
women.
go.
We are
There we
magic.
There
Kenise,
we go.
we agree. That is so awesome.
I think we're all in the same space.
Yes,
Given
yes.
the fact that even in the corporate world, in the C-suite, the M-suite, nobody is ever gonna give us a second chance. We always have to work twice as hard, 3 times as hard. I'm in aviation. It means it means big boys and their big toys.
Yes.
So you just gotta go there and you have to pass it. But and then again, there's the melanin issue.
Yes. Well, I'm going to put an asterisk on that. I'm going to put an asterisk on that. Joan, I'm going to put a little asterisk on that because, again, this is from my perspective as a storyteller and reader. The stories we tell and the way we tell the stories really matter. My perspective would be to turn the mirror and say it's not so much a melanin issue. It's about other people's issues with melanin.
There we go.
You see what I mean? Yeah.
That's it.
It's their issues.
1000% hear you.
It's their issue. And girl, like I'm not here to fight other people's battles. We've got things to do. We've got jumbo jets to fly. We've got books to write. We've got amazing revolutions to launch. My friend Maggie is basically changing the world for the better. So yeah. It's about realigning your storytelling and realizing that whatever concern someone else has about what we are naturally is not our issue. Yeah, exactly. So we have our own stories to tell. And Kenise says, let the church say amen. I love it. This is such a party now. I love it.
Adoyo, is such a pleasure to meet you. And Maggie, it's such a pleasure also to be in your presence as well.
Thank you.
And I honestly, just bring me up anytime. I will join anytime.
Girl, yeah.
Now we're in Kenyan time. But I will make you know what? I'll make an exception for this.
Absolutely. Joe, I'm gonna make sure are you on WhatsApp by any chance?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna make sure that I add you to the group that I made for this book, but then we can also be in contact with each other. So Andrew, just know that I'll be hitting you up for Joan's information. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, sweetie.
Yes. Yeah, thank you for the piece of advice, and thank you so much for inviting me into your group.
And
thank you for the female empowerment as well, and encouragement during these COVID times. And I'm really proud of you all.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it.
Oh, this is so wonderful
to meet you. And
yes.
I tell you what, now that we have your contacts, we want to know, we'll be booking the flight that you're flying. That's what we want to know. Because we're coming home in December and we want to know so that way we can, look, we're already proud now. You can only imagine what it would be like if we're actually on the flight. We're something else.
Come on in.
I got 3 sisters who are just as flamboyant, and boy, they'll make a ruckus on that plane. They'll tell everybody that we know who's flying this plane, so you need to know.
No, it's so weird when I have my kids on my flights, and then I'm the one who's the pilot, and they go like, "Oh my god, we've got like little VIPs." I'm like, "Yeah, those are my kids."
Yep.
But it's a pleasure to meet you.
But all they do is just sleep. They just sleep. And I'm like, okay. Do they even eat? No. Okay, let's move on. Yeah.
This
Anyway,
is wonderful.
thank you
This is
so much,
wonderful.
and like,
If you-
thank you so much for
Absolutely.
inviting me into your group, and we shall be chatting soon.
Yes,
All right.
absolutely. Please, if you have any, if you want to stay off camera, but you want to add some comments, we're live on Facebook, and you can also add comments, I think, directly through the
Yeah,
comment section here. So yeah,
yeah.
absolutely. Whatever you feel like. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna go
Okay.
off cam, but I'm gonna
Uh-huh.
keep you on.
Okay.
Okay.
Mwah.
Is that
Fantastic.
okay?
Yes. Yes.
All
Thank
right.
you.
All right,
Wonderful.
my loves. Goodbye from lovely Kenya.
Yes.
Yeah, beautiful weather. Sorry about the winter, but we're just yeah.
Oh,
And
girl.
thank you so much, loves.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Thank you, Sweetie. Thank you.
Bye. Yeah.
Bye bye. Oh, this is
Oh my
so
goodness.
wonderful. The dream is coming true, my dear. The
It,
dream is happening. This
it
is
surely is.
this is
The expansion, it's getting bigger and bigger
mhm.
and
And
more.
the joy, the celebration coming together to yeah, I love it.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm,
So, yeah, you were saying I was asking you about how do you do this, and
mm,
oh
mm,
my goodness.
mm, mm. So um I think the easiest, the quickest answer is goes back to what I was saying earlier about some stories just demand to be told. Right?
Mhm,
And throughout the time I was writing it, I don't know if you remember, I kept repeating Toni Morrison's advice. If
mhm,
there's a book that you want to read that hasn't been written, then you must write it.
mhm,
Right? That was constantly in my mind because Rain is a story that had been with me for a long time, longer than when I started writing it. It started with, having this really rich these rich roots in a really rich storytelling culture through my great grandmother, my grandmother, my uncles and aunts, my mother, right? So constantly growing up in an environment that was so full of storytelling. And if you remember book 8,
mhm,
Snow, which is Union Saints Academy,
mhm,
that includes um, being part of a community that extends beyond just our own ethnic identity, our own ethnic group. So that, for example, at Heal School, we had people from everywhere, from all over the country. Now, someone else just joined. Let me see if I can access their video. Maybe not. Oh, here they are. Oh, it's Gracie. Hey, Gracie.
Hi,
Gracie.
Gracie. You're muted.
It's okay.
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
But we
Oh,
can't see you, sweetie.
hey, everyone.
Hey,
Hey.
sweetie.
I'm jumping in and out because I
Okay,
have an emergency at work. So
no
I'm
problem.
actually
Okay,
jumping
no,
in and out, guys.
no
Hey.
problem. No problem. Can you see Maggie, Gracie?
Yeah, I see Maggie. Hey.
Gracie, I got the ring light.
Say it again, dear.
I got the ring light.
Oh, did it work out well?
Huh?
Did it work out well? I think Kathy
Fantastic.
sent me the videos, some of the videos you did. I'll follow up.
Okay.
And look, it's
Oh my
Jose.
God. Hi.
Joseph, what's up?
Oh my God. Hi, Joseph.
I
How
think
are
I think you're
you?
muted, Joseph. I think you're muted, man.
Is he muted? No, he's not muted. Joseph,
Not
we can
muted.
hear you.
I can't hear you. You might want to increase your volume on your mic.
Check your audio so that we can. Yeah. Hey.
The brown one or the white one? By the stove.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
There we go. So, Joseph, I don't know what I can do to help because we can't hear you.
Let him come out
See
and go
you.
back in. Maybe he can come out and go back in. Kathy, are you using the Google platform? What platform is this? It's really good.
It is really good. It's called StreamYard.
Oh, it's awesome. It's really
And,
awesome. Everybody looks really nice.
basically all you do is give someone a link to the broadcast room and you can, yeah. I like it so much more than Zoom, actually.
No, I hear you. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah. So,
Guys,
but anyway.
I'm gonna jump off real quick. Just heading back. I got an email coming in.
Okay,
I'm
sweetie.
in and out if you guys don't mind. I apologize.
No problem. You're always welcome back. Okay.
Thank you, Maggie.
Bye. We're eventually going to get to this answer that you asked about. let me just recapitulate that there are stories that demand to be told. Right?
Yeah.
And coming from this rich culture, I remember one of my issues, especially going to grad school, was knowing that while I was very, very well versed in Western literature, we all grew up reading the famous five and the Hardy Boys and Nancy Drew
Mm-hmm.
and the Chronicles of Narnia and the Lord of the Rings and all of these great series of books, and some of them not so great, but basically British and American.
Mm-hmm.
We grew up inundated with Greek mythology and Latino-Roman history. We grew up just saturated with the Bible, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that we received all of this cultural input that had origins in other lands, right? Now,
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying that on purpose in other lands because I do believe in a sort of cosmopolitan humanity. And so this is not about separating it out and saying from over there and theirs and ours, but rather to know that this is part of the human experience, but that had been developed in places different and distant from where we were born and grew up.
Mm-hmm.
And where we were born and grew up, we were not bereft of this wealth of culture and storytelling. The only difference between what was coming to us from far distant lands and what we grew up with is that there was this non reciprocal relationship. We
Yeah.
received a great deal from them, but they didn't
Yeah.
receive very much from us.
Yeah. Yeah.
And therefore, we knew a lot about them and about their world and about their worldview, but they knew nothing of our worldview. They knew nothing about our stories. They knew nothing about our creation myths, our ideology myths. They knew nothing about our proverbs, our songs. And after going through the cycle of first sort of how do you say diagnosing this imbalance, I came to I think a fairly definitive conclusion that it was important that our stories be known. It was important that our stories become a part of the larger world literature. Now, mind you, this is not that there weren't Kenyan writers, that there weren't African writers. There were and there are, but the availability of their work is very sparse, and traditionally they've not been included, at least not for a very long time, included in the larger library
Mm-hmm.
of the story of our lives. And so rather than persistent frustration, I thought to myself, well, what can I do practically to address this issue? And part of it was not only telling stories myself and
Mm-hmm.
making the stories available, but also encouraging other people to tell stories. Finding other African storytellers, other Kenyan storytellers, other Luo, Luya, Kisi, Kamba, Kikuyu, you name it, storytellers who were telling authentic uh, own voice stories. That is to say, not just a Kenyan storyteller who was trying to reproduce British literature, but
Mm-hmm.
rather a Kenyan storyteller who is telling the kinds of stories that you would only find homegrown in Kenya, right? And so that was part of the issue. And yet, and you can relate to this as living in the diaspora,
Yeah.
we live a multicultural and fairly fragmented life, right? And one where it takes us being abroad to gain the perspective to appreciate
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
how rich our culture is,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. You can say that again. Oh my God. Yeah.
And so that in and of itself is, I think, a symptom or an outcome, let me say, an outcome of the sense of fragmentation. So that part of living in the diaspora entails trying to recuperate and reconstruct those things which we intuitively had as children, that we had for the taking when we were younger, but that because of a number of different influences, we let go of, or we actively abandoned, believing, for example, that it was cooler to be more westernized, or not understanding that what was ours was really beautiful and mattered and was important, right? Being
Yeah.
carried along the popular trend of general globalized westernization, right? And therefore losing the threads that the ties that bind us to our roots, and even the feel of our roots in our homeland. So, excuse me. So I remember that part of what was important to me in writing this story was to find a way to represent that experience of fragmentation.
Mm-hmm.
Finding a way to let me see. I think Joseph is back. Oh, Joseph, can we hear you now?
Yeah, I can hear you very well.
Yes, and now
Hi,
we can
Maggie.
hear you
Hi.
too.
Hi, Jose. How are
Right, right, right,
you?
right. I'm well. How you doing?
Fantastic. Because of the
Yeah,
way
good to
this
see
thing
you.
is set up, oh, there you go. Now you're central. We can see you.
Yeah,
Welcome, my brother. Karibu,
great.
karibu.
Asante sana.
I wanna finish answering Maggie's story real quickly, and then I'd love to hear about your experience with Wayne as well. Maggie had been asking me how did I come, like how did I keep this book together? How did I compose this book? I guess the question also is how did I compose the story? And so to wrap it up, um, part of it wasn't just about presenting an anthropological, sort of National Geographic snapshot of what our lives were like, but rather ignoring the National Geographic, ignoring the anthropological, ignoring all these, as I think, sort of Orientalist perspectives on our lives, and simply recounting what our world feels like at home, right? So, for example, book two, you said that you fell in love with Olo and a Koth especially, right? All
Mm-hmm.
of book two is my favorite of all the books. Book two is the one where you really get into the details of Olo's childhood, right? As a
Yeah.
boy living in pre-colonial Kenya,
Mm-hmm.
where the children had their roles, the men had their roles, the women had their roles, and society structure is fairly stable. Everyone knows what their role is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it focuses much more on the children's role. There are comments about the women being the builders, right? So women are responsible for gathering weeds for thatch, also for building walls after the raining seasons, or like mixing the mud, building walls, granaries, etc., etc. And the children's job is to graze the livestock, right? To watch the livestock as they go grazing, the goats, the cows, all the little animals, and present it in a way that is not, sort of Richard Attenborough and his documentary, but rather a fly on the wall experience. And I remember in Kisumu, whenever we went on holiday in Kisumu, like when we're in school, by the way, everyone, Joseph, Maggie, and I all went to the same boarding school, right? So, just so
Yeah.
people know.
Andrew too, because he's on the
A-
phone. I
Andrew
mean, on
as
the
well,
thing.
and even Gracie as well, right?
Crazy, yeah.
So when we went home for the holidays, you either went home to Nairobi or to the country, right? To the home, which is Dala in Doluo, but home being like the countryside. And in the countryside, life kept a fairly consistent rhythm where you took care of the chickens and the goats and the cows, the sheep if you had them. You climbed trees to grab fruit. You walked on ground that was too hot for your feet, especially under the equatorial sun. And the younger kids, because their feet are more tender, they couldn't stand that. And like little details like this that you would not experience in the very, I think, in the very, I think, sanitized and regulated and uh, and I don't know, padded world that you live out here in the diaspora, right? I mean, when was the last time you and your neighbors just hung out, right? When was the last time you saw children playing outside, just running around, right? Making their own toys, getting together as if in council and just like, chewing the fat. These are things that I remember from home that I have not experienced here. And so there's the contrast between book 2, which is a Lowe's life, which is very rich and very full of the drama of children fulfilling their responsibilities, but also having their little
Fun.
their fun and their politics and their all that. Contrast that with book 8, right? The second to last book, which is a family from the same ethnic group, but transported to Boston, where the landscape is completely barren, right?
Yeah.
The grounds are paved, the fencing is chicken wire as opposed to hedges. There are no other kids around to play with because everybody's indoors watching TV or what have you. And so in writing the story, I wanted to capture not only that, but also capture the experience of fragmentation that I think is not just unique to diaspora living, but I think is an intrinsic part of life at home as well, right? Joseph, Maggie was saying earlier when commenting about the history elements, the Vasco da Gama's history, she was commenting about how these are not the histories that we learn. The curious thing about Rain is that all the episodes about Vasco da Gama are essentially quotations from the chronicles of Japanese of Portuguese historians who traveled with him, who are contemporaries of his. But we are not taught these things in school. We're not taught about the trajectory of the colonial enterprise and the effect that the after effect, like even post independence, the after effect is still deeply rooted in how we live. I don't know if that answers your question, Maggie, but those are some of the approaches.
It does. It does. I can relate very much with the contrast between the childhood in the country, or Lowe's childhood, and the Boston experience. I remember when we first came here to the States, came in January, grass was brown everywhere. It is cold. Nobody is anywhere. You're not seeing anybody because they're in their homes or in their cars or in their offices or whatever. And I remember my dad came to visit shortly after, and he was like, "Where are children in this country?" And my sister says to him, "They're in their houses playing." My dad was like, "Why do they play in their houses?" And I can totally relate to how you talk about the Boston experience in the book. And it's just, that was something very similar to what we experienced, even though we were older when we came. But still, there's that sense of what a different world. And it's crazy that this is known as the land of freedom, but it's anything but freedom. It's just so interesting because everything here, there's not that wild abandon that kids have like in Africa, and the book really exemplifies that. And here it's a very controlled environment, it's a very structured environment. Even games are kind of arranged and planned, and we have a soccer date and this and that and the other. And so that wild, just makeshift type games that we used to have, remember the bundoos and all that, the book takes me back to my childhood. And so it was really interesting to read. Even though it's fiction, I can really relate to what you were trying to say in the book. And I also like and I don't know what book that was, but the book where they moved from from Shags to Nairobi, and then Rosie, the cat, and Bruno, and I could really relate with that.
This is all I think book 8, where they had to say goodbye to the animals, and like that, exactly, all of that is in book 8, because book 8 is a lot of transition, right? A lot of leaving behind family roots, a lot of leaving behind family love, like with the animals that they grew up with, for example. This leaving behind this home in Nairobi, which is described as, it's essentially a paradise, right? This beautiful house with a beautiful garden with all these animals. And so that's all described, I think, in book, I think you and I talked about it, Maggie, book 3, like describing the jacaranda trees and like all of the sisal garden, et cetera, things that you will only find in Kenya, right? And then that's contrasted, and you see them. I think this came up in one of our discussions. Like out of that paradise, the first to be ejected from that paradise or to leave that paradise is Rosie the cat.
Yeah.
In book 4.
Yeah.
And then later the children are kind of taken out of that paradise by their grandmother and then their mother eventually. But yeah, so I think that was book 8 you're thinking about.
I'm curious to hear the Jose, Andrew, your perspective. I'm so curious to hear, because you see, Kathy and I are in touch, and we're living the diaspora life, and we're for me, reading this book, it's like coming out of my own life and going back to the life. It's like coming out of someone else's life and going back to my life.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, when you live in the diaspora, you kind of leave what you knew,
mm-hmm.
and then you embody this other life that you have to live, you have to function. You change the way you talk so people can understand you. You get tired of, where are you from? You know, so for me, the book is like going back to my roots. So I'm curious to see, how are you guys taking it? Jose, Andrew, even Joan, if you can hear me. I'm just curious to hear your take on it. And I know that you all said that you want to listen in, but I'm just so curious. I have to hear it, even if it's chat, and I want to know.
Yeah. Me too. I'm really curious.
Yeah. I think on my part, you can hear me?
Yes.
I think on my part, I got to Canto 23.
Mm-hmm.
What was difficult, what I struggled with was the issue of time. You know, because the story did not seem like it was following a chronological sequence.
Mm-hmm.
So that idea of being, you know, one moment we are here, then the next moment you're in 1900, then Vasco da Gama. So it really it took me a bit of time to try to just get perspective of that.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was also the bit about you know, there's the character that is it the boy who died at birth but was still alive and going, you know, going about you know, being involved in the day-to-day activities of the rest of the family. I think it was really just a new approach anyway, a new approach that I've really not quite seen through. So I don't know, Kathy, what, you know, how did you think about that? What was it that was, you know, going through your mind as you were writing that?
I think maybe it was you who would ask me about the time thing, like on WhatsApp. You're like, where are we? When are we? What's going on? Wait, the train just arrived, but she also went to London. What's going on?
And Jose, just to jump in before Kathy answers, that's the first thing we talked about when we started today's roundtable. She writes the book. It's not in chronological order, and you know, we already were brought up in this colonized mentality. This is how things go.
Has to be order.
Put your stuff in your locker, and this is, you know, you do this and you brush your teeth. So the book was like whiplash, like, where am I? You know?
Exactly.
So I get your feeling.
Exactly my feeling. Yeah.
So in response to that, and I think Maggie lays it up really, really well. It's exactly to break with this very straight-jacketed, rigid conception of how we're supposed to think about time. I started answering your question. I remember I answered it in writing, but I'm just going to repeat or summarize what I wrote to you. Think about how memory works, right? When you're remembering something from a few years ago, from your childhood, say, right? You will focus on maybe the most, the one that left the biggest impression. And then you move back and forth around it, right? Almost as if at random. Because of the way we're trained to think, you will start to find like a starting point and then go from there. First this happened, then that happened, then that happened. But people always say, oh wait, but before that, this other thing had happened. And you know, I have to tell you first that, you know, 2 generations ago, my grandfather had set this up so that the reason why we ended up in this place was because he had met a man who, you know what I mean? So this is how we live our lives in memory. It's the way the organic memory works is not structured the way a linear sequential narrative is structured, right? And so part of it was an attempt to break away from this very ossified, rigid concept of what the life experience is and capture the aleatory, the sort of almost by chance landing on this or that moment. But notice how, I think Maggie notices too, that it holds together, right? Even though you're jumping around in time, it holds together. Why? Because everything leads from everything else. You know, you're in 1901, and then you're 500 years ago, and then you're in 1980, and then you're 1,000 years ago, and yet it's not so much that one moment led to another, but rather an experience resonated with another experience that happened at a different time, right?
Yeah.
So, for example, we were just talking about book 2 and book 8, right? The book 2 talks about Olo's life, and book 8, which talks about the children in Boston, right? Olo in the countryside in Kisumu as a boy in pre-colonial England, and the children in Boston in post-independence, post, like basically the modern diaspora world. And you think, so what connects those two? Yes, they're times apart, worlds apart, and yet the two dreamwalkers have exactly the same experience, right? Olo experiences snow for the first time exactly the way Maya experiences snow for the first time, right? And so the idea was to bring home the point that we, even though we've lost touch with our history and our culture, it's still available for the taking if we want to, right? We can still be in touch with who our antecedents are, our ancestors, our parents, our great grandparents, and their experience. Just because something happened in the past doesn't mean it's no longer important. So this is part of the process of playing with time this way, to know that as for dreamwalkers, every moment is now. Like Maya, remember the tea in the bathtub? Maya's in the bathtub with Alex and Mama Cloth, but she's also at the same time on a Portuguese ship 500 years ago,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And she's experiencing both simultaneously. And for her, she doesn't question that it makes sense, because that's just how she experiences life, right? In modern terms, someone might say that she's very neurodivergent, right? Like she has a special kind of brain that sees things differently. If they want to, that's fine. But for the purposes of this story, Maya and Frei João, the Portuguese monk, and Olo, they're all manifest what it is to take in the totality of our experience and our history without hierarchically arranging it as this is more important than that, or this matters more than that, you know? So that's the part about the history and the temporality. And I'm glad that you felt disoriented, because part of the sorry?
You're still muted.
I said totally disoriented.
Yeah, I'm very, very glad that you felt disoriented, because part of like awakening, like think about it, the experience of waking up is itself disorienting. Like you come out of like a deep slumber, and when you first come to, even if you're at home and you know that, oh, today I have to go to work, et cetera, there's still that transition period where you're still like, getting your bearings, right? And so I'm glad that you were disoriented by this disruption in time, because my hope is that with your friends and your family and maybe younger people who read this book with you, you can bring to their attention what this story is dramatizing, that the present is just as important as the past. The past is just as important as the future. And we need to be mindful of all of them, right? And be aware that just because we don't know doesn't mean we can't find out and can't learn from what we find out. So the other thing is about Alex, right? The best way I know to talk about Alex is that he's an allegory. You notice that Alex, and I think you wrote about this too. Like you were kind of shocked when you discovered that he had died at birth, and you're like, wait, that doesn't make any sense.
It took me time to figure that out. I'd read more than a chapter when I'm like, wait a minute, this kid, wait, he died? It was kind of embarrassing to admit because I was just reading and I didn't realize he's actually not alive.
And yet, when you go back, there are all these indications that he's slightly different, right?
Yeah.
And even the way his sister thinks about him, the way Esther thinks about him, she, in her memory in book 2, she thinks about him as the phantom twin, right? When he shows up in chapter 2, very early in the book, you notice that he doesn't cast a shadow and sunlight passes right through him, right? And that's very consistent, and it's reminiscent of the way Olo looks to Maya when she first sees him across the lake. He doesn't cast a shadow, and the light passes right through him, right? So it's not until, I think, book 3, right? Like well into like the 20th or the 22nd or the 25th canto, where there's a story of him actually dying the day he was born, that people are doing double takes.
Kathy, you really mixed us up. I tell you, I was like, should I reread the whole book? Because I was like,
and then the crazy bit was that he was very much involved in their lives. Like he's there, he's part of he's been consulted, and I'm like, how is this possible?
Did you notice who he interacts with?
Maya.
Was it the eldest, the sister that followed? Is it?
Yes, he only ever interacts with Maya. He doesn't interact with anybody else.
Yeah.
And Maya and Mama Koth, those are the only two people who can actually see or hear him. But he doesn't feel that like he behaves in a way that doesn't feel that absence. He follows Esther and David around, right? But they can't see him, they can't hear him. The only person who can see and hear him is Maya. And Alex essentially takes his mission from Mama Call, the mission being to educate Maya and to take her to Lisbon to take her to Mombasa, I think, and to teach her about Vasco da Gama. He takes all that very, very seriously. But while preparing so that he can fulfill his mission, he uses their father's library, which is full of all these Eurocentric books. Remember, their father went to school in London, right? So his library is full of all these amazing books and maps and atlases, and all kinds of amazing, beautiful things. But they're all books that were published or are written by or composed by European authorities. So the history that Alex learns from books is the European history. History is told by the European. And history is told by the European holds Vasco da Gama as a hero.
Yeah.
Right? Holds Christopher Columbus as a hero, right? Holds all these people who went out into the world to capture, vanquish, conquer, and reduce to perpetual slavery other peoples of the world, holds them up as intrepid explorers and discoverers. And yet Maya, because she experiences every instant as now, actually has the immediacy of the lived experience. She knows, or at least at first she intuits, because she doesn't quite know how to navigate her talent yet, right? She intuits that what Alex teaches her about Vasco da Gama is not quite right, but she only understands that intuition when she's older, right?
Yeah.
But as a child, she questions things that he says.
And she loses interest.
And she loses interest.
Yeah, when he's
zones
teaching.
out. Exactly. She zones out. And you notice later, part of her zoning out is when she goes into a dream walk while he's talking to her.
Yeah.
But so Alex is this entity that never lived in the real world, right? He only ever lived as an idea that is, I think, animated by Mama Klopp, animated by Maya. Yet, and because he doesn't have access to lived experience, he can't touch or feel or smell anything. all it can do is receive other people's ideas. And the ideas it receives from books are these sterile notions that exalt the European conqueror. Maya, on the other hand, lives in time and very, very thoroughly, very deeply. And she can smell and hear and taste and feel. Maya's experience of the world is quite extreme, not just mentally, right? Not just psychologically, but even physically, especially in that book where Rosie ran away, right? So here's someone whose experience of the world is so immediate. However, Alex can be read as an allegory of what I see as the contemporary African today, right? Someone who absorbs wholesale the European story about who we are, the European story about the order of the world, about what makes sense. And that includes history, that includes religion, that includes all these other things that are packaged and framed in a way that always puts the European perspective front and center as the authority. And everything else that disregards our actual lived experience. Because you guys think about the foods that your parents and your grandparents prepare. Think about the stories that you learned from them, from your parents, grandparents, uncles, etc. You don't find those in books. You find those in your lived experience. So that's what Maya personifies. She's like the allegory of who we are, right? Or who we could be. Let me put it that way: who we could be, right? If we surrender to just how disorienting that experience is. Because she starts out disoriented and she remains disoriented the whole time, right? Whereas Alex, who seems to listen to Kenyans hold forth on philosophical or political ideas. Everybody's so sure of themselves, right? And yet they're essentially just repeating what Europeans and Americans say, right?
Yeah, to that point, there was a few years ago, my cousin came to visit, and she was talking about Janet Yellen, who was, I guess, the Treasury person at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And my husband didn't know who Janet Yellen was.
Mm-hmm.
And my cousin, who is up there in Central Bank of Kenya, was flabbergasted that my husband didn't know who Janet Yellen was. And she went into this tirade of, you should know this and this and that and the other. And then I told her, I said, it is true that some things are important to know. But if you notice, like, we are not bereft of information and knowledge and intellect, but then applying it and implementing it is so like not present, because if it was, would we be where we are as a people?
Yeah.
So what do we do with that knowledge? And so, like you said, you just brought that up, when people are so sure in how they talk and it's already given to you and they know that these are facts, but yet and still, the lived experience is so far away from those facts and those professorial way that they talk. It doesn't even translate to like a more valued life.
Yes.
So it's like so interesting. And then the people that are like in the village and people that are, quiet in their ways and they speak, few words or slowly, and then they say something, but then their lives are like so much more solid. And sure, but we don't see it that way because we've been taught a different way. And this book is really bringing all that into focus. Yeah.
Something else I wanted to ask Kathy is there are very many deaths. There are very many deaths. There are very many deaths. Many people died, and I think also the bats. So I don't know, was there something in particular you were wanted to bring out with regards to births and deaths? Because there seemed to be some theme around that, the naming of the children when they're born, the significance of that. I found that really interesting. For the bits I got.
Yes, I'm really glad you brought that up, because this actually came up in conversation a couple of weeks ago. And I think I was thinking about the email you sent me asking about deaths. You're like, there's so many deaths. What's going on? Everybody's dying left and right. Well, to answer your question, What is life but conception, birth, lifetime, and death? This is what a person's life consists of in a very basic form. After conception and birth, once you're grown and educated, etc., then you go out and make your way in the world and assert yourself as an individual in some way, right? With your ideas, with your creativity, and maybe even with your failures and heartbreaks and disappointments. The whole gamut of it is happening during your lifetime, right? And that evolves depending on how you navigate it. It is inevitable, however, that there comes a point at which that ends, right? Like you're biologically no longer viable. Your breath ends, and the electricity in your body stops running, and your blood stops pumping, and then what, right? So death, and I think the issue here is a representation of death, right? The presence and the awareness that this person is dying, and the constant referral back to the deaths of individuals. Here, interestingly, it's not that many people die, it's that the death of an individual is always being referred to, right? For example, Otieno is the one we always talk, no, not Otieno, sorry, Ochieng. The child, the grandson, Okot's grandson, who died in St. Petersburg, right? His death in St. Petersburg is like a touchstone. It's always being referred to. People always remembering that beloved cousin. He was brilliant. He was a philosopher. He was incandescent. He could potentially have been a dream walker. He died alone in the frigid tundra of St. Petersburg, right? So that always comes back. Olo's death always comes back, right? Olo's death, I think, is the first one that's described in a very dramatic way, with all of the lightning and the thunder and the storm, and how his death coincides with the birth of his daughter, right? And so that becomes part of family lore. So what was behind that? Narratively, because this book rests so much or draws so much from our storytelling traditions, like our cultural traditions, think about how much in your family they talk about who died when. Just think about that all the time, right? All the time. It's like,
That's
oh,
very true.
yes, all the time. And yes, there's sadness and there's grieving involved in that, but there's no sense that you shouldn't talk about death. Like talking about death is not taboo. And dying itself is not, at least from my experience when I was growing up, is not considered like a punishment or a bad thing, right? It's a loss for sure, right? And with it comes grief. But the conception of it that I remember from my childhood is very different than the American storyteller's idea that dying somehow means that you're being punished, right?
There's a finality to the death that is not necessarily like it's not necessarily pleasant. It's almost like, whereas with us, our dying, it's more like someone lived a good life and they're going to a better place and they're watching over us and this and that. This is present in our community.
Because notice the other thing, Joseph, is that although certainly there's a lot of attention on his death, and I think it's the end of the first book, right, where his mother is distressed to see him die, but also hope is awakened in her when the daughter is born, and Olo claims the daughter, right? So while the death is described in very dramatic detail, right away his spirit is still there. His spirit still has agency and is still involved with his family. So there is not that finality that Maggie's talking about, right? It's not that as the end that leaves everybody bereft, but rather a passage from the world of time into the world outside time. And the best way to normalize that is just to come back to it, right?
Right. Yeah. I think and then of course the idea that when you die, you're going to join the ancestors. There's always that continuity of life. but there's also the bit about the naming ceremony.
Yes, I was actually going to I was actually going to talk about that, ask about that, Kathy, because I wasn't really understanding when somebody would come to claim the person. It was a little confusing to me. I didn't know if it's somebody is alive and claiming, or is it a spirit that's claiming? Did people know? It's only until the naming of Harris twins that I kind of grasped the concept. Yeah.
Joe, let you talk about that for a bit. Just expound on why you bring that up.
No, okay. I think I've heard of that sort of thing, living in Kenya. But I think the way you brought it out, there's so much symbolism in it. There's so much attachment. There's the bit about that somebody who's passed on is now brought to life by the birth of this person. And the person who is now, who now claims a name, is now essentially has come back to life. I mean, that's how I was looking at it.
And I think you're absolutely right, because there is a sense of agency from the spirit who has passed on, right? Again, going back to that whole idea of death not being a finality in itself. And notice these ancestors, they have agency. They can decide whether to claim or not, right? They're not obliged to. And Gracie's joining us. Let me just click her in. Hey, girl.
The noise maker of the group has come in.
Joseph, I'm the exclamation point in the family.
Yes.
Sister. I'm the hey.
Gracie.
Yes.
Just
Hi, Grace.
school terms. I'm writing down names of noisemakers.
Hey. You know, my way. So the cook was Shula, you are always a snitch. You.
Yeah. Class prefect all the time.
Yeah, my hands are still hurting from those Maggies causing with choppers in class. No, I digress. Sorry, guys. Continue.
No, it's okay. We were just talking about the naming ceremonies and the symbolism behind it. Again, going back to that whole issue of recentering the story. I feel like there's so much echo is happening. Going on.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, muting helps a great deal. Thank you. So, going back to the whole question of continuity from past, present, and future, right? This is what death and birth sort of in writ large tend to symbolize, right? In the Christian tradition, one of the most significant ways in which the soul of an individual is welcomed into the community, the Christian community, is through baptism, right? Which is itself a naming ceremony. And there it is the people who are living who present the child, and they assume the responsibility of safeguarding the spiritual life of this child through this ceremony of baptism into the Christian community, right? And I know that different traditions have different customs for doing exactly the same thing. The idea that a new soul born into a family, into a community, is officially welcomed and made part of, and everyone is made aware that they're looked after, that there's guardianship, and intentional guardianship, not just accidental. And so the important thing in this story is to dramatize that element of our African lives, which traditionally have been very much Gracie. This is something that I know I can talk to Gracie immediately about, but I know that you guys can relate to it too. At home, we were surrounded by relatives in every direction from every generation, right? Cousins who are our generations, aunts and uncles who are our parents' generations, granduncles and grandaunts and grandparents, right, who are the next generation up, and the great grandparents, and then all of the extended family. And the contrast, going back to the contrast between life in Boston and rain and life in Kisumu, the contrast in the richness of that life and the normalness of being surrounded by people to keep you accountable, people that you could learn from, people that you could ask things from, people who kept you in line, like all of these, right? The richness of that at home is so profoundly contrasted with the barrenness of that here,
Yeah.
right? Here, a nuclear family, if it's a nuclear family, is the parents and the child, and sometimes just a single parent and the children. And it is up to just that one adult to look after all the needs, whether they be nurturing needs, disciplinarian needs, you name it, of these children or of this child. Whereas at home, there are all different kinds of people attending to all those different needs. And it's not that they need PhDs to do it. It's that this is a human community, right? This is a human society of people looking after each other. Maggie and I were talking earlier about how vibrant just playtime was, or playtime is at home, where kids run outside and just make up games, right? And there's a spontaneity to it, but also the beauty of that kind of playing is that it's not institutionalized. It's not turned into a contest that is supposed to evaluate you and affirm you in some way. It's just kids playing, right? Whereas over here, like Maggie was saying, already this playtime is structured and institutionalized. We've been doing play dates, and this is where we're going to go, and this is how long we're going to do it for, and this is where we're going to do it. Furthermore, it's then like further laden with the whole notion of, just that somehow how you perform in games that are supposed to be games should indicate how worthy you are of regard, of consideration. This is different from sports. I'm talking about just plain old games.
Yeah.
The very fact that, for example, computer games, like online computer games, that are that crazily like competitive, right? And it's all about scorekeeping and who's up and who's down.
Yeah.
That is so different than the kind of spontaneous everyone going outside and like finding marbles to toss around, or making those little mukokotenis out of like hangers and soda caps, and you know what I mean, like the things that we did just to spontaneously play. And so
It's interesting you say that, Kathy, because I was going to mention the fact that, I have small children, and you literally have to plan out time. And I want to just jump into the environment, because in the US, if it's wintertime, and because we're always working, you've got to call Maggie to see if Maggie's home this Saturday. So we have an appointment for a play date. One thing I think I'm hearing from, it has to be Joseph's mic when it was on. He was talking, either his windows are open, but I could hear Watoto's playing outside. I tend to see it. And what Kenyans don't get is those little nuances, because we're on planet America, right? You're on planet Kenya. Most likely you've always been there. These are normal sounds, right? But for us guys who are off-world per se, when you hear that, it's such a sense of nostalgia, because you're like, that Mtoto was sitting in my living room. Wait, go outside and play. Go outside and play with Johnny. Go outside and play. Before you know it, Johnny's playing hopscotch and these the skipping thing, whatever. Anyway, playing. I've forgotten all the keywords for the game. It's so awesome because you don't have to. And then the other crazy thing of Planet USA, you send your kid outside and you cross your fingers that somebody doesn't take them.
I know.
Your fingers that if you're going to somebody's house, that the man, woman, or whoever is not a molester. See? I mean, it's not like in the movies or in the news or rare. They're actual thoughts when you become a parent in America. You say, go outside, but don't step on the road because somebody might hit you. In Kenya, what are you talking about? It's the kids that dictate when the car passes. They're checkpoint Charlie.
Right. And Gracie, to add on to that.
Yes. Go ahead, Maggie. I'm sorry.
In Kenya, in the US, we worry about our kids being taken.
Yeah.
In Kenya, it's probably like people got so many kids. It's like, who's trying to take somebody else's kid? Really?
Are you crazy? How many children do you think? Look, this is the kidnapper to his henchman. I need you to go to Kawangware him. Being he's not Karen and pick up a couple of things. Wait, do you know how many children I have? No. You see the resume now?
I remember my auntie had 7 children, and every holiday one of her kids would come stay with us, and another kid would go stay with another cousin, and she was just dividing her kids out, outsourcing, But I just wonder what it's like for you guys at home, because I know, Jose, I know it's changed a lot, and I know this sounds like we're going off of the book, but it's very much in relation with the book, because the book talks about those experiences. So I'm wondering, what is it like for you guys raising kids at home now? Is it the same thing, or are we just nostalgic and that's long gone? It's not even happening anymore.
Well, I guess for the most part, many people have moved to the city, and like life in Nairobi is not necessarily the same as where back then, because families are more maybe let's say structured in terms of their who they're associating with, who they're hanging out with. You may find that unlike in the past, your relatives may not necessarily just show up, but back then it wasn't really a big deal. If tomorrow an auntie or grandma just showed up, wasn't a big deal. But nowadays, society is changing somewhat. But I'd say we've not lost too much of the old ways of raising kids. It's just that nowadays we have to contend with a lot of technology because, kids are always playing all sorts of, mobile phone games and computer games and that sort of thing. Unlike the spontaneity that we used to have, back in our days. Yeah.
So this brings us full circle, I think. Can y'all hear me? I hope so. It brings us full circle back to the question that was asked initially, which was about the naming ceremonies, right? And finding a way to dramatize community involvement even across time, right? Through ancestral engagement, ancestral agency, and the current lived experience. And so this is what this exemplified, or this what this exemplifies is in Rain, and it's fairly consistent. I'm glad, Maggie, that you said. Oh, Gracie, can you mute for a second? I think there's an echo happening.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Oh, so much better. This is. I'm glad, Maggie, that you said that you didn't quite grasp it until it was laid out in the twins' naming ceremony, because it happens quite a few times, or it's alluded to quite a few times throughout the book with varying degrees of detail, right? And that is on purpose, in a sense, from a storytelling point of view, to sort of normalize it, and to have you sort of wondering and asking the question and wanting to know more, so that when you do eventually get the whole thing laid out, these things that were being mentioned before about a spirit showing up and claiming a name, about the song of becoming being sung, right? And what a song of becoming entails, or what a song of marriage entails, or what a song of, all these different kinds of songs, what they entail. In different groups, in different ethnic groups in Kenya, and different tribes, people have some variant of all of these things. Like weddings have certain kinds of songs that go with them. Births have certain kinds of songs that go with them. Deaths have certain kinds of songs that go with them. Interestingly, Joseph, I thought about you. The death of one of the characters has traumatized quite a few readers, and I'm sure you all can guess which character I'm talking about, right? Can you guys guess who I'm talking about? The one where when he dies, Karen, I don't know if Karen is still in the comments, but Karen was one of the early readers of Rain. That when this character, when the book where he dies, I think it's Canto 42. No, Canto 41. When he dies in Canto 41, that's the end. Like the final sentence says that 60 people were treated for injuries when the train derails, 9 of them critical, but 3 of them died on the scene, right? And among them was this character.
It nearly killed me.
I'm so sorry.
it nearly killed me. I was mad at you. So
So was
it
Karen.
really.
Yeah.
I was like, it's fiction. You don't have to make it that weird.
So
It
was
would nearly
Karen.
kill
That
me.
is so American. The Americans read books like that and they suffer trauma.
Right. I was horribly. I mean, that was so horrible
And you
when
know
he died.
something else, Kathy.
Yeah.
You know, for me, one of the things I was trying to do was to pick a character that I could work with to the end of the book,
Uh-huh.
and they were just dropping off. You know, so it was traumatic.
Well, I guess for me, I was fine because Maya, she held it, I stayed with her. She was all over the place, but my God, I held onto her hand. Maya would whip you to Portugal, and then the next minute you're like back in Sierra Leone or whatever. And I'm like, my God, please stay with me. But yeah. Yes, Kathy, I'm glad you brought up the death of, because I was mad. That was horrible.
So Karen wrote a huge Facebook post on my newsfeed. She was like, "Oh, he died." I don't want to say his name because I'm guessing that people don't want to spoil.
Haven't read, yeah.
But she was so and ironically, like that was I think the most impactful, at least from readers. That was one of the most impactful and like traumatic deaths, and yet it barely gets a sentence, and then you move on, right? Where with the others is you're always revisiting it, coming back to it, dramatizing. But that particular one, it's just a casual remark, and then it disappears. And the reason I'm bringing this up is because going back to what you were saying about deaths earlier, Jose, is I too, like part of the whole stories that demand to be told. I was surprised when I got to the end of Canto 41. And that was the last sentence. I was like, whoa, really? Well, I knew it was coming. No, I knew it was coming because Canto 41 begins with, how could he let this happen? Right? How could she let this happen? Why did he take a different train? But the details weren't like, so I know what is happening in the story, and I know that he's going to be in a train and there's going to be a terrible accident, and that's going to be the end of that love story. But it, like the listener in me was waiting for like details of how this happened, but there were none. It was just, he was among the dead, and that was it. And then you move forward. But here's what's important, at least what I think is important, and I think you may agree with me on this one. Gracie's back. Let me get Gracie back on here amongst us. I had to stream. You're back, Gracie. Oh, sorry.
System.
I'm sorry, Gracie. So I was just adding you back into the stream.
Yeah, thank you. The system, whenever the kids are running around and I'm having to scream on the side here.
It's
so
okay.
I have to mute so I sound professional.
No problem.
But my point is, whenever I turn off the camera and I come back on the camera, it says the host has to let me in. So I have to jump off and then come back in.
Okay, no problem. No problem.
We got Joan from Kenya, Kathy. We have Joan from Kenya.
Yes, and we have Joan, and we have my favorite, Mshai.
Hey, Mshai, finally! Yay! Hi, Mshai. How are you?
I think her microphone is mute. There you go, girl.
Hi, Mshai.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Everybody here knows you because I have talked about you and talked about you and talked about you. My sister, notice how my sister just greeted you. She's like, "Hi, Mshai," because all I feel like
hi, everyone. I'm so
what
sorry.
She said about, no. What has she said about me, Mshai? What's going on?
So
I'm gonna go ahead and mute.
So really quick summary overview. Mshai, everybody that you're seeing here beside yourself, we're all Hill School alumni. We all went to school together as children. And I'm thrilled to the gills that the people that I grew up with when I was 9 and 10 and 11 years old are here with me so many decades later.
I can just imagine. I had a few Hill School, people who went to Hill School who were in high school with me. I have a sense of it. And reading the book, I felt like I knew that.
It had a profound influence on our lives, and
It did.
there are certain things that there are certain characteristics that we have that you just know that's a heel schoolian. They'll say something and like, wait a minute, that's a heel schoolian.
You know, I think one thing that people who have never been to boarding schools, especially, I mean, to school, you know, but I think boarding schools does that particularly, is to just understand the profound influence, for better or for worse.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, some people have terrible experiences, and it marks them for life. But then also a lot of people have fantastic experiences, and so I absolutely can hear you. And it's very strange because at that time, you know, when you think of it, how long you are in school, and it's a very short time. But then for the rest of your life, as you say, you're carrying that, whether it's middle school, or high school, or you know, and it's fantastic. So yeah.
Mshai, you're making such an incredible point, because you know we worry about African corruption, but we as schoolians were really taught corruption. Remember the grub? Do you guys remember that? You know, I had to analyze my mentality here and say, wait a minute, why am I doing this? We used to do grub and Black Knight and Lockwood reading. You know, these things, I mean, they're hilarious, but it actually, what to me, when I'm just being silly, but it actually gives you a sense of reality of how the world is if you juxtapose those experiences with living in America, Maggie. Lobbyists, your lobbyists are your prefects. They lobby the young ones so they can eat their biscuitas in the weekend and the treetops and whatever, right? Then you have the folks who are the congressmen and the senators, and they make way to the matrons, the executives. You know? So it's just an interesting dynamic, and you know, I digress.
Maybe that's why politics flows naturally to us, because you know it's kind of inbuilt. It's kind of like, you know, Mshai, most Hill Schoolians are really into politics. The ones that I know, and I don't know if that comes from the background. You know, as children, there was always that, campaigning to be a captain. You know, persuading people to be on your side. I had followers. You know what I mean?
The benefits that you get.
Yeah.
Well, when you become a captain, a prefect, a head girl, whatever, comes with so much clout and gravitas. We have a head boy amongst us, by the way, so you just know there's somebody here. Yeah, and so we used to campaign for those things, and knowing or unknowing, it was a lot of it came with a lot of gravitas, and it held such a high esteem. You know, that along with being brilliant, you know, like the only alternative to not being a captain or being prefect or whatever was you better be smart. And so that's where Kathy falls. So she just
Andrew, hey guys, Andrew Muge is so wrong. He says he was a mean head boy. Hey, Andrew.
Was Andrew a head boy? Andrew, I don't remember Andrew being a head boy. Andrew, you were a captain.
No, he's saying Joseph was a mean head boy.
Oh.
Yeah, he's trying to diss me here.
Jose, remember, I was with you in Duma House. You were captain, right? I was.
Yeah, you know, guys.
Duma captain and head boy.
Yeah. Wow. So Mshai, these are the dynamics of our school. Just.
I was in the Muge Girls for boarding, and it's only maybe 20 years after I began to think about how some of those things very similar. I mean, we were the high school, right? So it's different in that you're older, but I'm not sure much older, and so those things of how prefects, the place of prefects, and in our case, the school council ran everything, or at least we thought they ran everything. When you got to be a captain in your A level, you begin to appreciate how much is predetermined before you go to the school council, right?
Yes.
And so for me, it's like the way that, you know, politics works, as you say. My friend Wendy and Joy has been doing a lot of thinking about how people are schooled, especially in the boarding school system. How does that reflect in Kenya? And, you know, as you said, things like corruption. Things like learning that if I get certain positions, then I get certain perks. And some schools did encourage that sort of entrepreneurship mentality, and others were all about it's me and my friends and the rest of you. Too bad.
Yeah.
And this is something we need to reflect on much more. And I love the way you captured it in the book. I love the way you captured, even that sense of you're here and so you're special. So what do you do with it? Right?
Yes,
So I really love it.
Yeah.
Would you all mind if I read that passage?
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I found it. And I'm going to ask you guys to mute a little bit because I get all this feedback, and then so okay, I'll try to read this as well as I can, and then we can get back to. So, the prefects at Union Saints were all appointed from the upper classes by the headmaster, and they were responsible for helping younger students learn the rules of the school and keep them. Some of them took on roles as older siblings to the very youngest children who needed close guidance. Where several children were of the same family, the older siblings, without having to be prefects, sometimes were assigned charge of their own younger brothers or sisters. Every child in primary 1 had an upper school mentor, and even some in primary 2 or 3 who still needed help remained under the care of an upper schooler until they found their feet. The beginning of each school term was easily the most difficult time for the youngest students, especially that moment when they had to bid their parents and other family goodbye. With the power bestowed upon each upper class mentor by the school headmaster and by their ward's parents, these upper class students gained tremendous power. Besides their everyday obligation to guide the younger children, they also enjoyed the privilege of holding the purse strings of the only currency that really mattered at the school treasury of sweets and treats that parents bequeath their children as a parting gift. There you all go with the grabo, Gracie. Some students started the term with a bounty of fancy cookies and candy and all kinds of goodies that were not of the sort available in the school's dining room kitchen. The ones with the richest endowment sometimes arrived with entire suitcases full of the most coveted sweet treats. Maggie, I think you used to do that. Others had only just a little bit, and others still nothing at all. Excuse me. Whatever students brought with them was kept under lock and key, and withdrawals were only allowed on Saturday mornings for weekend enjoyment. Therein resided the power of the prefects assigned wealthy charges. Everyone, from the richly endowed to the completely destitute, all looked forward to the weekly allowance of sweets and treats. When the time came to open the treasury and draw out treats for their wards, the upper class guardians made certain to withdraw generously for themselves and their friends. Control over the bounty and access to it afforded these guardians the privilege of deference from others near them, as everyone flocked around the storage room with urgent intensity to lobby for the favor of a morsel of even just a crumb. In this respect, Union Saints mirrored the world of empire. The more the prefect mentors enjoyed of the younger children's treats, the tighter their power to impose their dictates on their wards became, ensuring that the younger ones always bent to their will. Some of the very youngest ones had to learn to petition their prefect guardians for their own treats, often reduced to begging too for even just a crumb. Anna's intuition to send her children to a place that would train them to become the future leaders of the world was more prescient than she probably understood. For what better training to inhabit roles of power than to rehearse and to perfect the drama of exploitation? In every corner of the world, protectorates and colonies, both the current and the late, all let the prefect nations siphon off their natural wealth to build themselves inscrutable thrones with all the stolen bounty. Nobody wonders, if it is a joke, that all the most richly endowed by nature have to beg for scraps to feed their children day by day. Nobody wonders, if it is a joke, that all the desperate destitute learn to never question the magnanimous benevolence of missionary nations who have turned them into beggars for the bounty of the land bequeathed to them by heaven's grace. Nobody wonders, if it is a joke, that local native prefects make the most effective agents of the empire's control. And with that, I turn the floor back to you guys.
Where's Shane? I don't remember it being so controlled for me, as in terms of the grub being given to me, right? From the prefects. What I do remember was the matron being horribly mean and not wanting me to take what I wanted. I don't remember the prefects. The people that were in charge of me was surprisingly Tegla Kibor's sister was my home mom.
Don't forget, Maggie, depending on what village you were in.
Right.
In the village.
Right.
Because the village block 1, block 2 had their own level of municipalities and politicians. Block 2, block 3 had their own level of corruptions in municipalities and politicians. Block 5, I think we were, Kathy, I think this is revealing something really crucial. We had a high level of corruption in block 5.
It must have
I distinctly remember my Marie biscuits, digestives, going missing all 30-something years later.
And I don't.
It's a little smaller than what I recalled.
And Gracie, see, the experience is totally different. Like when Kathy was talking about how, I remember the day that they would give out the grub, and it was a glorious day for me. And I remember being given, amounts of biscuits and stuff like that. But the person that was mean was the matron. Mrs. Keta. She was horribly mean. I don't remember the prefects being mean. And I don't remember when I was now in standard 8. I wonder if I did that to the younger. I don't remember all that. Was I mean to them? So it's like it's terrifying to think that someone's memory could be that. But I honestly don't remember us fighting for morsels, like you said. I just remember it being restricted, that we could only get it on Saturdays, and Mrs. Keta was extremely mean. And also, I remember my brother brought a budget. Do you remember budget packs, y'all? The ones that was a suitcase. Okay, and he never put it in a brown bag, so everybody knew what he had brought me. So everybody was begging me. You don't want people to know what you have, right? But
Maggie, here's an important part, okay?
Right.
What Gracie says about the village that you're in matters, right? So the different nations. But here's what's really important, and especially about you. Now, Mshai, Maggie and I were best friends. We hung out like all the time. We played piano together. So I have a very intimate recollection of Maggie's social standing. Joseph will back me on this. You were a beloved child. Everybody knew that you were loved. Everybody knew that Maggie was the youngest of 7 children, was it, Maggie?
5 kids.
5 kids, but all her siblings were older. So Maggie was
that's right.
the spoiled baby of the family. And when her family came to visit, it's like they were coming to visit a princess, right? And everybody knew it. Everybody knew that this was the most beloved child ever. So Maggie, this is a really important point. Why? Besides the fact that you got a lot of grub, which is fine, and everybody got to see it, part of the reason why you never felt the brunt of exploitation is because everyone knew you were loved. Joseph is nodding his head very deeply because he's like,
guys,
and she had plenty. You see, she had plenty, just like you're describing.
If people know that a child is not protected, is not loved, and is not surrounded by these phalanx of guardians and wards and people who mind them and care for them, and to whom that child is precious. If that, let me put it a different way. I'm going to get circuitous. When a child is precious, and it's clear to everyone that child is precious, people tend to generally mirror that regard, right? And they all treat that child with the same respect and the same kind of protection. And you and I talked about this before, dear, right?
Yeah.
So you knew that you were loved and you never questioned it. But there were also kids that we went to school with who did not enjoy that kind of privilege.
Yeah.
Who did not have the privilege of having everyone be aware that they were precious to someone. I'm not saying they weren't. I'm just saying that it wasn't obvious to everyone that they were beloved of their parents, their siblings, their aunts. And when someone is like that, it's like the weak, it's like the vulnerable animal in the pack. That's the one that the predators go after, right? And so those are the ones that get bullied, that get exploited, that get taken advantage of, right? In a way that nobody would ever dare take advantage of a child who is protected and loved.
You know, it's interesting, Kathy. Just I want to segue because I'm manning the private chat so that if somebody, Andrew mentioned when we were indicting everyone in absentia, he says, to be frank, Jasonda, man, Andrew, his memory, Jasonda, Frank, Rama, Kunga, those brothers controlled the grub. See, now we're naming names in the mafia syndicate. Somebody's going to be sleeping with the fishes, Andrew. I think it's going to be you, brother. Because the mob is coming for you, brother.
Oh my God.
So a glance was as good as a request. He says, nay, demand for grub, nay, demand, or any demand for grub. I think he meant a glance was as good as a request, I think, for any demand for grub. And it dare not be ignored. So so this is very interesting. Check out his chats, Kathy.
Wow, I am looking at that. So it looks like in the block 5 and block 1 where Frank Rono, right? Franklin Rono, Frank J. That's block 1. It looked like that was a dangerous,
Block 1, guys. It's coming to me, everyone, and this is part of this rain story. You find out the story behind the story, right? I'm finding out that block 1, its image was an elite set of people in block 1 and block 2, because all the quote unquote, in my mind, rich kids, us Nairobi folks were stuck in block 5 and block 4.
Yeah.
Now, what's interesting here, I'm discovering, is there was such a high level of corruption in terms of whooping your butt and bullying. Yes. And theft, malfeasance, of the budgeted grub, in addition to some corruption on high levels here. So it's just very interesting to find that out.
And Mshai, just to bring you in, because we're narrating what we experienced, and you said something that was so true. How our experiences in boarding school really, really, really shaped us as individuals. I mean, it's so funny that, Kathy talks about me growing up feeling beloved and the choices that I made and things like that. And you don't realize it, but now looking back, I even remember that I had 2 people looking after me. How that happened, I don't know. Mary Nyawad and Irene Kibor. I don't know how that happened. And so that sense of security went on for years and years until I came to the diaspora, where suddenly I have no protection. And suddenly, for the first time in my life, other than my sisters who can't fend for me in the corporate world, in the universities, they're not there with me. Suddenly I had to maybe find my footing. And it does change your perspective on life and how you approach life. But it's just amazing. Boarding school is makes such a big impact on our lives.
But Maggie, what you're saying about living in a foreign place, you talked about the solitude of the United States. You were logging in at the point, and the openness and the family oriented by way of 0 to 1 degree of separation, versus here it literally is 6, 7, 8, 10 degrees of separation.
Right.
But one thing also that you're a strong person, but also rings true for me in terms of what you're saying about feeling loved and feeling cared for within the construct of the village, within Hill School, and then from a micro perspective, the individuals you just noted, right? What I'm noticing also is it would have been one thing if you moved to Nairobi and started your life and there was that little bit of solitude and separation, and now you had to fend for yourself. It is exponentially expanded when you come to the United States and you understand the solitude that being here represents. And I always tell, hey, Rodney, what's up?
Rodney!
What's up, Rodney?
Hey, Rodney, how are you?
So, and I know a lot of our African kids want to come to the US because, yes, you come here, you can work at McDonald's and end up owning a Cadillac or a Mercedes-Benz, depending on how many hours you want to work, right? That's great. But you see what I mean? But that's the thing or the tangible side of things. There's something that Africa, there's something that Kenya, there's something that culture, family, the extensions we have here, we are linked somehow through our Hill School experiences or joint cumulative Hill School experiences that you cannot mimic, remanufacture, or create in any boarding school in the United States. You see, it's so unique. And what we don't do as Africans, which Rain is doing, we don't promote the cultures that make us who we are. And by extension, really provides a perspective of how precious African culture is from a human perspective. What makes us so human? Because what's happening here from a racial, prism, you Africans have no culture. You guys are just starving. You guys are poor. You're an S-hole country. You're always this, and this. But then I'm seeing a whole bunch of Mzungus running to Kenya, and then they're doing YouTube videos. It's so fabulous, and the fruit tastes so much better. We Africans, right, Rodney, we don't promote ourselves in the very things that people in California, Texas, Arizona are doing. Oh, I'm living a natural life. Oh, I'm going all organic. And oh, by the way, I totally cook now. We're thinking to ourselves, what is happening? You mean you guys don't cook? You mean you people don't eat vegetables? And how do you eat your vegetables in America? You mean you boil and then it's brown? And then I'm thinking to my Afghanian friend, Maggie, I'm at so-and-so's house. I'm at Carrie Johnson's house. And she's trying to make me eat boiled vegetables. Can I come to your house after and eat that?
Right, the real
It's so simple. It's that simple, but it's so huge. It's so huge because in my school, I remember kids, when I was growing up in the US, I remember children bringing Dr. Pepper or Coca-Cola and Doritos for breakfast. McDonald's was like
in the US, right?
Yeah, in the US. My mom found out that between the walk home from home, I better pass that McDonald's and do nothing but smell those burgers. I better not segue and get in there and buy a burger before I come home. And yes, it's strict, but it's kind of allowed us to eat healthy, be healthy people. But this is freedom we envy with America has its shortcomings, because you'll find that in this age of COVID, I don't mean to segue, Kathy, people are not cooking. People are suffering so much and they don't even know how to care for their kids because it's all takeout. It's all about working and babysitting or taking your kids to daycare. They take care of the children. But because of the extended families we have either in Chicago or in Nairobi or different, we're able to adjust to this COVID environment within the United States as Africans. I won't talk too long, sorry.
Let me welcome Rodney. Just take a moment to welcome Rodney here. It's so wonderful to see you. Thank you for joining us, my dear. How are you?
You're muted.
I think your microphone is off.
Your mic is muted.
Hey, hello everyone.
Hey, Rodney.
Sorry about that. I did join you a long time ago. I sort of stayed in the fringes of it. Mm-hmm. Then when Gracie started talking about Block One, and there was only Joseph, the head boy. I thought, I'll have to jump in here now.
Thank you, Rodney, for the backup.
But Andrew's on chat, backing you. Andrew's on chat.
And there's more people coming in. Oh,
yeah.
You guys,
so that point that I thought, no, maybe I should just jump in here.
Okay, I'm welcoming yet another. This is the first person who is from outside Kenya. Megan, welcome.
Hi.
Megan, you find yourself in a village full of Africans in Kenya.
Yeah, is everyone from Kenya here?
Yes.
So guys, let me welcome her very well. Karibu sana, Megan. Now, do you want some food? Do you want some support? My sister, please come closer. Sit down. Please, get us some water now. Don't hurry up.
Okay, this feels very much like my El Salvadorian culture too.
So you're right at home.
Exactly. Megan was a student at Westminster Choir College when I taught there, and she took classes with me, including a Dante course that she excelled at, which we had so much fun with that class. Megan is a singer. Megan is a singer. She's a trained classical singer, and she sings beautifully. So, my dear, welcome.
Thank you. I'm so happy to be here.
This is so fantastic. So we've just been talking about being loved, right? About children who are loved and how when a child is loved, it's obvious to everyone, and everyone sort of um, continues or expands or multiplies that child's love or protection, as opposed to children who are not obviously protected tend to fall prey to predators and exploiters and what have you. This is a theme that comes out quite a bit in Book 8 of Rain. I want to segue that into something that I hope you will all be interested in commenting on, which is the example of two figures, Book 6, which is, so we'd mentioned it a little bit. And Mshai, you're one of the people who was traumatized by the death that happens in Book 6 when the young man, the train derails, and there's barely a sentence talking about his passing. But this is the book that I'm referring to, Book 6, which is called The Blood of Anatole Basile Tejo. And it focuses on two characters. Anatole Basile Tejo, this Sierra Leonean doctor who grows up adored as a child. Everybody loves him. And even when he's being scolded, the person who's scolding him can't help but laugh. You know, it's funny. I was having this conversation with Maggie when I was writing about Anatole Basile Tejo. And I couldn't help thinking about how your siblings used to look at you, Maggie. Like, this is very adoring. You could do no wrong. Absolutely do no wrong. So Anatole Basile Tejo is a young boy from Sierra Leone who grows up in what would be, I guess, the late 40s, maybe born around the late 40s, the late 1940s. And he comes of age during the period of the First World War, and he ends up in Paris in 1952 to study medicine when he's around 20 years old. During all that period, Anatole receives a missionary education through a French education system which was designed during the colonial period. And I think to this day, the French education system was designed to assimilate those who are receiving that education, right? To make them French, which is a very different approach than the British education system, whose primary function was to, excuse me, I think, so Megan has taken a break. There we go. The British education system, whose function was to produce a viable workforce so that it educated people just enough so that they could be useful to the colonizers, right? And so Anatole Basile Tejo exemplifies this sort of thoroughgoing acculturation of a young African boy from being a young Sierra Leonean to becoming a very cosmopolitan, very urbane, excuse me, very urbane African man. I'm sorry, French African man. And then the other character that this book focuses on is, and I don't think I'm spoiling it too much when I say it focuses on his offspring, who inherits several of these attributes from him, including being beloved. Hera, who is born of her mother's desire to fulfill her dream of love. In fact, she ends up calling her child Love because the word Hera in Luo means love. So she's born of her mother's desire to fulfill a dream of love by begetting this child from this Sierra Leonean doctor, right? Because he exemplifies to her the epitome of the African man, and she really loves how she looks in the mirror of his eyes, right? So she begets this child who is the youngest sibling in this family of Maya and Esther and Alex and David. And it's not clear that anybody knows that Hera is an out of wedlock child. But what we do learn about Hera is that she's a brilliant personality. She's beautiful, she's beloved, she's just full of life. And her love story is sort of I think the most wholesome love story in the book. And it runs very parallel to her father's love story and also to the story of her conception with her mother in many different ways. But I wanted to bring those two to the fore for the simple reason that as we've been talking about, Grace, you mentioned how, we don't celebrate or promote enough the things that are beautiful or good about our cultures. I think one of the shortcomings that I'm aware of, and it may be just because I have a limited perspective, is the idea that you can see in the West, and especially in sort of established Western cultures, and also in wealthy Kenyan families, a real intentional nurturing of a child's potential, right? In a way that it makes me wonder, what about all the ones who fall by the wayside? What about all the ones who were sort of left to their own devices? How would it change the trajectory of the younger generation if we of the older generations, we who are parents' generation right now, if we were more mindful about loving them, in the way that we see these children beloved, caring for their education, being mindful to create a system of government, of education, of governance, you name it, that attends to their needs, that nurtures them. So these are the ones that I wanted to bring forward for this particular book, and it's open for anybody to comment in any way you like. So let me just pass over the floor to you. Mshai, go for it, girl.
If you don't mind, I'd like to come back to this, but I want to link it back to just something that will come into my mind. And I have to say, I really enjoy listening to the Hill School, right? And those memories. And I think it links to this because, and before this, Megan, we're talking about the boarding school and in the ways in which I absolutely love the way that boarding school is captured, because listening to the Hill Schoolers, it's really the Hill School experience. But as somebody who didn't go to school, but went to also boarding school, I think there are enough similarities. We didn't have prefects keeping the food, but we did have a lot of the things that you were saying echoes for me. So I really, really appreciated it. And one of the things I think, Grace, that you said in terms of one other thing I really loved. Yes, you capture the story, you capture the feel of the school, you capture that they love being in the school and what it gives them. But I think the other thing that it really made me think, and that you do so beautifully, is to show how that school becomes a reflection of empire. It becomes a reflection of this is the political system that you're being nurtured in. And one of the things that I always remembered when I went back and I thought, so I went to Limuru Girls National School, you guys know all the Spiel Alliance and all that kind of thing. And the hierarchies that are built into you, the way that being a prefect, from when you're in Form 1 and, when you're in Form 1, you guys are at the bottom of the pack. And it doesn't matter whose daughter you are. It doesn't matter how wealthy your family is. It doesn't matter what your connections are. You are at the bottom of the pack. And then as you go higher. And one thing I will never forget, that now I look back and I'm so, goodness, how did we do that? When you went down the school corridors, because this is a school built, 1922, it's almost a century old now. When you went down the corridors, we used to have this thing that we'd be told cling to the wall. And cling to the wall meant if you're a junior, you cling to the wall so that the seniors could go in, could go between.
Wow.
Simple things like that. Simple things like juniors could only eat, because we only had one big dining. Juniors from 1-8 between a particular time and a particular time, 5:30 to 5:45, you better be off the line. Form 2s can come in from that time to the next time. And then when the seniors come, they can take their time, they can sit at the table. It was the hierarchies, the system, it's built in. And then if you are from 4 to 6, you could sit outside in the sun if you wanted to, or you could sit at your table, but you could sit at any table. You could sit at the Form 1, Form 2, Form 3, Form 4, and Form 1 could only sit at Form 1. And if the table was full, you put your food ahead of the person and just stood and waited for them. So those kind of things, and how it built and I think it's one thing I think your book is going to be loved by many is that it allows people to reflect on that. And I absolutely loved the investment that I'm hearing from Hill School, where people are coming to defend, you know, and guys, because it also tells you, I mean, the kind of investment that goes into creating our networks. The fact that to this day, if I run into somebody, even if she wasn't at school at the same time as I was, and she's a school sister, I have this obligation to look after her. Now, how do those networks play on? And then the other thing I really loved is what you said about family. And family in two senses. One is the school family, that you all become school sisters. And all these people are school brothers, because you guys had brothers as well. All these people whom you didn't know, before you came there. You know, after this short period of time, relatively, when you meet them, they are family for the rest of your life. And I've really enjoyed, as each Hill Schooler comes on, just the excitement with which you guys have greeted that person and you're remembering people. And the way that happens, and I think going back to what is great. There's that line you read that was so interesting, Catherine, where you said even their mother, she made a deliberate choice to send her children to this school. And the sheer pressure to go to certain schools, because your parents know they're building networks. But you know, the thought of even your parents can't imagine, if they've not been in there, they can't imagine what they're doing when they put you there. And I think being able to unpack that. And then the other thing I loved was what you said about Maggie, and that even as schoolmates, you were able to see this child is loved. I went all my life. I was, primary school. I went to a school where there were, 3 other siblings in front of me. And I know other kids were what we call squashed or bullied, but nobody dared touch me because nobody wanted to mess with my older brother, Gordon. Because right? So I remember, even now, I remember like from 1, from 2, from 3, people like, don't mess with that one. That's Gordon's sister. And he will be just for talking about Eddie, right? Then I went to high school and my sister was there, right? As Limuru, from 1, she's in from 4. No one is messing with Emma's sister, right? And then my brother is in our brother's school. So even when we go for all sorts of debates and everything, up to even who comes to talk to you. And if a young man is taking you around the school and he runs into any of the Thompson house guys, I know I'm covered. Right? I mean, I have the experience of having somebody being told, you're not working with Gordon's sister, and the guy would be like, okay. And I'd be like, oh, wait, don't I get to make a choice? Now, the thing about that is what Wandia points out. It builds a hierarchy into society because you're always asking, what about the ones who don't fit in? Right? I went to a national school, which meant there were those of us who came from the kind of backgrounds who came with food, right? And who were visited. And then there were those who were never visited because of how far away their homes were. There were those who couldn't come with that food and couldn't have that pocket money. And so, but then for many of them, that school was important because it transformed the networks. Right? And so I just wanted to put that. I think
Mshai, that is an incredible point. Yeah, that is an incredible point, because part of what the book is telling me is, when my mom, first of all, just to give you background, my mom was told about Hill School. She was applying to go to the University of Tennessee to pursue her degree in mass communication. Word came that she had received it and she had gotten a scholarship. So she had started setting up a system in place to get Edward, my brother, and Kathy to Hill School. So they went before me. I stayed in Nairobi with Mom. I went to Khalsa and a few other schools in Nairobi. Then it came, I think it was the fall of August, I believe she was due to go to the US. So she went to school, reached out to Mr. Scott, who's our headmaster, Megan, the one who of Hill School. She went and asked him if he could take one of her other kids. And he said, well, no, just like your other kids, the school is full, we can't accept your kids. He said, however, just go to the education department or the Ministry of Education and speak to so, whoever, I forget the name. Mom goes to the ministry. She said, Gracie, this is my mom telling me, back then I was a slender little girl. So I went and I smiled. And before I knew it, I had a letter.
You know, so
My doctor was in.
I tell you girls to make sure you look pretty. So sometimes a smile will get you what you need. So again, culture here. So we ended up going to Hill School. So the path to the experiences you're noting, Mshai, are so significant because if you look at the timeline, if it were not for the kindness of a man named, Robert Palmer Scott, who told my mom to go to the Department of Education and speak to this person. And from that point, mom, with her own gumption and own bravery and pursuit, and she said, Gracie, we were just regular people. And Hill School was this special school where all the ministers took their children. I had to have my kids in a good school. No. That's the mom, right? So you see part of what you're saying about the kids who were neglected per se. Who knows if mom wasn't thinking that way? Sent us to any old school, we may have been the dejected, ignored, uncultured, unwatered, children whose potential wouldn't have shown, right? So it's amazing how when you look at, and this is why I love Rain, and from the little snippets I'm reading, time and space is so crucial. You look back in time and you see that the time travel, the timeline, has specific things happening that change the destiny of everyone. So in the story of me and Kathy, the movement from, I need to do better and get my degree, mom, right? And I need to go for further studies. Nobody in Kenya is going to the United States. Everybody's going to London and India. You remember, Mshai? Mm-hmm. That was that period. There weren't no Kenyans in the US. You had easy to go all the way to Kenya. You go to London.
And nobody wanted to go to the US.
British. They wanted a British accent so they can be Britain, Megan, British, So the story is that mom decided to go to this far-flung place that she knew nothing about. All she knew was a $6 million man, the Hulk, a Charlie's Angels. You guys know what I'm talking, and Dallas and
Dallas and Dynasty.
No, Dynasty was not in Kenya, Kathy.
It wasn't? Okay.
No, it was Dallas, man. Yeah. So those are things that the risk she took. You go into a completely new space. Its culture is completely different. You're gonna have to relearn everything. And the only protection you have is the university system. Then you have to stay there for 5 years. And back then, guys, timeline again, we had these red telephone booths. So if you were calling Kenya, Riri, echo, Riri. And whenever we were at my grandmother's place in Kisumu, the only phone that existed was at this maybe 200-300 feet away from my grandmother's house, a phone booth at a bar, right? It's called Masaku Bar in Nyalenda, Kenya, right? Now, Nyalenda, Kisumu, excuse me. So what would happen? Take this scene. A phone call from the United States would come in. Any old drunkard would pick up the phone because it was ringing and then stumble through the streets. Mama, una simu inakuja kwa America. Come. So,
Mama, you have a phone coming from America.
Thank you. So you see my grandmother tying her shuka, big boobs, big to go. Meanwhile, that's the scene. Meanwhile, us guys are in this apartment in Tennessee, hearing my mom screaming to the top of her voice, "Hello, Mama Sarah tafadhali." Mshai, translation. You understand, Mshai? Tell Megan what I said.
Sorry, I'm just laughing because I'm thinking, wait, which of you two is the storyteller? You're both so good. You're both such great storytellers.
So
I can both your mom and your grandma.
That what mom was saying, it didn't matter who the drunkard was, whoever. She'd just start screaming, "Can you call Mama Sarah, please?" Right? So she starts screaming, Ngoja, wait. Like 10, 15 minutes. That doesn't work in the US. Eventually, Mama would come online and then mom would start speaking Luo. Here we go with culture. Our time in Tennessee, what you guys in Hill School don't know is that we completely forgot Luo. We completely forgot Swahili. So anytime mom hit that Luo stuff, we would laugh like that stuff sounds funny. God, what is mom? Mom is so bush, man. She sounds so hilarious. So we were always laughing at mom because she was always screaming at the top of her head in Luo, mixing it up with Swahili. But eventually she would hear stories. Now, mind you, when we were coming back to, mom had a few trips, I think, to Kenya, 1 or 2, Kathy, right? In the early 80s, right? And what we remember mom doing in terms of trying to develop your family and being in a foreign land, she would stuff $100 bills inside her dress belt. You know, you have dresses that had fabric belts, you know? She would open up the fabric part before the plastic internal inside and stuff $100 bills, you know? And I don't know what was going on with the X-ray system, but that stuff did not catch. It was pre-Homeland Security, pre-Al-Shabaab and Al-Qaeda. Just go with it. It was happening, right? So what would happen was that was that informal way in which mom would be able to continue building my grandmother, a house in Kisumu, helping the posho mill, the little businesses that we were able to work with. But again, timeline. It takes this action to happen in order for this action to happen. While all that is happening, and as we were preparing, just to jump back, to go to Kenya, I was dropped off in Hill School at probably 8 o'clock at night. The next morning, that night, mom had to drive back to Nairobi because at around noon, she was flying out to the United States to go for 5 years. The period of time we were in Kenya, and we're not the Hill Schoolians who went the whole gamut. I know, Mshai, that's what made me think of this, my dears. You kept saying, you know, such a short period of time, which I estimate about 4 years, right? But for us, it was probably, for me, let me just talk about me because Kathy was there a little longer. For me, the experience of Hill School, I want to say 1.5 years, max. First time I was there. Second time, another 1.5 years before we came back to the US, right? The first time. But if you look at the cumulative memory banks I have, when you talk to me, you don't know that I was a half-ass Hill Schoolian, okay? I wasn't a full Hill Schoolian, you know? But when you talk to me, the memories I have of the Lockwood raids and the Black Nights and the Cockhouse parties and all these amazing, the head girl, head boy, the bells, washing and wringing out your sweater because you're not at the inspection line. You better not have soot stains on your sweater. And the culprits who be pulled out of the line were those who had wetness from here, and the way they'd be pulled out was like this, and shoved off to the dorms to get themselves together. But what those actions and those things did for us is it gave us a sense of agency. Agency, what do I mean? You wake up in the morning, you make your bed. I make my bed every day. But when I came to America, Megan, you found that in the military, when generals at Paris Island were graduating their cadets from their 6 to 12 week, you know, the craziness that happens to the Marines, when they were making speeches that say, your life as a soldier and a citizen starts with every morning you making your bed. You make your bed, you polish your shoes, you take care of yourself, and you make sure you look good. And with that, you go around making sure your life is structured and well organized. And these are generals, Joint Chiefs of Staff, talking to soldiers. So me, I'm looking at this saying, Kumbe, these guys in Kenya were making us Marines and we didn't even know it. Kick-ass, man. We are badass. So you see what I mean, Megan? The things that we take for granted, back to that story, are the treasures that were laid within us that, you know, Joseph, you do for your kids. You make sure your kids make their beds. You make sure they wash their dishes after eating. Pray before that. You sit up when you're sitting, because we didn't have backs on our seats. There were benches. You better sit up because the teacher would come and whoop your back. What is this nonsense? Scoliosis. We didn't know what scoliosis was. We just knew to sit up. You see? So the culture, again, timeline, culture, habits, things that are actually rituals that we were made to do in what we thought were these schools where we're rolling our eyes and this is not going to help me. You find that within the construct of the United States, when cadets go into the military, this is what they first teach them. Because in these households, some places, making your bed in the morning doesn't exist, you know, making sure you eat a proper breakfast, exercising doesn't exist. So, we think it's a good life, but anyway, back to Kathy. Sorry, dear, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
No, I'm just, this is so wonderful because I think it folds well into the theme of what it means to nurture a child, right? And if I may bring it back to the story at hand, to the book at hand, I'm really curious to hear what you all think, especially if we anchor our discussion from the dramatization in the book, and then and as always bring in your own life experience. The question of nurturing children and what shape that takes, and what potential there exists with that. I'm really curious. I just want to hear what you have to say.
What I did want to say, and I just wanted to link back to what Grace has just said and what I was saying about the school experience, because I think because boarding schools are about taking children away from home, you hear a lot about then what happens, exactly what you're talking about, this nurture that children need, which is a real personal investment of a parent into a child's life because they're with them all the time. And, and how does that then, how does that affect it? And I was thinking about your question, and that's why I said, let me start there and then get to this one, even in terms of what constitutes, first of all, a parent, and what constitutes love. And for many parents, that expression of love was in what Grace was saying. It's in this thing of making sure you will have the best future possible. And for me, for many African parents, and you hear this all the time. For me, it was really interesting when I was teaching in the US, when I went to school and then I was teaching, and just looking at the work ethic, especially first generation or second generation Americans, or for people who had just come to school, and that the way it is drummed into you that your education is such a central path to you getting to where your family wants you to go, and very much tied in with the success of your family, very much tied in with, for my parents, this is for many of them, it is literally a huge investment of decades and decades. And this is how fathers who never said, I love you, this is how they showed that they love them. Whereas I often found that, people, families that had taken for granted going to college, took for granted, the kind of things that college is something that will happen to me, whether I do well or not. That doesn't mean that they were not bright or they did not work hard. But that thing of the parents' investment in terms of, it's not just that I want you to succeed, but you better succeed or else, right? Which is a form of love. And so that was, for me, that understanding my parents' investment. My dad used to, the only, because, the exam system was number one. Number one was what counted. If you were number two, he would ask, is the person who was number one, were they in the same classroom as you? And if they were, how did they get those additional marks? So the joke in Kenya that all our parents were all number one in class, and this is for the exam, right? Because number two didn't count. Number three didn't count, right? And then girls, for boys, poor boys, if a girl is number one, there's additional pressure, which I only got to appreciate talking and laughing with my male classmates, who would be like, give us leeway because we have to deal with our parents. But then the other thing I think you captured so well, Catherine, in the book, is the way that you have other mothers, that for parents who, for whatever reason, are not there, and Hera's mother loved this one child, but the other children, she really had no relationship. And the way their grandmother then steps in and becomes that mother, so that in ways that this is beyond a grandmother being a grandmother, she's now also the mother. But then the ways in which this love is expressed, which is not so much about saying, I love you, but it is a way of, again, what Grace was saying, the way you're instilled, certain things are put into you that you're not even aware has happened. I needed to apologize to Catherine. I've missed so many of these sessions that I've wanted to, but there's been a series of deaths in our family. And last Saturday, we were burying my final grandmother, the last one of her generation. And she's a great aunt, actually. She lived with us for 50 years because she decided when she was very young, she would serve God by serving people. So she would with our family. And anytime any member of the family needed her, like, somebody's having a baby, Baba J would come and live with that mother and would stay with that mother until that mother was, I'm good. I have this child. I'm back to work. I'm doing all that. And then she would come back to family. So for us, it wasn't just that we were burying a great aunt, which sounds, really far removed, or a grandmother. We were burying our second mother. And so when you ask that question, I just thought of Baba Jemima. And then I thought of, you know, even Maya had that relationship of my mother isn't there for me, but my grandmother is. And the way my grandmother shows me her love is the stories she tells me. It's the way she instilled something that even after she's gone, there's no question that I'm the one who will, you know, we can carry on this naming. We can carry on family ties. And I think that's something we need to talk about is how do we show love? And I really like that deliberate parenting that goes beyond the actual physical, biological parents. How do we have other mothers so that Grace's children will know that Catherine is their mother as much as Grace is their mother, but she mothers differently. And they don't see it as, you know, that's my auntie and she's got nothing to do with me, you know, in terms of parenting. And I guess we grew up with that thing of that person who wasn't your biological mother, but who had parental rights over you. So that was some of the things I'm thinking about as you speak about it. And how do we parent in a way that children, no child left behind in that sense, if you want.
You know, this brings to mind something that
in the book. I love the way that Maya has a mother, even though her own mother. And then I love the way that they're not resentful of Hera. Because they could have easily grown up and said, this sister whom our mother loved and loved so deeply, we want nothing to do with her. And it's so beautiful that they don't do that. And then when the sister's children, you know, that thing of our sister's children is also our children. I really love that in the book, and I hope I haven't given away anything. But that's just saying, you know, that continues.
That is so wonderful. It reminds me of something that Maggie said earlier on when she was talking about the characters that she enjoyed the most. She brought up Esther. She mentioned, you know, loving Olo and Akoth and Maya and Alex, but she reserved a special place in her heart for Esther for that exact reason right there. The fact that Esther essentially becomes the mother to her siblings, and she has this this disposition from a very young age, right? And like no sooner can she move, like self-ambulate, no sooner can she walk, even as a toddler, than she is looking after David, and she's looking after, I'm sorry, my computer's acting up, so I'm having a hard time seeing everybody. But I thought of a couple of passages. I'm only going to read one of them, but one of them, there's a couple of things with respect to Esther that I want to highlight that I think really speak to what you just said, Mshai. The Esther learns love almost by accident when she already has the intuition for empathy, right? Like a very deep intuition for empathy when it comes to her older brother. But when she walks in on her mother taking care of the newborn Hera and singing to this child with so much devotion and affection, it's a sound she's never heard her mother make. And it's a sound that completely captures her 5-year-old heart at that moment. She's absolutely fascinated by it. And she carries this throughout her life. Added to the fact that their great-grandmother sort of assigns Esther the role of being Hera's caretaker. And she embraces that role heartily, so that when they're in boarding school, she's this child's guardian throughout. And Hera clings to her older sister as a child might to a mother. And you're right. I mean, I approach this so much like a reader often, you know, when I look at someone like Esther and see how, going back to what you said about the lack of resentment, it's like she intuited something when she first heard that cooing in her mother's voice, and she attached it to her little sister, and it always became something that she wanted to nurture. So going back to that place, going to that dreamlike experience of tenderness was associated with her baby sister, right? And so she cultivates that in that way. Now, the part that I wanted to read was how when they first get to Boston and Maya gets very sick, it's Hera, 14 years old, who's looking after her sister as the child wastes away, right? And there's this refrain, Hera was only 14 years old and she didn't know what to do, right? And she's just completely overcome with this sense of worry because she doesn't know what's going to happen to this child who's wasting away in front of her eyes. In the meantime, Maya is having a parallel dream walk with Olo, right? The dream walk that brought on the illness and the snow and all of that. But once Maya recovers from it, because Maya has this habit of forgetting trauma, right? She forgets the trauma of the cat. She forgets any kind of acute trauma and sort of lives with the consequences without reckoning. She also forgets the trauma of this illness until Hera has the babies and tells her that Esther wants her to sing the naming ceremony, to sing the song of invocation. It's a very brief paragraph. I'll share it. And so Hera has asked Maya to do it, and Maya is deeply moved. She sort of weeps a little bit, and then they laugh. And Maya asks, "What about Esther?" Maya asked. "Tradition always called for the elder members in the family to preside over rites of birth and naming and marriage and even death. She's the elder auntie, and she knows all the songs too, maybe even better than I do. She learned them from Mama Koth. Did you ask her?" "No, I didn't. I had not even thought about the naming until she mentioned it when you were outside," Hera replied. "She told me to think about asking you to sing for the babies. She said you should do it, that she thought you were right for it." Again, Maya was at a loss for words. She suddenly felt the memory of snow on her fevered skin, of Esther holding her sweaters and coats, looking at her smiling in a playground in Boston, of Esther holding a cup of cold water to her lips, of Esther holding Hera close, following the tour guide at Union Saints, of Esther holding her close at Hera's naming invocation, of Esther naming Rosie and singing the song of becoming with Mama Koth to help the kitten bloom in grace and wisdom and strength, despite Maya's resistance, of Esther holding David even while he raged. A moment passed in silence, and Maya resolved to honor both her sisters in this rite. So as you're speaking, Mshai, I was thinking about that because I think that one of the things that goes missing for those of us who live in the diaspora, in nuclear families, in single parent families, is the reality that parents can be multiple and can be anybody who takes on that role of ward, guardian, guide, disciplinarian, right? Et cetera, et cetera.
In fact, if I just to chime in on that, Kathy, there's I think early in the book there's I'm not sure whether it was Maya or what, but the idea that the auntie could come and punish her for something that she did.
Yes,
I think they were playing with a cat. I don't know, something. I remember that. And she's not the mom, but she's very, very she's able to meet out whatever discipline is needed. And that's something that has changed. Nowadays you probably don't find that sort of thing, but back then that was very,
hey
very
guys, can I just interject?
Yeah.
Kathy, I have to go. Other project.
Sure.
Sorry, I'm working with the COVID efforts for the state of Maryland, so kind of I'm cheating. I'm supposed to be working, but I've enjoyed myself. So
Gracie, thank you so much for joining us. It's wonderful having you.
I'll see you in a few minutes.
And like Mshai, like you said, she's the sort of the live storyteller. I'm the written storyteller. She's the live storyteller.
I'm the buffoonerous one, Megan. See you guys. Thank you guys so much. Such a pleasure. Thank you. I know, Mshai. I look forward to talking to you. Jose, bye. See you guys. Bye, Rodney.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Nice seeing you.
Guys.
All right.
Jose, is that one of your daughters? Is that one of your children?
Yeah. She's here trying to get my attention. Wondering what I'm up to.
I just want to ask Catherine. I'm curious to know from Megan, what of this echoes with her, or either as very true to her own experience, or what you thought about the passage.
I've been thinking about my own family, I think, through this conversation, and especially how family dynamics are throughout my culture. And I think having my parents who came from Central America and immigrated to the United States and trying to bring over some of their culture and some of their ideals, and give me some of the things that they didn't have. I think, I can't remember if it was Mshai or if it, were you saying, or maybe who just left was, you know, you get like a 99 on a test, and my mom would be like, well, what happened to that 100? What did you forget? What did you miss? And I was like, Mom, I got an A anyway. Professor Doy actually got to meet my mother. She came to one of the Dante classes towards the end. She had a good time. She's been a lifelong learner. And I think that was really important for me growing up, was having a mom who didn't have much money. And so she always went to every school, starting in middle school, being at having a scholarship to attend. And so, you know, doing that from middle school and working, and then putting herself through college in the States, and, you know, still working. And I think she really, you know, ingrained in me that it's a lifelong process. And that's important. That's a lifelong process. It's not, you know, you just go to school and then you get a job and you're done, you know. And I think for me, having a mom who always, you know, has been interested in learning new things and trying new things and supporting me through that, has been the way that she has shown me love, and the way that she has shown me support. Because just, you know, from my own experience, neither of my parents are very, I'm a very bubbly person. I'm a very smiley person. And both my parents are very quiet. They're very reserved. My dad doesn't say, I love you very much, if he says anything at all most days, you know. But he always works really hard. He always says, my dad is 71 now and he still works full time, putting me through college. He's like, I don't want you to worry about working. I want to make sure that you get your education so that you're able to help people in the future. And so I think, you know, somebody in the chat mentioned that our parents had no avenue but to seek educational excellence from their children. And asking if, you know, Rodney, if you do that are you doing that for yourself? Or are you doing that for your children? And I don't think it's separate from each other. I think a lot of times, you know, we do what we think is going to be best for other people. And I don't know, I'm not the type of person, I don't think many people really are, of that I'm going to have you do this because it's going to reflect well on me. And sometimes that's a byproduct, you know, there's a byproduct and there's that family dynamic that's there, but you do it because you want everyone to be the most successful that they can be. And so you set up those opportunities.
I'm going to thank you so much, Megan. I just want to take a moment to introduce everybody to my mother. Hey, Mom. We were just talking about mothers. Mom, can you hear us? I don't know, maybe your video is frozen up just a little bit. But yeah, so maybe her video will come back, but I don't know. She's kind of stuck in stasis. Oh, it is a video that's the Hey, Mom.
Hey. Hey, so lovely to see you.
We were just
yes,
talking.
I had you.
Okay, we were just talking about like parenting, and Mshai brought up the idea that in Kenya and in a lot of Kenyan cultures, the idea of parenting expands beyond just a singular notion of that one person, that one biological or, you know, sort of hierarchical caregiver. And I've been waiting for you to come so that I could read a passage from the acknowledgements, because this is a very sort of open-ended conversation we're having about the book. But let me read this passage, which is from, I don't know if y'all can see it. It's from the acknowledgements page. It's called A Moment of Gratitude. And this is the perfect time to say it. So Mom, listen up, okay?
I'm listening.
I want to start by thanking my indefatigable mother, Beldina Auma, for her unwavering support of Rain. They say a mother's pride has no measure, and my own mother embodies this so thoroughly that it continually opens my eyes to new wonders. So thank you, Mom.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we have here, Mom, this is so amazing. I have a colleague, Mshai Mwangola. She's a professor of literature and orature, right? She specializes in storytelling and oral literature and all kinds of amazing things. Fantastic. So I have a colleague. I have a classmate, a contemporary, a former classmate. Joseph and I went to Hill School together, right? And then I have a student, Megan. Megan, who was my student at Westminster.
360.
I know. It's kind of amazing, isn't it? So it is really full circle. But yeah, so welcome to our sort of we're chilling chat about all kinds of things about rain.
Thank you. I've been here since Grace was here, by the way, before I left. So I was backstage, so I had a little bit of what you guys were talking about, parenting and all that stuff. Real good stuff. Yeah. And may I take a moment to say Oliver is here?
Oh, hey.
Hi. Hi, Kathy.
Hey, Oliver.
I don't see you.
Not there, but you can hear me. Yeah?
Why am I leaning over to see around the corner? It's so absurd.
I thought he was next to her. Kathy, I'm sitting in the conversation. It's dinner time here in Kenya, so I'm just family. But I'm listening on, and I'll be back in a minute.
Okay, dear. Okay, absolutely.
Okay, there you
go, Oliver.
You see me, hi.
Hi.
Kathy.
How you doing?
Hi, all the friends. Yeah. Nice seeing you all.
Good to see you too. Good to see you too. How are you guys doing?
We are doing great.
Fine.
Thank you so much for joining us. So we're talking. This is our sort of our conversational celebration of rain, and I wanted to, at least what I'd like to do is give the floor over to the readers of Rain more than anything, so that you guys share your reading experience. I've been talking about Rain for 10 weeks every Saturday. And yeah, I'd love to continue giving you guys a chance to, take the mic, please take it away. How are you enjoying it?
The readers.
Yes, everybody. I think everybody.
We'll let the others go first. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. So Megan, tell us about your reading, because I think we've gotten a chance to really just like yak about it, and you haven't really gotten a chance to tell us about your. I'd love to.
Well, I'm going to be honest. I've only gotten through part of book 1 so far, but I'm also in grad school and trying to read.
That's right.
And I told myself I'll give myself a month to read this, and it's been crazy. But I've kind of skipped around a little bit. And, what I love so much, I think knowing you, because I don't often know an author, I think knowing you and especially knowing how you think of Dante and knowing how you think of the world and how you describe the world is so much in this book.
Oh, good.
It's funny because my partner is actually, he's also a writer. And we have very different interests, I think, in reading sometimes. Because he wants things to be very like cut and dry. I think he's like, I want them to tell me exactly what the story is now. And I'm very much like, I want to see the story.
Yes.
I want to see it. I want to be immersed in it. And I love how your writing does that. I love how your writing gives me a scene and I feel like I'm there and I can see it.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah. And I wanted to come to hear about your story. And I feel like now I'm going to skip to book 6.
6, 70 people.
I know, this is amazing. The room is filling up. I love it. I absolutely love it. This is so awesome. There's so many of us now. And people have been coming in and out. Let me say hello.
I need to step out. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Okay. Feel free to come back in whenever. We're gonna be here until I don't know whenever. But thank you so much, Joseph. Let me re-welcome back Maggie and introduce Simona and Julia. Simona and Julia are both friends and colleagues. So more colleagues, and I think Mshai went to dinner, didn't she?
Mm-hmm.
So it's really great. Julia and Simona, what I was celebrating just a few minutes ago was that I have my parents, because Beldina Auma and Oliver.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Where are you speaking from?
Nairobi, Kenya.
Kenya.
I'm so jealous.
You must come and
visit.
I would love to.
And they mean it. They really mean it. Seriously. And then let me see. My screen.
Oh, what happened?
She's gone. She's gone. Where did she go?
It looks like she swapped out her screen.
We've had all kinds of adventures while we've been doing the discussions. And,
Julia, I feel like I know you already because I've not been in any of the discussions, but she's talked a lot about you.
I saw Julia in one of the discussions.
You were involved with the
Kathy,
I'm
you
back.
disappeared.
I did. My computer has a life of its own, so it keeps kicking me out. But please continue. I'm sorry, Julie, you were saying?
It's hard for me to hear questions.
Ah.
The sound quality here is not very good.
So maybe we could do the chat.
All the way here to Florence.
So Julie is all the way in Florence.
Wow.
Can you guys hear the echo? I don't know if you can. Can you hear me, Julia?
Just barely.
Oh, remember last time we figured out that it was the volume on your computer that
it was my fault. It was the computer. I'll check again.
Okay.
And see if I can do anything about it.
So while you're checking, let me just tell everybody that Julia and I met in 2015, I think it was. Megan, I was still teaching at Westminster at the time. And it was when I went to that conference in Pennsylvania called Dante and Music. And I was presenting a research paper, and Julia was also presenting a research paper because Julia specializes in medieval Italian literature as well as I think in 19th century and 18th and 19th century English poets, I'd guess, of the Italian diaspora, for lack of a better word. And she specializes in Dante and Brunetto Latini. So over the past, and I sent Julia a copy of Rain because I really wanted her to read it, especially since we both love Dante. And I remember thinking to myself, as with other people who I've sent the copy to, I just thought, maybe one day she'll get around to it. Julia receives it, opens it, and 3 days later, she had finished reading the book.
Wow.
3 days.
With a magnifying glass because my eyes were so bad. But I couldn't put it down. It was such a wonderful.
So
then later, some weeks later, there was another book published in Italy by a Somalian African who was born in Rome and educated at the University of Rome, who wrote a similar book where she's describing two Afro-American women who came to Florence in the 19th century to Italy. One who got her MD in 1868 when no women could become MDs, and the other who was a famous sculptress, Edmonia Lewis and Sarah Parker Raymond. So she creates a composite character of these two, and then describes her own experiences as African in Italy, meeting up with discrimination, while she's describing two other women who came to Italy to escape from the slavery in America. And she does it in the two time schemes. So it's like Adoyo's Reign with all of the time games she's playing.
Mhm.
And I was having these two novels together, and it was paradise.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful. And
I
and
would
Julie and
adore you.
so for the last 10 weeks, Julie and I have talked about rain during the season. Julie has come to every single one of them. I didn't think you're gonna make it today because I know that you're out of town, but it's so
Made it
wonderful to
just
see
in
you.
time.
Thank you for joining us. The other person that I want to introduce to everybody is Simona Wright. Simona
Yes.
is a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful professor of Italian. She is, I, I would say, like my spirit mentor, intellectual mentor. Simona has been looking after me. Yes, exactly. Those are the little Caribbean wings, right? The Italian wings. Simona has been looking after me and making sure that I'm okay. And Simona is inspiring, just inspiring. Julia, you and I have talked a lot about the cause of justice. Simona lives the cause of justice, and I absolutely love that. Look like her Italian self is going ama, but but in on a sort of a practical ground level, myself and another colleague who teaches Dante are editing a volume of essays, the title which, or the subtitle of which is The Representation of Free Will and Subjective Agency in Women in Medieval Literature. So I'm writing about Beatrice, and a few other people are writing about different female characters who are represented as complete people in the Middle Ages, which is a fairly unusual thing. And I think Dante is the most iconic of them. But Simona is basically the chief editor publisher of the volume, and Francesco and I are sort of we're the co-editors who are bringing everything together, corralling the material, and bringing it to forward. And our hope is to have it complete by next year so that everybody gets to enjoy it. But yeah, so that's Simona. I love the way you're like, just all these reactions. And then Simona and Julia, let me introduce you. I already introduced you to my parents. Now let me also introduce you to a classmate from childhood. Julia, do you remember I told you how I got all these friends to sort of like accompany me in the composition of Rain? Maggie was one of those friends, and she had to endure my phone calls when I would call her. But I was especially excited about a canto or a book, and I'd be like, "Oh, and then this happened," and it was wonderful, wonderful companion to have. The last conversation Julie and I had, we talked about that passage after the birth of the twins, when Mama Kot says, "When an elephant births, all the other cows in the herd stand around in a circle until the calf can stand on its own." And Maggie and Caroline and Tegla basically became my companion elephants during the birthing of Rain. And then the last person I'm going to introduce here is Megan. Megan was my student at Westminster Choir College. Megan is a singer.
You were at Westminster Choir College?
Yes, exactly.
When I was
and I'm excited for the
I
Dante
worked with this wonderful Benedictine monk who was teaching Gregorian chant. We did the Officium Peregrinorum in Princeton University Chapel together to illustrate Dante. So it's a small world, piccolo mondo.
Right, exactly. And so, yeah, so these are the people at the round table right now. Maggie, notice how it's been changing and morphing. Maggie was here earlier when it was all Hill School alumni, and now we're a whole bunch of different people. Let me just reiterate what this round table is about. It's for readers of Rain to come and share their experience. I'm inclined to talk a lot. So I'm trying to exercise the discipline of listening because I'm eager to hear about your experience of the book. I'm happy to answer questions or to make comments when invited, but the floor is essentially yours. So please take it and go with it, run with it.
I think Megan's willing to speak.
Yes, I think so too.
No, actually, I'm so sorry, but I have to head out
Oh,
now.
it's okay. It's okay, my dear.
No, I think I'll try to come back in about
no problem.
an hour.
We're gonna be here. And Megan, thank you so much for sharing about your family and about everything. And I hope that you enjoy the rest of Rain. I think you'll be safe if you skip around because the book itself skips around a lot. But yeah, I'd be interested in hearing what the experience is like for you once you're done. Okay.
Of course, yes, I will be with you. And for everyone here, I hear everyone calling you Kathy. I've never called you Kathy.
No.
But I guess
You always call me Professor Adoyo. All right.
You're one of my favorite professors I've ever had. Just your joy for everything you do and the passion for everything you do. And just, I think about you. And I was telling people that I was coming to this event. And I was like, I had this professor, who I would come to her office hours. I remember one day I was having a hard day, and you're one of the first people who were like, yeah, I think you just need to sit down and have a glass of wine this weekend. I was telling them, like, this professor, she just wrote a book. She wrote this 20-pound dissertation. She plays piano. She's a musician. She's a writer, and you're someone that I look up to greatly.
Thank you. Thank you, my dear. It's wonderful to have you. And please come back when you can, okay?
Of course. Congratulations on your book.
Thank you very much. Kisses. Mwah. What about you, Simona? Simona, please.
I mute myself because otherwise everybody, so I only speak when I speak. But I am on page 96. And I have finished Canto 20, so I'm going to go into Canto 21. So I am now getting into the rhythm of the book, into the melody. It's fascinating. Okay, and for me, many years ago, the book is really hitting on a question that I had many years ago when I was thinking of slavery and connecting it to narrating that period, okay, those 300 years. And I was, how can I say, I was in shock because I was thinking, who can narrate? Who can narrate what it was to be on those ships, for example? Who can narrate? Because there's no testimony. The testimony is gone. The voices are gone. So the stories are gone. How can you actually bring it back? So when I started to read your book, and at the first page, I did, and I told you I was reading it around 11 o'clock p.m. So I read it, and I'm thinking, okay, no, this needs reading in the morning because I'm not getting it. I'm like, what is going on? So, but I had already at the first page spent at least an hour because I had to understand, first of all, the circularity of your history, because we talked about it, how the lives, you are distributing the lives of the protagonists or the characters onto a flat hemisphere where it's a hemisphere of years. So it's a hemisphere of history. Then I had to, and I keep going back all the time to the names and the people and the relationships with each of them. And then the first page, really, I got stuck on the geography. Okay, so I went back. I had my Google Earth. So I looked at Mombasa. I looked at Fort Jesus. I looked at all the, and then I thought, well, I want to know more about Fort Jesus, for example. And so I spent an hour just to locate the narrative. Okay? And I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding all the different aspects, the geographic aspect, the spatial aspect. And so I studied the lake. I went actually then further on. I went and followed all the Nile, the White Nile. You know, where does it start? Where does it go? The Blue Nile. But what most, as I was progressing in the story, what most attracted me to your sensitivity was that you created a dream walker. So the dream walker is a fantastic strategy because you unite the present with the past that is unknown. Okay, but nevertheless, it's convincing because now you're making that history. And again, we talked about cultural negotiations and Anthony Kwame Appiah, where in order to bring back the past, you have to actually believe in the spirit of the past. So you have to believe that there are in your culture the spirits that you can go to be given a name, to be given a destiny, to be given a becoming. So I was just amazed at this beautiful narrative invention, okay, that you have, that makes it convincing, that makes me like it is possible. It's real, okay. It's not like, you know, it's of course a suspension of disbelief, but nevertheless, it's more than that. Because I believe that in the culture of Akoth, Mama Akoth, do I pronounce it correctly?
Yes.
That there are all these things, that those things are real to them. It's not invention, like, you know, for the sake of invention. It's not like, which I hate, the Lord of the Rings, that kind of narrative. What is the other one? The kid that flies on a broom.
Oh, Harry Potter.
Harry Potter. No. That is a no. I refuse to read that kind of stuff. Okay, because I think it is a product of this romantic fakeness. Okay, I cannot believe from day one, from the page 1 to page 2000. I cannot believe that, but I totally believe that tradition that you bring to me. It's real. Okay, it's real and it is strong. It's moving, and it's, you know, it's tragic. It's beautiful the way you do it. So I think that you have really found the formula that can make real something that is so far away from me. I mean, I didn't know. I mean, I know the Horn of Africa because I'm Italian, and therefore Eritrea, Somalia, you know, I'm pretty familiar with it. But I'm not familiar with, nobody has until now, in my opinion, of the things that I read, of the authors that I read, made it so real, made it so that I can touch it. Okay, so that's why I just wanted to say, I love what you're writing. I love the way you're writing. I find myself, I wrote to you at one point when, when they give the name of rain. I wrote to you, that's pure magic. It's pure genius. Can I read it? I think it's on page 15.
Please.
So, I mean, this is when Olo claims the baby. Okay. No one expected Olo to claim the baby. Nobody remembered the last time the spirit of a father had claimed the newborn. to say nothing of a father who died during the baby's birth. It was often left to aunts and uncles and the generations that preceded them to offer a name the child would bear for its sojourn in the world of time. Yet it was indeed Olo whose voice rose to sing the infant's name, and Nyanam's heart caught flame. She listened with a joy she could no longer recognize when Olo answered for the newborn and did not just call her Aiwang, to signify her father's early death. Instead, he named her Ako, for the rain, endowing an air out of the ruinous storm to sing the song of becoming for those who were and those who were yet to be. I melted. I don't, so, you know, the words are phenomenal. Sorry, I'm just muting. The beauty of the moment. You know, I mean, when I'm an atheist, okay, so I don't believe in God, okay, but I believe that there is a force, and that force was so, I mean, you were depicting it so powerfully here, so dramatically, so truly. And then, you know, you actually put the world of time. It took me a while to understand the world of time, okay? And then the song of becoming. And the two spheres are connected by the spirit. So you are allowed by the spirit of your ancestors to make your destiny in the world of time. I don't know, it's pure genius, pure genius. I don't know, Adoyo. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what else. I'm speechless. So now I'm just not going to say anymore. But how did it come to you, this idea? How did you have this idea of the spirits and then of this girl, of Maya, that loses? And now I got it. Alexander has been dead since the day he was born. And he was brought back to life in the imagination of Maya, evidently. And then he disappeared again in Lisbon. Now I'm putting the things together, okay? How did you get this idea to do it this way?
Kathy, before you answer, didn't I just ask that today? I mean, it's mind-blowing. And Simona, you articulate what I couldn't in words. I'm a very emotional person. So the way that I relate my relationship to the book with Kathy is more of, it made me feel like I had a lot of dust, and there was dust in the streets, and then all of a sudden this book washes all away the dust. I can't put in words what you said, but what you're saying is what I felt. And I asked Kathy today, how in the world did you come?
Before you answer, so, you know, I was reading the book, and you know, it's amazing. And my question was just directly, how much of Maya is you?
Yes.
Because there's that realness, the realness is that Simona talked about is so concrete. I'm reading it, I'm thinking, this is not a character. It's not a character in the sense that, you know, somebody created something that's just completely, like Simona said, fake. You know, it just felt really very organic, and real in the sense that, you know, for me, it connected, you know, as much as it was a dream, you know, I did feel like
literally that I was in this Maya's dream and experience, and yet it was very real. Because I mean, I felt myself in Lisbon, I felt myself in Mombasa, you know, in all those real places. However, you know, immersed in this dream, you know, and so I was wondering, related question: how much of this is so real that how much of this is you? And having spoken to you over the years, there were some things I recognized. I'm like, you know, so there was a time that Maya was talking to Alex and, you know, processing what he's saying. And, you know, it was interesting that they see the world so differently. But there were times that, you know, she would sort of like go into her world. You know, she's listening to Alex, they're talking, but she goes into her world. And, you know, it's just like, I tell you, how much of this is you? Because I know you have a very rich interior life, you know. So that was my question coming out of that. But in speaking to the reality too, I could feel that it was the person of Maya was very real. And then the story for me was also very real, because I'm reading the story and I can connect history, the religion, you know, and what's going on in the world right now. So it was a timeless story of becoming, but then also a very timely story of also what's going on right now, and how, you know, we as humanity are even looking at the artifacts of the past and trying to understand them and reimagine them, and not in a very critical way, because it's not about just, okay, we remember, but what does it now really mean? So I was also wondering, like, for you, you know, it just to me felt like everything just came together historically, and just in you know, just everything. You know, so really great book. And the final point I wanted to talk about, and I heard that in Maggie's comment and Simona's comments as well, is just the sheer beauty of the writing. Is just, I mean, I had to just pause. I mean, there are times I like read a sentence, I'm like, look, just digest first. And I would like literally go and read it again, and something else is in there. You know, every word is born. It's not, because there's this thing going on in publishing now where books are almost formulaic. You know, it's just, you know, in fact, yes. So, so I could feel that every word, every sentence was born and thought about and just connected in a very, 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 it was almost like weaving, you know, like something that's a woven cloth. You know, everything was just really woven together in a really, really beautiful way. Even if, as I talk about it, and I have goosebumps, it's truly, truly amazing. And I'm also not one to, how do I describe? I'm sometimes brutally too honest, too, you know, straightforward. I know you, it's really an amazing work. It's a song, it's a poem, it's a book, it's a history book, it's just everything. It's a fantasy, you know, it's people's it's the reality of the world in which we live. And I thank you for taking the time to really articulate and share that beauty. It's timeless, and reading it, I just feel like I wish, you know, more people could read this. And yes, I feel more people. I was just thinking, how do you get this out there more? Because the thing about being a great artist is sometimes there's the business side of it. So this thing needs to go out. This thing really needs to go out more, because in today's world, especially, few authors write from within. And when I say from within, this is not just a soul put in words, but the sheer thought that's in it, the depth of the history in it, the depth of, and which is why I was saying, Adoya, how much of Maya is you? Because I can see in the story itself, just even when you talk about the smell of Lisbon, I could see your experience of Europe. I could see your experience of Kenya. All that is in there. So it's a really, really marvelous read. And my hope is that more people can share this. Well done. Congratulations.
Wow. Thank you. You all leave me, ironically, quite speechless at the moment, because I feel like I should just leave it there, right? And just like let y'all continue. But I won't be rude and leave your question unanswered. Before I do that, though, I need to introduce everybody to Ijoma. I had introduced everybody else, and so Ijoma, I'll do a really
sorry,
quick
I didn't introduce myself. I'm so sorry. I was just
so Beldina Auma and Oliver, these are my parents, Ijoma, and so they're joining us for this. And then there's Julia Holloway is a colleague, as is Simona Wright, both dear friends, and we're sisters, like intellectual sisters, intellectual kin. And then my childhood friend from youngest, our first memories, Maggie. So Maggie was, exactly. Maggie was one of the women that I corralled into my little. When I got 3 friends to accompany me for the completion of Rain, when I created this group called Cultural Memory. And so, and our icon is an elephant with its baby. Remember, Maggie?
Yes.
So we grew up together. We went to boarding school together. We grew up together. We played piano together. Like, that's my first memory of piano, is playing piano with Maggie. And Maggie now lives in Texas. My parents are in Nairobi. Julia's in Florence, and Simona is in Pennsylvania. So we have people represented. And
I'm in Texas as well.
And you're in Texas as well.
Yeah.
Are you both in Houston? Are you both in Houston?
I'm in Houston.
Oh my God, I'm in Houston too.
Oh,
wow. So everybody, Ijoma and I went to grad school together. While I was studying medieval Italian literature in the Graduate School of Arts and Sciences, Ijoma was doing her Doctor of Law or Jurisprudence, Doctor of Jurisprudence at the law school, at the Harvard Law School. And over 8 years, I guess, it was 10 years, I don't remember how long it was. I remember we became friends, we'd hang out, but I remember that moment when everything clicked was when we were walking across campus to go to the dining room, and we started singing Bob Marley songs together.
Out loud.
Loudly. We're going across Harvard Yard singing Bob Marley. It was so much fun. And we've never been separated since. And I've seen the birth of her children, and they're growing up. And I will add one plug. Her eldest son, who I saw grow in her belly and then get born and then grow up and charm everybody in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Like, people would stop on the street when they saw little Ari. They'd be like, oh, who is this? What? He's so adorable, so cute. He'd be sitting there in his stroller, smiling. Anyway, Ijoma was doing all of this while doing her doctorate in law. Ari is charming everybody in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Ari is now 12 years old, and he's just finished his first novel. And he and I spent the summer together, basically workshopping the novel. He had finished most of it by the time it started, and he's completed it. And I have the responsibility of helping it get it to publishing level, to completion. And the plan is that Zamani Chronicles, which is what published Rain, will end up publishing Ari's story. He is brilliant. Ijoma, every time we talked about Aristotle this summer, Ari and I remember this child when he was 2 years old and just like twinkling his eyes of everybody in Cambridge. And now he's writing these amazing stories. So this is the other person. I love that everybody here is someone that I know intimately, someone that and everyone is so different, and that I know well and hold beloved in my heart, and that makes your generous reception of Rain so much more profound. It means so much more to hear how well you have enjoyed this book, how deep you've gone into this world, and everything that you're drawing from it. So I have never come up with a good answer to the question, how do you? The closest I've come is from a conversation that I had with Julia, where I think, Maggie, you'll hear me repeating this, what I said earlier, that there are some stories that just demand to be told. And one of the stories, and I think, Simona, you really touch upon this in a really meaningful way, is there's a convention about what gets to be heard in the popular culture, what gets a voice, who gets to tell stories, right? And what happens is, besides the cultural privilege or racial privilege or national privilege that goes with that, there's a certain privileged voice, a certain way of telling stories, like I think several of you mentioned, makes the kinds of stories we get today sound formulaic, right?
Yeah.
You can tell, you're in familiar territory, and it's easy to be comfortable with that and even enjoy that perfectly well without a problem. But then there are those stories that don't get to be heard. And as I've mentioned several times on different occasions, among those stories, oh, by the way, when I was applying to grad school at Harvard, in my statement of purpose, the first draft was, follow the guidelines of what you're supposed to say to shine a light on yourself and let people know that you're incredibly accomplished and will succeed with flying colors. My best friend at the time read that statement of purpose, and he came back to me and he said, this is really well written, and I think it ticks off all the marks when it comes to what a statement of purpose for graduate school is supposed to do. But where are you in this statement of purpose? Like, there's so much that you say in this that's already in your resume, that's in your transcripts, that's in maybe what other people are going to say about you in their letters of recommendation when they talk about how you work and how you approach your stuff. Why are you using these few 1,000 words that you have to simply repeat what these admitting committee is going to find in all these other documents? Do they really need you to outline for them what they're going to do there? And so I was confused for a while. And I said, no, tell you what, why don't you use these 1,000 words to tell them who you are, not what you do and what you've accomplished, but who are you? Let them get a chance to meet you and decide whether they want you to join them based on knowing you, not just based on the things you've checked off. So of that 1,000 words, which I was very proud of, by the way, right? Of that 1,000 words, all that was left after I'd edited the whole thing, going in, taking his advice and trying to take out the things that I knew were already referenced somewhere else, I was left with one sentence. Yes, one sentence. So I thought, okay, that means that I have about 980 words to now introduce myself. And so what I did is I started telling the story of Luanda Magere, a story that is alluded to. My mom is excited. A story that is alluded to in Rain, but not told fully. And that I remember telling you, Julia, when in one of our round meetings. But I started talking about the story of Luanda Magere and how he was this great hero and the circumstances of his heroism. And without getting into details, skipping to the end and talking about how when we went to Kisumu, we would go and see this rock that he had transformed into. So I left the middle of the story empty, and I thought, let me set up the story for them. Let me skip to the end, and hopefully they'll want to hear the rest, and so they'll invite me to come. and and the rest of the and so that was just one paragraph. It was maybe about 100 words, right? And for the rest of the statement of purpose, I talked about how I come from a culture that is rich in storytelling, and I loved storytelling growing up, and I loved Greek myths, and I loved Roman legends, and I loved all of the fictions that I was exposed to. But most of all, I loved the stories that my great-grandmother, my grandmother, and my uncle used to tell us. And I see my mother's kind of happy about that. And what I wanted to do in grad school, studying Romance languages, is I wanted to find the key to what storytelling means to all of us in this sense. I know Western storytelling really well. I know Luo storytelling really well. I want to know where the twain shall meet, right? Where is it that they all appeal to our human need for storytelling? So I tell you all of this, going back to my response, because even through grad school, I delved deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into the Greek and Roman classical tradition, into the European medieval tradition, into the European Renaissance, into the European Baroque, into the European Risorgimento, European Romanticism, Enlightenment, European 20th century, and like Eurocentric, including American. 20th century, like modern, like all of that. I delved into it with great joy and great love. I loved it. And the further on I went, the more I realized, wait a second, if I recall, the thing that brought me here were my great-grandmother's stories, and I still haven't encountered one in everything that I'm reading, right? In other words, there are Africana story departments, and they are, Africana history and Africana literature, but in the sort of the general library of human literature, that this is relegated to a corner off to the side, and you have to make a point of seeking it out and excavating it, to me was problematic. And I realized, I thought, you know what, these stories that I want to share, maybe someone has told them, I'm not aware of where they've told them. But it is possible that I could contribute to addressing this dearth, this lacuna, this gap, by recounting some of the stories that I grew up with. And not just the stories, but the way of telling stories, like the mode of storytelling, the language of singing. My mom will recognize this really well. One of my strongest memories, Minted, is that one which is Ondie Komera. Ochamo maga tawango mage arewatek idi sibor emuga kone koni siboro mera. You remember that story? Yes, exactly. So this is the thing that my uncle, my mom's younger brother, he was a huge storyteller, and he was so beloved for this. Every time he came to visit Uncle Husband, he would like not only tell stories, but like completely live them, Mom, I don't know if you knew this, but you remember those, you have these buffalo horn carvings of birds? And Uncle Husband would put on a blanket over his head and use those as horns, and he would pretend that he was a buffalo coming after us. And when you're a little kid, when you're 4 or 5 years old, and you see this blanket-covered buffalo coming at you, the terror is real.
They were actually cow horns, but
cow horns, yeah, exactly. So all this to illustrate that this is the storytelling that I wanted to make available to others, because I realized that as long as I was not addressing that gap, that silence, then I really wasn't contributing very much. Just complaining about it or feeling its absence wasn't enough. The very least I could do would be to really live Toni Morrison's advice, which was, if there's a story, if there's a book that you want to read, but that hasn't been written, then you must write it.
Mm-hmm.
If there's a story you want to hear that hasn't been told, then you must tell it. right? And that includes not just the facts of the story or the details of the story, but also the world in which that story takes place. And I think each of us here, like Maggie, Mom, and Oliver, and Ijoma, we recognize the multiplicity of the world that we come from in the way Rain tells its story.
Yep.
So my attitude toward writing this book was to put myself in the most humble position of a scribe and let the story tell itself while I wrote it down and paid attention, bringing to bear every practical and technical skill I had developed through my education in how to make language represent worlds, right? And how to use language to make that real for the experience of the reader. I don't know if that answers your question, but that is as close as I can come to address it. How did you do this?
Well, now that you have answered, if nobody else is going yet, I would like to also say something about the book.
Mm-hmm. Yes, please.
Yeah, I would like to say something about the writer to begin with.
Mm.
What you have written is a masterpiece, I mean, by any standard. And I'm not saying because I'm your mom, I'm saying because it's true. And I want to say that I used to worry about you, and you are, because you were skilled in everything. I mean, I've never seen somebody so brilliant, so industrious at all your life. I mean, we had a little family room in Karen, and you just occupied that, creating everything. You can make a pottery, you can write poem, you can play piano, you play guitar, you paint, I don't know, you did everything on earth. And I used to say, my God, what is she going to be? So I was worried that you will be one of these very smart people that lost their way somewhere and end up being nobody and being nothing, and nobody understands them because they live in their own world that nobody can understand, and then they end up dysfunctional and cannot even pay their way through life. So I think you remember I told you several times. So I was worried because this girl was brilliant. I mean, even the spelling brilliant is not good enough. She was so hot, smart, brilliant.
The languages, even the languages.
Yes. So I didn't know what to do with her. So I waited to see what happened to her. She was fiercely independent at the same time. So at some point in undergrad, she leaves University of Maryland. She wants to go to California to study medicine. I mean, eventually at grad school, but initially, of course, studying something. Midway, she writes to say, oh, she now doesn't want to study medicine. She's going to major in something else, music, and I don't know.
With music.
And I'm thinking, oh God, here we go. So I write to her back and I say, you know what? As long as you will be able to pay your rent and buy your food, just do what your heart wants. Because I didn't know what to do with her. So, from my fear of her being just this, sorry for the word, bum, who is too brilliant to cope with life, to a young lady who has not only gotten us the first PhD in the family, and also from Harvard, but also somebody who has written a masterpiece book. But that's not even the end of it. She left Kenya with me. I brought them from Kenya to the US when she was, what, 8? She was a little kid. How she ended up coming back mentally to connect with these spirits, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Oh, I'm so
Everywhere,
sorry.
I have no idea. She was only, what, 8? Or were you 8 or 9? 8?
Well, no, when we first came here, I was 11, actually.
Oh, really? When you first came? Okay, so I underestimate that.
Grace was 9.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's when you really left Kenya. Well, you came back briefly for what, a year or 2?
Yeah, for a year.
But how did you make your way from leaving a place at age 11, make your way to find this space again? And the legitimate way you have encountered or narrate or, I don't know, relate to this space is so legitimate.
Astounding.
And then you, apart from our cultural spirit, which are very real and very revered, apart from portraying them very clearly with a lot of respect and with a lot of legitimacy, then you now link their vision and their dream work with colonialism, the most perturbing issue in the entire history of the world. And you are able to do your research and get all this correct and weave it
together. It's amazing.
Thank you. That's all I can say. I don't know how else to understand all this. It's just a long question I have. Thank you.
Oh, Mom. Y'all, remember what I said earlier, guys? They say a mother's pride has no measure. And my own mother embodies this so thoroughly that it continually opens my eyes to new wonders. And I'm sitting here, I'm watching Maggie and Ijoma, who are my neighbors and know me. They're all nodding, and she's saying, "Yep, this girl, like we have no idea what's gonna happen." Ijoma used to say that to me. She's like, "What's gonna happen? What are you gonna end up? What's gonna happen to you?"
Mommy, I'll tell you, when I have conversations with Kathy, sometimes I'm like, wait, Kathy, wait. Reel it back in, because what are you talking about? You know, in that different world. And we would have this, we would have these political arguments, and I'm like, hey, we're in the ER right now. We just need to triage this thing. We need to, don't worry about what's going to happen later on. We need to solve this now. And I would reel her back in, and Mommy, what you said is exactly how we feel. It's almost like, my God, and she would just, by the way, so that you took her away from me when she was 11. We were best friends. We used to play the piano together. Then you brought her back in Sunday at 7, almost 8, right before the exams, and she came and whooped everybody's butt still became the best. Yeah. So I don't know. Most people are good at sciences or arts. Kathy's good at both. And we used to be competitive, and she was always number 1. I'm number 2. Number 1. One day I finally became number 1, and my dad had promised me this bike, and he never even gave it to me because it's like something that he was like, just ride your brother's bike. It was like I fought for it so long that he'd forgotten what the fight was about. That was Kathy. And Mom, you've exactly exemplified what we used to wonder, what is she going to be? Yeah. So Kathy, this book is like a culmination of accomplishment, but also you calm down those fears that we would wonder what is gonna, and then now you've done it, and now we're saying, I always knew I was walking among a giant. I always knew that. But now to have something tangible to say what it is, people be like, oh, that's your friend that speaks 11 languages that wrote a book. Then they can connect.
Yeah, brilliant. I like to say something just before I go, because I have to go. I think Kathy, Mom said she doesn't know how she connected at that age with the spirits that she writes about in the book. I think it takes a creative mind to do some of these things. And I think Kathy has got that creative mind that sort of transforms her from what she is into what they were, and she wants to connect with them and bring them to us. I think that is creativity. And as we talk, I'm in the film, myself. I'm an actor, I'm a script writer. As we talk, I'm trying to figure out how I can convince Kathy that we bring this into some kind of a film script, in the sense that the book becomes a film, and not just a film that is 1 hour long, but in episodes, in series, according to what she writes in that book. And I think Kathy has told Africans what should have been told maybe many years ago, but we did not have the language, we did not have the science of writing, but we had the science of oral tradition, of telling stories. Stories that disappeared because we did not write them, but which Kathy is bringing back in this book. And we are looking back at our history that we should have probably read about, written by ourselves as Africans, but we did not do it, and it disappeared. Some of it was written by other people for us, but Kathy is now reminding us that it is time that we told our narrative. Let us go back to where this narrative came from. We have to recreate it. And that's why I'm saying Kathy has got that creative instinct in her that brings these things out, and she weaves them in such a way that it becomes what we should know and what we should have known. So Kathy, we want this book to come to just not only Kenya, but we want it to come to Africa for us as Africans to read ourselves into what we were, what we should be, what we should have been. But we did not know these things because they were not recorded in the formal recording format, that is writing. But it is there. It was there. And Kathy is bringing it back to us in this story. I remember as a child how we used to gather around a fire, and our grandmothers or grandfathers, if you are boys, of course, your grandfather told you stories about the boys, and grandmothers told the girls about the girls' stories, and how we would just be enthralled to listen to these stories, some frightening, some enchanting, being told by our grandparents, which to our disappointment disappeared. Nobody, even today, if you come to Kenya and start telling these stories that we have in Kathy's book to the youth in Kenya today, that's what are you talking about? So Kathy, thank you very much for that book. Your mom here is trying to see if we can have it launched here. I think you spoke to one of the people that we brought home to see if she can write a preview of it so that it can be read here. The universities would, I'm sure, if they knew what it is all about, would like to go for it. So thank you very much, and thank you for the panelists who are here tonight. I'm glad that I'm part of it. But Kathy, I want us to plan to make a film from this book.
I want to add something. We are actually in Kisumu. I don't even know why I said we are in Nairobi. We are actually in Kisumu. We live in Nairobi, but we are right here in Kisumu starting a few things by the lake. That very lake you wrote about, Kathy.
Yeah.
And on our way here, we passed by Luanda Magere place. We didn't stop by, but we stopped. We passed by that Sido area because we drove here. Yeah, we are in Kisumu, and you are, you are having that lake, Lake Namlolwe, the lake, the center of this story to a great extent, has thrilled me a great deal because this lake means a lot to our people. And if you see where exactly the lake sits, it's right in the heart of Africa, really. So it's a very significant lake, and all that the spirits you have mentioned, the slavery you have talked about, is high time they were talked about, and the research you have put into your work in terms of the slavery, colonial, all those things, makes this book, if you ask me, it should qualify for be studied in some history class. But also when you add this spiritual component, it should also be easily studied in a number of a cross section of different disciplines. And I'm very proud of you, and I'm grateful. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, even the conversation going.
Uncle Oliver, I just want to read you one last thing, just to reiterate what you were saying. It's the epigraph from the beginning of the book. This one is from Chinua Achebe. It was in an interview that he gave that was published in the Paris Review. And he says, "Until the lions have their own historians, the history of the hunt will always glorify the hunter." And that is very much a guiding principle. I think it comes. I think one of the so many readers tell me how unusual the experience of reading Rain is, right? It's a new world, it's a different world, not just geographically or historically, but even experientially. It has a different flavor and a different smell. And I think that is because we are so used to hearing the story from the hunter's perspective. We're so conditioned that we never get to hear the lion's side. And I think Rain, because it's the voice of the lion, I think Julia, summarized this really well. Because it's the lion story, it takes a while to attune your ear to the roar, right? And to sort of begin to make out the music of that roar. So I just wanted to let you know that I think many people talked earlier, used the phrase standing on the shoulders of giants. I very much recognize that this is a mode of storytelling, and even the very fact of writing owes so much to drawing inspiration from other storytellers, storytellers like Chinua Achebe, storytellers like a current contemporary, Yvonne Adhiambo, storytellers from across the world and across time, African, Asian, storytellers from Oceania, from Australia, from Southeast Asia. And just knowing that one of them, I think the universal thing that we have in humanity after meeting all of our basic needs is the impulse to tell stories and to represent our experience of the world through stories, to represent our reality through stories, to try and make sense of our reality through stories. So thank you all so much for such generous, I'm verklempt, as they say. I want to reintroduce, before you guys go, I want to reintroduce Mshai Mwangola, who is a beloved colleague, who she and I have had, Mshai, like those day-long conversations over Zoom when we first met. I think we spoke for 24 hours without stopping. Or something close to it. But I'm so glad that you're back. She was here earlier, and then she had to go for, I think, dinner, and then now she's back again. And just very quickly, Michelle, I'll introduce everybody, and then there's next to you, I don't know if the configuration is the same. Next to you is Ijoma, who I went to grad school with, and then Julia, and you may have seen Julia in all the other roundtables that I did. So Julia, everybody recognizes you, dear. And then there's Simona Wright, who's a wonderful mentor. When you were speaking, Simona, I was like, okay, now everybody, you understand why I say Simona is my guardian angel, right? Because that's how. And then Maggie, best friend since childhood. We grew up together. Oh, wait, you met Maggie from earlier when the Hill Schoolians were talking. And then my parents, Beldina and Oliver, are the ones who are just talking right now. And this is Mshai Mwangola, who specializes in orature, or oral tradition and literature, and performance art and all that. So thank you so much for coming back. And let me cede the floor again.
So Mshai, I know you from the conversation. She said that she talked with you for like 9 hours straight or something. I was like, what in the world? Ijoma, I know you from the conversations that she's told me about law school and how you think sometimes that how did she put it? She put it like, we sometimes have so much knowledge and have nowhere to share it. It's like nowhere to go. It's like, what do we do with this thing that we want, And she talked about you brilliantly, talking about how you're a lawyer. Julia, I know you because she said you came for the first Roundtable and you read the book in 3 days or 3 hours, something. It was 3 or something. And I was sitting there thinking to myself, how do you read this book in 3 hours and I have to keep doubling back? So Simona, I love the way you articulated today because I can relate to everything you said. Because now, unlike you, I didn't try to even bother to try to figure it out. I was too impatient to see what was next. So I was like, I'll come back to it later. Let's put an asterisk on that. Mommy, I love you because you gave birth to her. You produced this. And I feel like I know you because in Hill School, whenever you would come, visit them, the spoils of the grub and everything, whatever Kathy had, I kind of had too. Whenever I couldn't find Kathy, we just know to find her hidden in a corner somewhere in the library, common rooms reading. So, and I was the sporty one, but we were such good friends. We were so different, very competitive, but I was the sporty one and she was the studious one. But we had such a wonderful friendship. And when she came to the States, I was devastated. But yeah. But she came back when you and Gracie came back. I don't know if you remember, but my sisters took us out to Sirikwa Hotel one time.
Yes.
And Kathy was always the quiet one. Gracie was the talkative one, and Gracie was doing a commercial. And she was like, "Oh, this is such a..." And so we just come from so far, and this book is a gift to us. It's a gift to us because we can all get something from it, and we're all expressing ourselves in ways that sometimes are inexpressible. I couldn't even put it in words, but you know me, I'm the emotional one. I'll tell you how I feel about it, and I can't really articulate it in words. So thank you, Kathy.
I just wanted to also say thank you. Actually, I kept on while we were having dinner and didn't let anybody, keep listening. And then my husband said, "Let Kathy," because I think she's used to when we start talking, don't talk. And he was like, "Oh, okay, I get it." So, and I just wanted to say something. I don't know if Mom has been here for a while, but just how special it is. Just before she came on, in the conversation we were having, we were talking about parenting and love. And how do the different forms of showing love and parenting and the relationships that are so special between mothers, other mothering, different ways of mothering, and also the whole space of school. So it was really great when you came on because so much of what we were saying echoed. And one of the things I had wanted to ask Kathy, so that's one question I have for you, was I love the way I love the way you portray that love of the parents and the mothers, especially the mothers and the grandmothers, and just the tenderness. That picture of Nyanam sitting with her son's head on her lap. Akoth is just. And we're talking a little bit about mothering also and the different forms of mothers. And I just wondered, because I know you've talked about your own grandmother and how she also was one of, a muse that has, you're carrying on that tradition. So I wondered if both of you might want to say something about that. And I'd really love to hear it from your mom's perspective, as well as from yours, and how that echoes. Because I think you make that so authentic. And I was saying earlier, I was reading it, and I have the pictures in my mind. And like your uncle, I'm not sure I want to see a film of this because they are so real in my mind. I don't want to be watching something and thinking, no, what it looks like, because you really did bring them. You really did bring them to life. And then the other thing I want to say, I have so enjoyed seeing also your uncle coming on board, because again, you bring those relationships so much alive in your book, and just being on the call, I'm like, yeah, of course, I can see it. I can see a relationship with your sister. I can see a relationship with your uncle, with your mother. I just love that. So thank you for sharing that with us. So I wonder if you want to speak to that, because I do want to say something about Orature, but I'd love to hear about that from both of you.
I'll let my mother talk about my grandmother and my great grandmother, because I've talked about it so long. But I think my mom would. I think it would be really important to hear, Mom, what you want to share about that, because I think it'll really enrich the
Yes.
conversation.
My grandmother Rebecca, who was the storyteller, the main storyteller, who Kathy has always said inspired her with the storytelling. We lost her many years ago, but to me, she's not dead. To me, she's very much alive. So for me, I dedicate everything to Rebecca. I mean, everything that I have become, everything that I have been. Rebecca Pio, that's my grandmother. She became like my mother. She was really the mother that I know. My mother was loving and caring in her own way, but I tell you, Rebecca was a fountain of love, a fountain of caring. Up to now, when you speak to 3 generations after my generation, of course, and then our children and even the grandchildren of my peers within the family, Rebecca is the pillar. He's the one who is known to have brought about a certain brand of love in the family, and storytelling and caring and nurturing. I mean, Rebecca was the kind of woman who, when we moved closer to the main road, she made sure that she prepared uji, which is porridge, potatoes, mohogo, and nyoyo. Nyoyo is beans and maize, soft maize. And she said, when anybody comes to ask for water to drink, especially if she's a mother with a child, sit her down to eat. Serve one of these. Serve the porridge and the potato, or the porridge and the nyoyo, which is the mix of feed them, because the sun is very hot. And by the time they come to ask for water, they're not only thirsty, they're hungry. So I learned that when in my home, when we cook, and Kathy can attest to this, we don't cook just enough for the meal. We cook for that extra person we don't know when he or she will come in. So I mean, what Rebecca left behind is something I don't even know how to describe in words. But Kathy can also describe a little bit of, or whatever, to whatever extent she wants, how that has affected her. Because for me, Rebecca is everything. I mean, Rebecca is alive to me. There's nothing I don't do, or there's nothing I do that I don't ask Rebecca, even though I know she's not there physically. But I do ask her. And if I feel good about doing what I'm doing, then I know she has agreed I should do it. That is how much power she has over me to date. She has been dead for decades. And that's how much power she has over the whole entire family. Let me stop there. Kathy, you may want to go ahead and finish up what I didn't say. I'm very emotional about Rebecca, because to me, she's always alive.
I know, Mom. And this is why I wanted you to talk about it, because I know this is something that's really close to your heart.
Yeah.
I'll take the approach of reading about Rebecca in the book, right? First, the dedication. The dedication reads to my great grandmother Rebecca Apio Nyonditi Nyariba Atiga Ngutebor Nyodongo. Look at my mom; she's all tickled. This is a very long name.
Yes.
And if you get to the afterword, this is what I have to say about her. I started composing Rain for the simple reason that I wanted to commit to written record the voices of storytellers of yore who could breathe song into lives and worlds with seamless ease. I wrote as one transcribing the words of a song once upon a time beloved, but now fading in waning memory. The song I heard and tried to write down was itself a meditation on history, examined through the lens of oral tradition. Like many songs, the voice that sings and holds the principal melody in rain is joined by other voices, sometimes in harmony and consonance, and sometimes in contrapuntal play, and sometimes in jarring dissonance. This principal voice, I realized quickly, was that of my own great-grandmother, Rebecca Pio Nyonditi Nyaribatiga Bor Nyodongo, the matriarch, whom we all simply called Ruba. Ruba's name, all by itself, already tells the story of her own journey through life from birth to marriage and motherhood to maturity. She bore the name of the first of twins, Apio, the daughter of Onditi, Nyonditi, born of the river Nyariba, a graceful pearl, Atigang Mutebor, and descendant of Odongo, Nyodongo. Even her Christian name, Rebecca, bore witness to the matriarch she eventually became. Throughout my childhood, Ruba breathed life into the memory of generations through song. She sang histories and poetry, allegories and parables, and her songs recounted stories of creation, of heroes, of retribution, of justice. Her voice closely guided my quill and continues to resound in my ears still. I cannot say whether any single notion or event can account for the growing prominence of Ruba's voice in my imagination as I grew up and grew older. But I remember, for example, how when I applied for graduate school, it was her voice that echoed through the statement of purpose I submitted. The admission committee later told me that it was that voice that inspired them to invite me into the program of my choice. Rain is a testament to the continued guiding strength of that voice. This is in the afterwards and I guess an acknowledgement and a history, if you will, of where this experience comes from. Let me set this up. Sorry. There we go. And within the text itself, I think Mama Koth is the one who then embodies so much of this experience. And I'd like to read a passage from that. One of the things, Mom, one of the memories that is really vivid for me about Rebecca, aside from the storytelling, there are two in particular. One is her faith. She was deeply faithful. She had a very, very, very deep Christian faith. She would sing hymns all the time, right?
Yes.
All the time.
Yes.
And she had a Luo Bible. I remember looking at it once, and she had little glasses that went with it. And
Yes.
she was always, and it's really interesting, she was a devout Christian in a way that's different than anybody else I've ever seen. There was a sort of a casualness about it. Right? She wasn't this sort of like fanatical, you know, oh, God will guide me and do everything for me. It was a very easy and very constant sort of faith, very casual. There's no proselytizing, no imposition. It was just the way she was.
Part of her life, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And so I think if you remember the moment in the train when she's traveling to Mombasa and there's that interaction with her and the book, and she remembers the bits and pieces of it. This is inspired by my memory of Rebecca's own faith. And then the other thing that she was in my mind's imagination, the little child who still remembers Rebecca in very vivid ways, associated what my mom just said about her always having basically a table ready for the stranger, for whomever was hungry, a glass of water ready, was also that she would go anywhere for anyone. Right? Rebecca walked everywhere. Like she was, and because I was born when she was already very mature, she always looked the same to me, right? But she was also the strongest person I'd ever encountered. Mm-hmm. And so in the canto that starts talking specifically about a Koth's girlhood, you'll hear echoes of that a little bit. So let me read a little bit of that. Mm-hmm. Before she became a great-grandmother or a grandmother, this is Canto 9 on page 41, if you want to follow along. Before she became a great-grandmother or a grandmother or even a mother, Koth was the most accomplished long-distance walker for miles around Homa Bay. Every week on market day, she left her home on the bay by the lake at dawn, before the sun had broken the horizon, to walk the 4 hours to the market gathering place that gradually became Kisumu town. Her friends and age mates tried to keep up, but only some could, and only sometimes. When she arrived at market, the sun was just beginning to warm the earth. People said, partly in jest, that the girl had a secret understanding with the sun, since she was named after the rain, because whenever she went to market, the day remained cool, as if the sun was conceding to let her pass beneath the sky without troubling her. The legend took root when somebody noticed that on market days when a cot stayed at home, the sun unleashed its full force on everyone's head, seemingly without compunction. Nyanam, the grandmother who raised a cot from birth, smiled when she caught wind of these rumors of the sun's affinity for her granddaughter, finding them amusing, yet fitting. Nyanam was a kind and wise woman, but really not one to be crossed. Following the death of her son, Olo, she made sure that his legend grew. After all, the only thing more powerful and portentous than a son who spoke with the ancestors was a son who dwelt among them. Olo's 4 wives had an advocate among the spirits, and his many children were specially watched over, particularly the boys. To the delight of Olo's widows, all of their daughters became first wives. But Akoth was not just a first wife. Unlike her mother and her many sisters, she was the only wife, and she bore only 3 children. And so, in my child's imagination, Rebecca is this sort of this beautiful, beautiful person. And so the story of Akoth embodies that in many ways, sort of dramatizes that in many ways. The courtship that Auma sort of unleashes on her when he's singing and trying to show off and show how wonderful he is part of that. The way Rebecca, the way all of the children of Jokolo would come to her house, to Akoth's house, and the way she raises generation after generation after generation, the way she's ever mindful and even plays with the children. When she has great grandchildren and she's staying with great grandchildren and she's staying with her grandson in his house in Nairobi with the great grandchildren, the fact that she is always with them playing their games, right? In the garden, outside. This is very much part of my experience, my memory experience or experiential memory of that. And it goes back to something we were talking about earlier, Maggie, and I think, Mshai, you were here too, when we're talking about family and parenting and how the big difference between growing up in Kenya, when we grew up in Kenya, and growing up in the diaspora here in the United States or raising children here, is that here there's a starkness and a barrenness to the family structure, and the responsibility of nurturing, disciplining, loving, teaching, all of those things falls on that one individual or that pair of parent units, and there's no other. We find very little support or companionship from other parents in a place like the United States, and I think in many other quote unquote first world countries. But in Kenya, generationally and intergenerationally, there were always people who filled the need for companionship, disciplinarianship, for teaching, for entertainment, for guidance of any kind. And I think Mama Koth embodies that in many different ways. And you notice that as she grows, like over time, even her personality changes and her relationship with the different generations changes. But she's always that completely open and compassionate being, if a little enigmatic, right? And sometimes so enigmatic that it's a little bit like what are you talking about? Something that the young and the impatient always feel toward their elders, right? Even as they know that this is the person to go to for guidance and love and protection. But let me stop there, because I could talk
you
about
said something
forever. Yes,
you said something about Rebecca. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, you said something about Rebecca's faith. I'll just add one more thing about that. when I was a little girl, and every vacation I was with Rebecca, and then during school, I go to boarding school, girls' school, where Nyakaji girls. And when I came back, she would go to church with me, and she would get up and tell the congregation to pray for me, and to tell the congregation that she thanks God I was number one again. So this had a it had a psychological thing on me. I worked so hard to be number one, because what is she going to tell the church if I'm not number one? and I'm sure she meant well, but to me it was, I felt like I can never let her down. I have to be number one. So all my high school career, I was number two once and number three once. Otherwise, I was always number one every semester. And those times that I was not number one, I cried my eyes off. One was because I had malaria, and I don't know what had happened. Another one, I had some really bad throat infection. So I could not be number one, and I felt number one belonged to me, because then Rebecca is going to tell the church that they're praying for me anyway.
Well, let me just elaborate that what strikes me as especially funny about that is knowing Rebecca. It was like she was the most humble and the most loving and the most generous person in the world, right? So you wouldn't think that she would show off. But that is the perfect way to show up when you're in the middle of church and you get to thank God that your granddaughter is number one.
She showed up about me so obviously.
Brilliant. Oh, absolutely brilliant.
And it's
so
interesting.
Mommy, now we know the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. Now we know where Kathy was getting this number one, tormenting the rest of us in that position.
And I'm like you were there when we were talking about this question of love and of parenting, and how this obligation to be number one, to be at the top, and being second best was not good enough. But that was also very much tied into preparing your child to be successful in life in a world you knew was hostile. And in a way, the biggest reward you could give back to show your love would be to do the very best that you can. So I can absolutely
and academics. And another thing too, Mshai, of African parents, grandparents, in today's world, we would say that they use reverse psychology on us. Because, my dad would be like, well, he'd be patting my head and say, now I've paid all your tuition, your school fees, you're going to a really good school. You have all your, I bought everything on the checklist. You have everything. And what was that girl's name who was number one last time? This time now you have to make sure you.
A lot of pressure.
The pressure was, and you feel like you're just like, you can't let them down. So we just ended up, my husband asks me, what was it that made you want to be so ambitious and stuff? And I told him environment, because it's the environment that we grew up in. It was a very competitive environment in a loving way. It wasn't competitive I can't even explain it. It wasn't that you wanted to be number one to squash your people or others, but it was more like to give thanks to the parents that loved you so much. And then in turn, we would brag about you to the ends of the earth. And even when you were number two or number three, they would probably say you were number one.
It's a standing joke in Kenya that everybody's parents were number one. And so people wonder whose children came second and third. But just to say for the rest of you, before this, we were talking about one of the things, and I think, Kathy, you talked about it, Toni Morrison's words on writing the book that you wanted to be able to read. And one of the things we're talking about is earlier on was how this book feels so authentic to so many, at least from the Kenyan space. And I'm sure it's also say from, I guess, even the African space or the immigrant space. And for me, I think it is because you capture so well that authenticity of people's experiences. So I was sharing earlier about my grandmother and how this book just brought her to life. And she was that woman who came and stayed with you, who co-parented and everything. So and I was reading a course, and she was just so close to she's one of my favorite pictures, because that was also the grandmother who got me into storytelling, just by, her. She never would chastise you by saying you were wrong. She chastised you by telling a story. And then you think, oh, that was me, wasn't it? And then you got your messages that way. So that's why I asked that question, because it felt to me that those two, Nyanam and Akoth, are so lovingly drawn. They felt like people who you knew, who you just picked up on the page. And I know you've talked about how you're not so much writing a book as much as letting a book come through you, just telling the story as it comes. I just wanted to say, Simone, I really, really enjoyed the way you spoke earlier about how you came to the book. I was supposed to be eating, and I was like, okay, you guys just keep on. And I was so, because for me, it was so different. And I'm thinking, I think, Maggie, you're the one who said you just jumped straight into the book to do the story. But I was thinking how your experiences, for me, it was the beginning when it was in Portugal. And I was looking all over the internet, and I went to the YouTube, because I was like, I don't know this space. But then when it came to all the others, I was like, I'm right at home, What was unique for me is this has happened with very few writers. There are writers I start to read. Efua Sutherland was one. Aikwe Ama is another one. Yvonne Awor is another one. And right from the beginning, the book is written to be performed, to be spoken. And I think you capture so well. I was telling Kathy that this has been one of the longest books I've ever had to read, because I couldn't read it quietly. I literally had to read every word out loud. And you talked about, I work with literature and performance, and I'm really interested in books that can move from the page to the stage and back to the page really easily. And this whole thing of how do we keep alive, how does story travel into different forms and different spaces? And I just wondered if you could talk a little bit about that, Kathy, because it's not something that people do easily. And sometimes you can feel the people who force it. They're able to do it, but they force it. And with you, it was just so natural. It was such a joy. Whether I was reading the actual stories that were being told in the traditional storytelling form, or whether I was following, Maya's thoughts in her head, or whether I was, witnessing an interaction, it was just amazing. So I literally read the book. It took me, I think it took me like just over a week. But literally, I would sit and I would be reading aloud to myself every single page. And in some ways, that was really good. In other ways, it made some parts such heavy going. Like I know you talked about it earlier. Like there were parts I found, because I'm reading it aloud, I really feel the pain. I really feel the torture. The part where a character I have grown to love, I can feel this character is going to die. I can feel it in my bones, and I'm like, she's not going to do it. And then when a character like that dies, I get so angry with you. Like it was like, I think at one point I told you I just had to close the book and just say, I'm done. Like I really don't like you, Katrina Doyle. Let's not talk again. And then come back to it. And for me, it was, I wonder if you could talk about that. How you capture that so that it's a story to read and I can see that, but it's also a story to hear. And I know why Uncle Oliver was saying that, he'd like to see it on film. I think you just do a brilliant job with that.
No, thank you. I'm so glad that you describe it that way, because I will go back to the notion of being a scribe to a story that I'm hearing, because so much of the initial draft was almost like automatic writing, for lack of a better term. In other words, what I'm getting at is that I didn't find myself constructing the story sentence by sentence. I had a sort of a bird's eye view, and I knew what the spirit of the story was. I knew, milestones, like important points of contact. And I knew the feel of the world, right? But sentence by sentence, I was not, putting words together to come up with a sentence. It was almost like ideas would simply sing themselves. And that's the best way I know how to say that. So there was a feeling of automatic writing in that sense. That doesn't answer the question, how did I? I can just say like how it ended up on the page. The other thing that happened is when I was doing the review, when I'd finished the manuscript and I was reading the story over again, I would be aware of, like, I could correlate the moments when it didn't flow to moments when I'd been writing and actually constructing it. Like I could hear that it felt constructed. So I had to sort of stop for a second and find the story in, like, hear the voice of the story through all of that construction. Let me just give you a really quick example of one of these found moments that I honestly did not know had happened even until after the book was published. It's going to sound weird that I say this. It sounds irresponsible even, but it's true. So the book, The Blood of Anatole Basile Tejo, book 6, which is the one Mshai wrote to me, letting me know that she had been grieving what happened in book 6, and then book 7 came and just traumatized her. Made it really difficult to just like live with the book, and I'm so sorry about that. But but it's like book 6 is the book of love, and then book 7 is a book of war, right? And book 6 begins like this. Julia and I talked about this, so it's going to be familiar to Julia already. Canto 36 on page 179. 9-year-old Nato did not like his name. Just that sentence. 9-year-old Nato did not like his name. I draw attention to that sentence because later on the following page, when they talk about his page, his name, you hear this. Let me read. It was about half a paragraph that elaborates on how much he didn't like his name, or what some of the other sort of vicissitudes of this name were for him. Other than his teacher, nobody really called him Anatole, or Basile for that matter. At home and in the playground, he was always simply Nato. People generally said something closer to Natu, and he knew he was in trouble when he heard his mother's voice from across the village homestead calling out Nadu. Only his father. Only his father. Look at my mother. She's like, I recognize that sound. Only his father, the man who had chosen that embarrassing name, used it with any regularity. Anatole, he would say, his voice profound with pride and affection. You must, following up with some morsel of paternal counsel. When his mother trilled Nadu when he was in trouble, his father bellowed in dactylic tetrameter, the duality of the second and third names making their sound trochaic. Anatole, Basile, Tejo! Curiously, perhaps because of the music in their heralds' voices, these calls to discipline did not have the effect of alarming the boy. Instead, he would run to his mother when she hollered, or to his father when he bellowed, and stand stock straight at attention, waiting to find out what he had done to merit such an imperious summons. And that very response, prompt and dauntless, perhaps even valiant, tickled the summoner's poorly hidden mirth, making it common for Nato to meet with shining, indulgent eyes rather than angry, impatient glares. The part I wanted to draw attention to was this one, where his father bellowed in dactylic tetrameter, the duality of the second and third names making them sound trocade. So dactylic tetrameter is dun 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 dun, right? Dun 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 dun, that kind of rhythm. And so this goes. Let me see. His father bellowed in dactylic tetrameter, the duality of the second and third names, making them sound trocade. Anatole, Basile, Tejo. So I'm bringing this up because it was only later, I think it was when I was getting ready to talk with Julia, that I noticed that this dun 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 is how this entire book begins. 9-year-old Nato did not like his name, right? And I found that repeated throughout the book. And I think it has to do partly with the listening to the natural rhythm of the story. And I think partly also because, I guess, what is 1997? That was, oh my God. 1997 was 23 years ago.
23.
23 years ago, I first read The Divine Comedy, the very first time. And my mom will attest to this. It became just like the thing that occupied my brain. I read it every single day, I think for at least 15 years, nonstop and repeatedly, right? It's a long poem. And besides the story itself of what happens, the thing that drew me, and I think that kept me moving forward, is the way the music of the poetry is plays out. The poet does this really amazing thing where it's very structurally not uniform. It's like the structure is very well defined, so that each line is structured on an endecasyllable, which is like 11 syllables with varying rhymes, but 11 syllables. And then the rhyme scheme is recursive. It sort of basically twirls around, right, like a chain. Let me just give you a taste of what it sounds like when you hear it as a story. Okay, I'll just the first few lines. Nel mezzo del cammin di nostra vita mi ritrovai per una selva oscura che la diritta vi era smarrita. Ai, quanto a dir qual era cosa dura. Esta selva, selvaggia e aspra e forte, che nel pensiero rinnova la paura, tante amara che poco è più morte. So you can say like the story, or you can say like this. Nel mezzo del cammin di nostra vita mi ritrovai per una selva oscura che la diritta vi era smarrita. So you can do that. The point of this illustration is that reading Dante so much, I think, affected the way my brain processes language. I really do. So that so much of the way I was using language to represent this world, I think, came through that filter as well. So that the natural rhythms of English came through onto the page. And I only after having, there's a few echoes. Let me see if I can mute. Thank you, Maggie. It was only after the initial draft, I do remember one day thinking, oh my God, there's so many internal rhymes in this. Like this sounds more like a rap than a narrative. Like I should fix that. And I would try to fix it, but it wouldn't fix itself. Like I couldn't figure out any other way to say it except the way it was said. So there are moments where not only the rhythm, but the internal rhymes within the words just came out that way. And the process of writing, I think, to me, was a mirror to just how much the learning that I receive from other storytellers, my great-grandmother, from Dante, from all these other voices, all synthesize and flow into this new story. I think that's true for every storyteller. I think the idea, Julie and I talked about this, the idea that the storyteller is channeling, like a river, all the other tributaries that feed into them, I think is a very natural one. I'm not sure if I answered the question, but I think that was my response.
Thank you. That was great.
Yes, Simona.
I am very happy that we're having this conversation because at NEMLA, as you know, we're going to go with our collective roundtable. But I also, for the last 2-3 years, have organized another. It became so large that it was a seminar. It started as a panel, but it's entitled "Women Representing Women." So I never contributed because I was the chair, I was the organizer. But this year I thought that I would, with something that is the way Elsa Morante. Elsa Morante is a famous Italian writer of the 20th century. Described the war in history in the novel, very famous novel. Then today, I changed my mind. And I have decided to talk about your story. And it's entitled Transnational and Transhistorical Female Agency.
Oh my,
the case of
I'm
rain.
going to interrupt you just a second. NEMLA is the Northeast Modern Language Association, where all of us who teach language and literature gather to share. Oh, Simona, this is incredible. This is amazing. End of interruption. Please continue.
But so I'm very happy that I am hearing all your voices, okay? Because you all participate with little pieces to actually the abstract that I'm writing. So I will actually, I should recognize you as authors as well. But essentially what I'm driving from the conversation here, for example, your uncle said that so far, really, that he doesn't feel that there is anybody, any author from Africa that has really captured the history, but the history of the community. Okay, maybe there's Derek Walcott who did something similar, but I think that your touch, your location is so much more, as we said, authentic, real, emotionally convincing. So you really are speaking from a privileged location, because by saying it is my grandmother who inspired me, you go back to the roots of the tradition. Who holds the tradition? It's the woman. Okay, she holds the history. She cares as a nurturer. Yeah? As your mom said, she fed us. But she not only fed us with the idea of the food, but also with the idea that we had to be number one. She fed us in ambition. She fed us in a sense of, I am and I can be number one. And that's one point. But then the other one is the nurturing. So if we want to rewrite the history of Africa, we really have to go back to that nurturing, to that feeling of love, of peace, of justice, that feeling of shared authority, of shared history, of shared knowledge that only a woman really possesses, in my opinion. Okay, I'm biased, I'm a woman too. But then another thing that I want to say, so I see this as a very important conversation that we're having, because it really brings knowledge to me, okay? And almost like a recognition of something that I already knew. Because I also come from a culture where there is Italian, so Italian storytelling, and we were an agrarian society until last century. We were, I come from the Northeast, so very heavily agricultural. With the culture, the rural culture of storytelling at night in the stall, where it was warmer, because the cows with their heat were making it warm. So that really is something that I can recognize. I see it for the second time, so I know it because I've seen it before. It's inside me. So that's very important. And then another thing that I have to say, we were all laughing and talking about how Catherine or Adoyo wrote the book, and she was finally, somebody, etc. But I want to remind everybody that there is also the experience of a trauma that I think went into the writing of the story. Adoyo, can I share with them when you called me last year in Milan? Can I share? Don't put me in the first screen. I like to see everybody. Otherwise, I see myself and I feel horrible.
I'm sorry, I muted my microphone. I was saying yes. Please go ahead.
Yes, I will. So I was in Milan last year, around at this time. It was exactly October, and I had not spoken to Adoyo for months. So, and I was on some kind of journey or a trip for my work. And here comes Adoyo, and she tells me, she pours out her soul of how distraught she was with the situation in the States, and she was afraid for her life, and she needed to write something that would be a weight, that would anchor her to history. So at least, somebody can kill me, but if I write something, that something will be staying, will be here. So, and I felt very deeply, and I said to her, I was very upset about this. So I'm upset about what you're saying, because I feel that everybody has the right to occupy a space on Earth, okay? And that's his space or her space. Nobody should take that away from him or her. But also it reminded me of another book. And it reminded me of why I don't read that much literature. Because a book has to be written out of that necessity, in my opinion. All the other books that are written because I'm famous, because I want to be famous, etc., are really not of no worth to me, of no value to me. But those books that are written like on the edge of a crevice, on the edge of an abyss, those are the ones that are worthy of reading. Something like that happened in 1929 to a famous Italian writer, Ignazio Silone, and he wrote Fontamara. So this is a novel about a village that was completely destroyed by the capitalist fascists. So, and in the introduction, he writes about this family that had escaped this destruction, and they had come to Switzerland, where he was actually in exile because he was a communist. And they had told him the story of Fontamara. And he said, I have to write it. I'm very sick and I'm going to die, but I have to write the story. So I think that there is the same kind of urgency in Adoyo's novel. So all of this and all of the things that you say, the fact that there is a certain, and I told you about the rhythm, at the very beginning, you said that there is a rhythm that you have to enter. And it's the rhythm of storytelling. It's a naturalness. There's something natural about the way you write, which of course it is natural because it's founded on millennia of storytelling in Africa. So it has found its naturalness in history. So that's what I wanted to say. It's not a question. I just wanted to say this is what we have to consider when we read your book and when you appreciate a new voice in African literature.
Thank you, Simona. I just let me add a little bit more detail so everyone gets some more context. When I called Simona, I think it was the day after we received news that Tatiana Jefferson had been shot in her house playing with her 8-year-old nephew by a policeman who snuck up from behind them. And while often police murders of this kind of young, especially young Black men, but men and women both, kept making headlines. This one hit me particularly hard because along with hearing the news, there were also links to videos of her preparing lessons. She taught anatomy at a college, and she was very well organized, and she used visual aids, and and I think the impact of hearing the news and seeing that at the same time, and her having an 8-year-old nephew that she was playing with, was deeply resonant, because I'm a teacher and I recognize that experience of preparing lessons and thinking through what are the students going to need to know, how do you engage them. But also the fact that my nephew and I, we would spend a lot of time just playing a lot, playing at the piano, playing video games, playing painting, setting off rocket explosions, playing with slime. So our life was just so consumed in ways that were parallel to this young woman's story. And this was someone who was just minding her own business. So the banality of that murder, and the immediacy with which I felt it is what contributed to this deep sense of urgency, because to me, it was sort of a case, like, sort of empirical evidence that I could not take it for granted that some random predator wouldn't just suddenly one day decide that, you know what I'm saying, right? I don't even want to finish that sentence.
Mm-hmm.
But there was that. So that's what Simona is really alluding to. And the way rain fit into this was because the idea of telling this story had been with me for so long, and I'd been working on it for so long. But the ice cold nature of that urgency just made me realize I can't fiddle about trying to fit into a system. I just need to tell the story and get it out there, and then move on to the next thing. Because there's no point. We get caught up and delayed so much in the institutional pantomime, right? In the secondary and tertiary and quaternary levels of the things that we think we need to do before we can get to do the thing that we want to do, right? The thing that we need to do. And so stripping away all those layers in that moment of urgency, I realized all I need to do is finish the story and get it out to readers. And after that, my at least my part of it will be done. And it fills me with a great deal of I think it fills me with a great deal of love to hear how you're receiving it.
Mm. Thank you, my dear. You wrote it. I'm just reading it. I have a very small task, but I have to leave you, ladies. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my dear. Thank you, Simona.
Thank you.
I'm completely, my mind is blown about your topic. Thank you.
Thank you. Very welcome. It's my pleasure. Thank you so much. Greetings to Nairobi. Oh, thank you.
You must come and visit.
Bye, guys. Take care. Love you. Ciao.
Can I comment that she's not writing the lion's history? She's writing the lioness's history.
Yes.
It's both African and it's women who are so in the forefront, which is such a splendid exception to what is generally done and what is rather boring. This isn't. I so want to thank you, Adoya. Especially, I've looked forward every week to these discussions, and they are wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julia. Ijoma, you want to say something?
Yeah. So it's an amazing story, and what I wanted to say is, and I think Simona touched on this a bit, and even Julia too. Julia talked about how the story is, original and everything. Sometimes those voices are lost, as you said, Adoyo, in the whole process of trying to sort of fit in and climb as a way of self-preservation almost, in a world in which we're embattled, really. And creativity itself is embattled, you know. So just hearing sort of the backstory of your grandmother, and you know, it's just amazing. And I think it's those kind of spirits that have kept the story alive. And I was wondering if you could reflect, Mommy, can you reflect? I want you to reflect on something, which is the fact that, you know, we are embattled at different from different angles in the world today, and sometimes that push, which parents sometimes, you know, give to their children, which Maggie talked about, which is, you know, hey, you must be first, is almost a point, you know, self-preservation, and sometimes they don't. In that process, the risk involved in the creative process and the uncertainty involved is often lost in that thing of, you know, you've got to make it, you've got to climb, you know, the ladders that we see, you know. So I wonder, Mommy, if you could reflect, you know, as a parent. I know it's been a roller coaster, seeing Adoyo, you know, born and, you know, go, you know, exploring and then finding her way to this, you know, what has that sort of been like, you know, because you know, just thinking as a parent myself, you know, it's it must have been frightening at points, you know. I don't know. But I don't know how you sort of found the courage to see what you're seeing, and maybe it's the stories, I don't know, because clearly you connect to that history, that very rich history that is not only individual but also communal. But I really want to hear your voice, you know. Yeah.
Well, as I mentioned, I was worried about Adoyo, but I also realized that she was fiercely independent, which means I should not interfere too much, because then that may just throw her off. Fiercely independent, but I also realized at the same time she was industrious. She worked all the time on creative things. And I really didn't know what to do with her. All I knew was just to remind her to remember to do something that will pay her bills. That when she grows up, she can feed herself. And she can have a roof over her head. That's something I said a couple of times. Otherwise, I realized there's nothing I can do other than provide as best I can, and hint guidance, because she was so independent that if you go with your advice in a wrong way, she may reject it outright. She was not rude or anything, but she was very blunt sometimes. So I had to be very careful what to say, how to say. But the one thing I knew is she was a winner. She wanted to win. And that spirit usually guides people the right way. So I don't know if I'm answering your question, but I did little to try to steer her anyway. All I did was just to remind her that at the end of the day, be sure that you can do something that would give you good livelihood. That's what I said a few times. I know you can say something to that too, but I don't think I did much in guidance. I figured, let me provide, because when I chose to go to the US as an undergrad student, and I was only in my early 20s, I was scared that I don't want to leave them behind in Kenya for too long. Because having been married off at a young age, I was afraid somebody in the family will look at them and decide they're grown enough to be married off. So I was scared half to death, but I knew I had to be in the US for about at least a year and then go get them. So that's what I did. I came to the US. I was an undergraduate student. I stayed in school for 1 year, for 12 months. And then I went back. Actually, it was more than 12 months, I think. Was it? I don't remember. But anyway, I just know that the nearest summer that came along, I went to Kenya to get my children. And then when I came with them, my sponsors who had given me a scholarship wanted to pull out the scholarship because they said, we didn't know you were going to bring 3 children. And I said, you can't pull my scholarship because there was nothing in the agreement that I can't bring my children. I'm just trying to help them also. So they said, well, you keep them, but if you start failing your grades, we are going to pull your scholarship. But the good thing, I was already a straight A student, so that was a good mileage to start with. So when one time I had a C, I got a warning from them. I said, but undergraduate C is a passing grade. So I was always having this smart mouth, being humble, but being able to argue my way to know that come rain or shine, these kids must get the same privilege I'm getting. I kept 5 jobs and 22 credit hours at the same time. I was working myself to the ground, but I knew that something had to happen for them. So what I'm trying to say here is I was ready and willing to provide, but I could not insist or, try to micromanage. I left that to her.
And, if I may add to that, I think that my mom is exactly right it's one of those things where you take the horse to the trough and then it decides if it's going to drink or not, right? And I think the foundation that we had just, from home already, right? From this very solid foundation, this very enabling foundation, a cultural foundation that took our agency for granted, right? And so this is very different from the United States, where I think the United States undermines the agency of children in a lot of different ways, socioeconomically, intellectually, culturally, and across the board, right, across the demographic spectrum. Whereas I think it's come up several times here, the way we grew up in Kenya, surrounded by the different communities that we found ourselves in, whether it was a community at home with extended family or community at school with, all our friends and all the guardians there, there was never a question of our agency in doing things. So when my mother describes my industry, it's because I never ever learned to think that there was something I couldn't do. You see what I mean? Nobody ever put that in my head. Nobody ever said there's something I wasn't supposed to do. That's the other thing, right? Whereas in very structured societies, and like in this American very structured community that we were talking about earlier, very early on, people have sort of their boundaries delimited for them in terms of what they can do and what they're supposed to do and what they're not supposed to do in terms of learning and dreaming. I get students in the classroom, by the time they get to me, they're 17 or 18 years old, and they have very clear essentialist conception about their own intellectual life. Essentialist in the sense that they'll say things like, I can't do this. And it becomes my job, and this has become sort of a mantra for me. Every time I hear students say that, for example, in a language class, they say, I can't pronounce this. Or in a literature class, they say, oh, I can't understand how this is working. I ask them to simply switch out one word. Instead of saying, I can't, why don't you just say, for right now, I don't, right? I don't pronounce this well. I don't understand how to do this well. And the reason I ask them to do that is because it becomes an observation and a diagnosis of a problem that they can now endeavor to address, as opposed to having that essentially sense of, this is the limit of my capacity and I can't be expected to go beyond it. So from my growing up, I said, it wasn't ever even a question. I think we were very, very fortunate because my mother did put us in places where we had the opportunity to just blossom, just grow. So by the time we came here to this country, yes, she was very busy, but for example, our agency was such that we knew how to organize chores at home. without needing to be administered. She didn't have to police us and tell us what to do, when to do it, because we just knew how to do that. We had grown up doing it. And so it just, when we went into higher education, the letter that my mother referred to earlier, right, when I transferred from University of Maryland to Davis, I was in the sciences in both cases, and I was pre-med, so clearly I was going to go to med school earlier. But when I switched majors, the letter I wrote to my mom, I think, Mom, you still have a copy of it. You told me you still have that letter.
It must be somewhere.
I remember spending a lot of time composing this letter, sort of explaining in great detail why it was necessary for me to change from the sciences to music. And the reason why I took the time to explain in such great details is because she really had instilled in us this idea that education for self-sufficiency was important. Like, you did need to be able to eventually be able to stand on your own. And I knew that the way the humanities, and especially music, the arts, were thought of was that these are not the means by which people sustain themselves. So my argument to my mother, or the case that I presented to my mother to sort of explain and also sort of like smooth the way so that there wasn't any sense, so that the disappointment, right, wasn't too deep, was responding to that, right? Responding to the notion that, like, I know you want me to be able to take care of myself. I know that you want me to be able to have agency. And so here are the ways in which my switching disciplines actually meets that that basic requirement, right? And I remember, Mom, I spent a lot of time on this letter. Like, I wrote it very, very carefully, mailed it off, and I'm like, oh Lord, oh man, I hope this doesn't get me into trouble, right? But here's the interesting thing. Because I grew up in a place that did not constrain our sense of agency or creativity, even as a child in Kenya, by the time we met, we were joking earlier about how I kind of do a little bit of everything. I think by the time we met, I really did not understand when people said, oh, but you can only do this. I'm like, well, what do you mean you can only do this? Sure, you can decide that's all you want to do, but it's about are you constraining yourself, or are you actually expressing the true limit of your capacity, right? So this is an important, and let me just close with one statement. From working with Ari this summer, I hear where this question is coming from. Do you mind if I share a little bit about Ari with everybody? Okay. As I told you earlier, Ari is a brilliant child, just a beautiful soul through and through, but also intellectually just on it. What's really interesting, because we worked for, I think it was over a period of maybe 8 weeks. So we went every week, except for a couple of times where we were both sick and had to postpone. But every week we'd meet. And after the first meeting, I knew that this was a child whose mind would be able to absorb and sustain Aristotle's Poetics. And the reason why I went with Aristotle's Poetics as a foundation of my writing workshops with a 12-year-old boy was because when I read his story, I could see that he intuited things, not just about storytelling, but he intuited things about how to represent like the lived experience of a family through this whole show, don't tell principle that Aristotle is famous for, right? He intuitively did it so well. And I think so well, Ijoma, I suspect that even his teachers didn't quite understand how deeply he intuited it, right? They read it and they knew that it was good, but I'm wondering whether they could be able to explain just how good it is, And so I remember thinking to myself, I want to introduce this young man to Aristotle now so that it is so normalized in his head that it doesn't become this thing on a pedestal later on, right? I wanted him to be able to take like Aristotelian ideas for granted and have it be a part of just how he thought about things, because I wanted to basically second his parents, like Ijoma and her husband both, second their attitude toward him, whereby they recognize his talent and they enable him by giving him the tools that he needs. That they were willing to let me take him on hand to do this workshop, I think is exemplary of that. And I think it reflects what you were describing of recognizing what the child is doing and finding ways to let them do what they do best, right?
Yeah.
Yes. So if I'm reading it right, I think so far Ari has been very, very fortunate to have you, making the decisions that you're making on his behalf. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would like to just jump onto that. And one of the things I find really fascinating about the way you're writing, first, just in terms of what Simone was saying about this the new stories, if you want, bringing the new stories that we are seeing. And I think it's something that I'll almost say that there's a generation of writers who are coming up, who are exploring that space. Very many of them, at least the ones who are most steeped enough, are women. Julia, they tend to be women, and very much without forcing it, are very much amplifying all these amazing women who are, in each of them in their era, are intelligent, are amazingly talented, and whatever, it's almost like whatever they put their hands to, they are able to do. But I'm also thinking about the conversation we were having earlier with Maggie and the rest of them were talking about school. Mm-hmm. And this sense of those who went to certain schools were very privileged, mm-hmm. right? It's not everybody who gets to go to a school like that. And you read a passage for us, and we were talking about it. And Mama Doyo, I'd love to hear what you think about this. But the deliberate choices, because the line that struck me when you read it this time was that Anna, and despite everything that Anna was, and I think the amazing thing about Anna is you write about her with such tenderness. Mm-hmm. Despite what many people would say, she was such a bad mother, right? Mm-hmm. But there's something that you managed to communicate. And even she understood that the place I take my children to will have such amazing impact. Mm-hmm. But what we were talking about earlier was just the privilege of being in a space like that. Mm-hmm. And the kind of, and we were talking about even in society, the kind of perks that it grants you, whether it's through networks or anything like that. And I think the other side of it is that those who went through schools like that, mm-hmm. there is a sense of responsibility because you've had the privileges that others didn't have. Mm-hmm. And, it struck me when I was reading the book, and when someone like Maya, I was like, wow, how many Africans, mm-hmm. right, who can say, I have grown up with this ability to be so much at home in the Occident or when I'm back home, right? It's the world is, I can go wherever I want, I can live however I want. And it's I think it's a new generation that's now beginning to actually give us African characters who have the freedom that we've previously not seen African characters being able to have. And the thing that really struck me about your book is that also mirrors what you're doing, that with the kind of education that you've had, the kind of place that you've had, the way you're able to research. So, for me, I mean, even I've read the history of Vasco da Gama. It's somewhere behind over here. Mm-hmm. And I know we talked about it, that I was reading your book and I was like, no book I have ever read has brought to life what Vasco da Gama's voyage was, mm-hmm. from the perspective of the people who, quote, he came to discover. Mm-hmm. And that sense of, the European age of discovery, mm-hmm. that brought such trauma. Yvonne O'War has just done this absolutely brilliant lecture that was just yesterday And I think all of us who are on it were in shock. Like, I've not heard anybody speak so directly to colonialism and the brutality it visited. And, you know, because the topic was shared history, and she was saying, hang on, you know, whose history? What does the shared look like? Why would we want to be part of that history? And you don't understand that reaction unless you've been able to be in that space that you took us through. I told you I was completely traumatized by Vasco da Gama. But then at the same time, you know, I was reading this, and then I went to this podcast and somebody was talking about it in Swahili. And, you know, you go to Vasco da Gama Pillar and none of that is there. You go to Fort Jesus in Mombasa, none of that history is there, you know, and what you enable us to recover. When we talk about the history of the slave trade on the East African coast, the West African coast does tend to go about that in detail, but we don't really have that, you know, that history. And I think for me, it's that thing that now I'm listening to you speak, I'm listening to what Ijoma is saying, and this sense of each generation, which you capture in the book. Fanon talks about each generation will come up against, you know, has to discover the historical challenges of that generation. And then you've got to find your mission. And so the first thing is, do you recognize what your generation's challenge is? The second thing is, you know, do you recognize your mission in that generation? And then are you going to be able to fulfill it? And I'm listening to you talk, and I think it's so fascinating because you are fulfilling your mission in this generation. And some might say that, look, she's not in the diaspora, so she's lost. And what you're showing is, you know, because I am in diaspora, precisely because of that, precisely because of the history I have had, precisely because I'm both really steeped in Kenya. I went to school there. I have my friends, I have my networks, I have my relationships. I'm very rooted there, but then I'm also very rooted in this other world, that you're able to bring us both of that. You're able to work with traditions that the world has embraced as global traditions. So you're able to speak about Dante so intimately and so brilliantly, but then you're also able to now take us into Akoth, into Rebecca, what Rebecca gave you, and treat it with exactly the same reverence, the same care, the same, this, you know, this is not like, oh, that's the great tradition, and then here is the other one that I'm trying to, but you're saying, here are these amazing, both of them are amazing, great traditions, and this is how I'm using them to speak to each other. And that just blows my mind. And you reflect it also in the lives of your characters, but you know what you just said about Aristotle and the showing, not telling? So even as you're writing about it in these characters, you're also showing us in your own work. And I just find that it just brings me such joy to engage with. As people were talking, all of that came to mind. And Ijoma, thank you for allowing her to talk about Ari. I just can't wait to hear this as well. So thank you both.
Ari will come and say hi. He's folding laundry.
Yes.
He's coming. He'll come.
Those mothers we were talking about, you can learn to fold laundry even if you're a genius. I don't care.
Oh, yes. You have to learn to work.
Exactly.
Yeah, but thank you so much. One thing that struck me about what Mshai said is that Mshai is like you never left, because I joined when you took a break from the conversation, and it's just so seamless. You know, it's so seamless. Like some of the things that you talked about when I joined and we were discussing earlier, some of those themes came up. You know, that, and which was why I was telling Adoyo, I asked her a question like, how much of Maya is you? And Adoyo, you talked about how an author brings their whole selves to their writing, if it's authentic in the way that this is. But I was blown away by how much, how seamless Maya could move between those two worlds. Like in Lisbon, very at home, the smell, you know, because you find writers that have to, like I have this joke, my husband and I have this joke where he talks about, you know, he came to the US when he was 21, but because he read so widely, that world was already in his head. He could recreate, you know, and then you came here younger and you lived it and you lived Kenya before that, but you just weave it together. I wouldn't even say bring it, but you weave it together in such an amazing and authentic way. And one thing that struck me, like when we were in grad school, and I could feel you living, I could see you and feel you living between those worlds. And there were dinners Adoyo would host, and she would cook authentic Italian cuisine and teach Italians how she made it from scratch. And on the table was also Sukima Wiki, authentic, just to reflect how all that was combined in you. And I think it's an important perspective to have in today's world now, where everybody is so divided and very, very much focused and putting everyone in a box. And one thing I love about this book is how it reflects the reality that we can all be real in as a combination of many cultures, and in a way too that doesn't mean that one perspective must be sacrificed for the other. I really love that. I really love that realness, and you hear it even in the political current. When somebody like Kamala Harris came forward, and then people are like, oh, how Black is she? How Indian is she? How, like, guys, life is more rich, more complex, more nuanced, more, So it was refreshing from that standpoint to read this book and just see a world that was whole and that was still authentic in each expression of it, and it was beautiful in that way. Yes, and my fervent hope is that more people can read this and have conversations around this and look at things in a new way, because there really is that need, that reckoning that has to happen. Yeah.
Thank you. Maggie, please.
No, I was just cognizant of, I know that the conversations are so lovely, but I'm wondering about Mommy in Kenya and Julia in wherever you are, because Mshai too is in Kenya. I know it's got to be late for you guys. I don't know. I don't want to end it, but I'm also cognizant of that. So,
and I was hoping that maybe, I don't know if Julia, I know it's really late, but I'd love to, I know we'd all love to hear about your experience. Like I said, you and I have talked about this for the last 10 minutes together. So I want to stand back for a second and maybe give you a moment to reflect also.
Right. We've been talking a lot also on Facebook, and there's a movement in Cornell to decide not to have the English department, but the literature in English. And I said, no, a literature department, which draws on all of the diasporas in America, where we've got Dante, where we've got Cervantes, where we've got so forth. And also, I keep going back in my teaching to Black African writers in Europe, in the classics. Terence, who wrote the comedies, which Dante's son says his father was using for the title of the Commedia. And he's an freed slave. He writes these wonderful comedies for the Roman audience. And in one of them, he has the character proclaim on the stage, Homo sum, nihil me alienum puto. I am a man, nothing human is alien to me. This sense of inclusion of humanity. And this is why I've so loved your book, because it opens up these strands like rivers into an ocean. The other writer I've always loved is Apuleius, who is also African, writing in Latin, and who says that he's writing with a reed pen on papyrus. And he's telling the story. The character becomes a donkey and sees slavery in the Roman Empire. But one of the things that I found very troubling when I was teaching Terence and working with an Afro-American woman in Denver who was producing Terence's plays with black actors, was that they were terrified of saying the cheeky lines that Terence wrote for Roman slaves, because Roman slaves could buy their freedom and they were more literate than their masters. Whereas in America has been the lynching, has been the enforced illiteracy of slaves. And I got very angry with, this is a long time ago, Project Head Start, when the government wanted to give money for young black children to have a nursery school. And I was saying to the teachers, let them have books. And the teachers were saying, oh no, they've got to learn their socializing skills first. And that was a way of keeping going the slavery and illiteracy. And this is why I've loved here with the Roma, finding their storytelling is so rich. Whole libraries of oral stories, which I'm recording, while they're living in the midst of this library, which is full of books, and counting the books and listening to Dante and so forth. These are people who in Europe were slaves from the Middle Ages before America was discovered until the publication in Romania of Uncle Tom's Cabin. And then they were in the Holocaust. And so I'm seeing all of these parallel universes, parallel structures. And we're sort of kind of laboratory trying to figure out, how do we change from the discrimination to inclusion? And what I keep saying is learn both cultures, keep your own, learn ours, be all the richer for that, but never give up your own, because I'm finding they care for children much better than we do. They have all of the manual skills. The women are doing carpentry, the men sew. There's no gender discrimination about work. Women and men build houses together. But at the same time, very rigid discrimination about a woman will not allow herself to be in the same room as a man who is not in her family, unless she's with her husband and so forth. Very strict rules about comportment. So, I mean, I've been living in the midst of this and reading Rain and so enjoying these weekly discussions we've been having. They are deeply enriching, and I do thank you. And also, I must say, I humbly come to you realizing the white supremacy of which my ancestry has been a part. I'm Anglo-Irish, so I know the terrible history of Ireland and its colonialism. And I realize also Britain's ghastly treatment in Kenya. And I'm grateful that you allow me to be a part of this. Thank you.
Julia, I think the pleasure and the honor is all mine to have been able to carry over the last 2.5 months, to carry our conversations and debates and the shared passion that we have for Dante, for example, and the shared passion we have for classical literature has given our discussions a certain kind of flavor that I think could only happen between the two of us. And it's really wonderful to open it up like this, to have so readers of so many broader perspectives, so many different perspectives. It's wonderful to have my mother here who can speak directly about her experience with my great-grandmother, right? And share that with everybody. It's wonderful to have my childhood best friend here who can tell you about all the mischief we were up to when we were kids, right? It's wonderful to have my friend from grad school and her brilliant son and his story, and to be able to share that. It's wonderful to have this newly met and deeply cherished colleague in Mshai, who has just some truly brilliant perspective. My dream was always to bring all these different worlds together, because I think we all inhabit worlds where we're like the center of the dandelion and all the different peoples in our worlds like sort of like are from these other worlds. So when they come together and they sort of coincide, it's always a wonderful, wonderful thing. And it's always an honor and a privilege. I want to share something that you brought up. I think you articulated it really, really well. And I would like to open it up to everybody because I thought it was one of the most beautiful observations about rain. And I think maybe it was our second conversation. Julia said, you know, I know that Maya is the main character, but ultimately it feels like this is a book about Hera. And she focused on Hera's journey, right? From the fact that she's first introduced in the book in labor, right? In book two opens with Hera's labor pains, and it carries it all the way to the end with the birth of the twins.
Yes.
It also, in the interim, hers is the most wholesome story that we get of love and loss, right? The most deeply felt story we get of love and loss. And she, in a sense, ties all these seemingly disparate things, like the Portuguese monk, right? The Sierra Leonean doctor, and this family. They all sort of come together and distill into Hera and the new generation that she's giving birth to. And Julia's Julia wrapped all of this up in the idea that rain ultimately is a woman's story. I really loved that formulation. The idea that it's a woman's story, and
the lioness's story.
The lioness's story, like the vicissitudes of the woman's life, from its joys and its pains, its struggles and its triumphs, come through in this story. And so I wanted to share that with everybody, and maybe, you know, find out if you wanted to add some more comments based on that. But let me start with you, Julia, and so that if you want to elaborate, and then we can go from there.
I'm having difficulty hearing you.
Oh,
forgive me.
I'm so sorry.
It's me. And so could you rephrase the question?
Let's take a moment to say hi to Ari. Hi, Ari.
Yes. And your name?
His name is Ari. Arinze.
How do you do?
Wait, did you just get new glasses? No?
No. He just
didn't wear them.
He wears them when he sees them.
Ari, it's been a long time. I'm coming back to Cosimodo soon, okay, dear?
Hey, another one.
Hey,
I
little babies. You guys, I knew them when they were single cell organisms. Seriously.
Oh, yeah.
I really learned a lot about your book.
I
I'm looking
wouldn't
forward
remember,
to it.
but he almost drove Adoyo crazy. Remember, Adoyo? You came to stay with her in her studio apartment. And you can imagine with a toddler, and you're trying to write.
But the thing is, he was so cute that it was like it was fun. It was worth it. It's just too adorable.
It was.
It's good to see you, my dear. It's really good to see you.
So, Beldina, you need to unmute.
Okay, you can go.
Can you unmute?
Yeah. Oh, okay. She's
Can you unmute Beldina Auma? The microphone.
Microphone.
Yeah, finally. I was trying to unmute on the. Okay, anyway. I wanted to tell Ari that I saw him in his prom during Adoyo's graduation, right? Was it? When was that? When we were at Harvard, and he was still little.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that was his brother. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was him. Okay. Okay.
Well, he was always around in
But
Cambridge.
congratulations on your book.
She said congratulations.
Congratulations on your book. I can't wait to read it. Congratulations on your book. I can't wait to read it.
Look at this, Ijoma. Look at this. You have a whole herd of elephants, you know, encouraging your little baby on.
It means the world. It means the world. Thank you. Thank you, Mama. Thank you, everybody.
He's probably thinking, no pressure whatsoever.
Exactly. This is great. So let me see. What were we talking about? We were talking about how this is.
I think Julia was trying to reflect in closing. So yes.
Julia, my question. Can you hear me now? My I guess it was more like a comment and an invitation to reflect on how this is a women's book, like how you had made the observation that while Maya is the principal protagonist through whose eyes we see a great deal of the contemporary history, like the contemporary world, the historical reality, and the potential for the future, Hera ends up being the central figure through whom history, all the different histories converge, right? So I just I was hoping that maybe you wanted to share a little bit more about your reflection on that.
In fact, I said one night that I think Hera is Adoyo rather than Maya, because when you meet Hera on the station platform in London, loaded down with books, that's exactly the way I think of Adoyo, having traveled around Europe and just like a sponge absorbing all of Western culture on top of her own, which she has absolutely not lost. What I would be really upset about would be giving up one for the other, which I found when I came to America very difficult. That the idea in America is that you must obliterate the past, obliterate your heritage, and to adopt the English only of America. And I found this very hard amongst the penitente in Colorado, where I was teaching, and so forth, noticing that it was especially done to the immigrant groups who came from Catholic countries, the Spanish, the Italians, and so forth, that even the Catholic Church would be insisting on English only, which is, and I saw this also in Australia, where the Italian immigrants were crying on my shoulder because I don't speak Italian very well, but I speak Italian, and to them God speaks Italian, and they were being denied the Mass in Italian because your mother tongue is part of your soul, and it should not be obliterated. It's your identity. I can remember being English in America and trying to be American. And it wasn't until one morning when I woke up and said, heck, I'm English, that I was able to write my letter asking for American citizenship. Because then only could I afford to have enough basis on which to have a different citizenship.
Mm.
And I think my Adoyo's book is doing that. It's celebrating all of the cultures, the richness of being bicultural. And I'm very grateful to being able to participate in learning about that. Thank you. Especially, I love the way your father is so proud of you and when he spoke and wanting the book to be published in Kenya.
Mm-hmm.
I should say, I look forward to seeing it on Netflix.
Yeah, I agree. I like the way he said that he wanted to do it as an episode.
Oh yeah.
Because you know, the way the world is going today, even what we're doing right now is very abnormal. 5 hours of concentrated talking of something is usually very unheard of. So if the concept of doing it in episodes will be able to reach more people far and wide, because people are just the attention span, the 24-hour news cycle, the everyday life. People are just not able to take that time and do what it takes to absorb this masterpiece. And I told Kathy a few weeks ago, I was reading with a fury because at that point I was like, I want to finish the book. I had committed to finishing the book because I knew that there's not going to be a magical time where I have this excess of time to just do it. It's one of those things where you just have to fit it into your daily life. So what a wonderful way, Mommy, for you and Daddy to say that, you know, we want to do it like even in a movie or in episodes, because I know that that would be more consumable to a wider swath of the population, a wider swath of children, you know, because honestly, Kathy, I tell you this, when I first started reading this book, I was like, no, send it to me in audio because this is a bit much. This is because I'm very honest with her like that. And so my introduction to Rain was through her voice, through Kathy's voice. And that enabled me to immerse myself in the book and want for more. And I got angry when she hadn't, you know, done the audios like farther than where I had reached, because I was like, I'm ready for more. and so now it was really weird because it's like she had given us the manuscript, read it if it's there, but I didn't want to read it. I wanted to listen to it. And so one day I was, and Kathy, you're welcome to share this story when I don't know. You remember when I called you and told you I had listened? Yeah.
I remember. Okay, so I told you guys that I'd lassoed Maggie into this, right? So I knew I felt a certain sense of responsibility to make the story available in a way that was, you know, sort of, you know, suitable to her as well. And because I knew that it was a story that was inspired by oral tradition, it was an opportunity for me to manifest that orality, right? So I started making these recordings, and you guys have probably encountered them, the YouTube recordings of Canto 1 through 7 and Canto 32. And it's so part of it was a practical thing, just, you know, manifest it, but also make it available to Maggie. So I did the first 7 cantos, posted them, and I was ready to go. Maggie would listen to them on her commute. And I sent her a playlist, a YouTube playlist that contained all the cantos, but I think she used a link that separated them. So she would be hunting for each one. And she got up to Canto 4, and for several days, she was re-listening to Canto 4 and going back to the beginning, making it to Canto 4, and then going back to the beginning again. And so one day she calls me on her way from work. She's like, Kathy, I have to tell you, I'm really enjoying this. This is wonderful. I've listened to it multiple times. And her voice is really gentle, right? Because Maggie's usually like pretty rambunctious. But this time, she was talking kind of quietly and slowly and kind of deliberately. And I was wondering, what's going on? And then I realized because then she'd be like, so when are you gonna have Canto 5 up? And I was like, what do you mean? And she goes, well, I've gotten up to Canto 4 and I've listened to it multiple times and now I can't wait. Like, can you just give me a timeline? And I was like, Maggie, it's been up for weeks. What was delightful to me about that is that she went through this circuitous way of like kind of buttering me up and like being all gentle and sweet about it to finally say, give me now, I want more.
I was literally pleading, like it was so crazy because I told her, I said, this is not good, because now I kind of understand when people say they're an addict and you want more. And it was a bad analogy, but it's kind of like you're now just shamelessly pleading for something. And But another experience I want to share with you guys was also, and I don't remember which canto it was, but it probably was 32. Mm-hmm. I think it was 30. But anyway, I was driving to work and I called Kathy and I told her that evening, I said, I don't know how I made it to work because I can't remember the physical act of driving to work. The book takes you so far away from your real life that I can't remember the signals, changing lanes, all kinds of. So I didn't know if it's even safe to be listening to this book while I'm driving to work. But I have to say that for all practical reasons, from Tuesday of this week, I've been able to read it on the Kindle, because obviously the audio was not available anymore. So I had to just do it like how our parents would tell us, just dig in and do what you got to do. And so I read it, and at first I was reading it because I was curious, but then it got to where and then secondly, I was reading it because I owed it to my friend to read it. And I took it as an obligation and a duty to do it because my friend had written this big masterpiece and I needed to be a part of it. But as I got farther and farther into the book, it got to where those were no longer the reasons why I was reading. It just absorbs you. And then it just takes you with the story, takes you, and Maya and I don't know, I've said this before, Esther, I'm in love with Esther. She's so sweet and responsible, and that's the character that I find. I think because I'm the youngest child, we talked about that before, and my sisters always took care of me. I really like the story of Esther, her character, I like her. But the book takes you to this place whereby you can't stop. And now it got to where now I was doing a little bit of laundry, run back to the book. The TVs were off in the house. No news cycles. It was just the book. And I finally finished it, and I couldn't wait to come today and be a part of this because I'm coming to it having read it. I didn't want to come to this without reading it. I just felt like I wouldn't know what to contribute and share. So even if I had, halfway, or I just wanted, for me, it was important to read it. So again, I want to say thank you. Thank you. And I know all of y'all. I feel like I've lived with you guys because Kathy talks about each one of you. But I don't know how much longer you guys are going to go, but I do have to step away. So I just want to say thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right.
Maggie. It was wonderful having you.
Bye.
Bye. I may have to leave at this point.
Certainly, my dear. Thank you. Maybe we can just wrap up in general.
Thank you so
much. Bye, dear.
Okay.
Maybe 5 more minutes, and then 10 more minutes, and then we can just wrap it up.
Okay.
I see Mom unmuted. Maybe you want to say something.
This has been wonderful. Oh my God. It's been really good. I'm sorry I didn't come at the beginning. I went to the farm, then I came. It got stuck in traffic. It was raining in Kisumu, but No, I'm so happy to have participated, and it's great. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you.
Yeah,
This is
truly,
wonderful.
truly wonderful. I got the sense that Mshai was writing down notes and had something to share. Is that a good intuition?
Well, yeah, I'm both writing notes and also knitting because that's
okay. Great.
I just wanted to say again, also just thank you. And this has been amazing. I also just want to really specially thank Julia. So these last few months, I keep intending to come in, and there's just been one thing after the other, especially on Saturdays. So what I've often done is caught up later on in the week. And it's just been so each of those conversations has been so fascinating. And a lot of times I've been catching up while I'm cooking or something like that. But then often I have to stop it and then just sit and just watch. And then I'll be like, oh, no, I was doing this before I stopped. So I just have really appreciated. And I think it's back to what Maggie was just saying and Uncle was just saying earlier on, about there's something about the book and the story that you don't want to rush through it. And so, just the way you've done the conversations also, that because you've done, just taken it book by book, just allowed us to be able to enjoy and to delve into each book. I think that's been really fascinating and so many new insights. Julia, because you also come from a really different space and very different and yet in some ways also very similar experiences. So I really enjoyed that conversation. And then I'm really glad to meet Maggie because I knew this had been recorded for somebody. So now it's good to put the face to it. And the thing that, like for me, when I first started, I don't know if you guys know this, Ajode and I actually really met through this because I chanced upon the PDF and I was like, whoever this person is, I have to get to know her. So I sent her a message, and then I was sharing this with Yvonne, and Yvonne was like, "Oh, you met Catherine. We've been talking about you because of Korean. She's been trying to get me. She's been trying. She says, "I'm going to drag you into this world." So Yvonne was so pleased that I had met you, but not because she told me to read you. So Maggie, I want to thank you because the first thing I did was to go to the YouTubes. Like once she told me they were on. And I was like you, I was like, even when it stopped, I was like, you can't stop there. Like, I'm sorry, where's the next one? Which made me really want the book. So it's just been a joy. And Ijeoma, I'm reading it. And now, some of those, like she brings very well that relationship in diaspora, the relationship that people meet, where you meet family who you didn't grow up with and they become family. So not only have I seen it, like I can see, it's so interesting because I can see where so many of those influences are. And meeting the boys was such like the icing on the cake. So thank you for that. And then I also, of course, want to thank Mama. Mama, it's just a joy. Now you are in Kisumu, I'm in Nairobi, you come back to Nairobi, you have, I must buy you lunch or dinner or tea. Because, with Ajode, we just talk. We start at 7 and then, 12 hours later, we're still talking and we're like, oops. But I really look forward to meeting and we can work together. That's what has to happen in Nairobi. So, and in Kisumu as well.
You have to come by to visit us in Keren. We haven't settled in Kisumu yet, but we in Nairobi. I'll cook you some ugali and some fish.
Because our mother also is in Karen, so we're always coming there. But I look forward to that. And then, of course, Ajode, you and I will keep talking. I just love the book. I love you. I'm so happy that you brought us together. So thank you, everybody. I thought I would be on for 2 hours or something like that. And then I'm like, this is what happens with us all the time, but this is even richer. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ijeoma, I guess we're all saying goodbye. I'll let you say a few words.
Bye.
Can I say, everybody, thank you so much. Especially Mom, Mshai, and Julia. I know it's in the middle of the night where you are. And my gratitude for you guys being here and staying with us and contributing so much. And it really does feel like a wonderful privilege that you have read this book and that you received it with such generous with such generosity. It's wonderful. Ijeoma, thank you so much. I'm so girl, I can't tell you how thrilled I am. I just everything. And Mom, as always, And whenever you need a reminder, look in the acknowledgement station at the very, very top. Thank you so much for everything.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything.
Appreciate you.
I'm so glad that we did all this series. Julia, there's no words I can say that would adequately express my gratitude for you taking this journey with me, week after week after week after week. So I will forever be grateful. Thank you all, ladies. Mwah.
Bye,
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
I'm just going to sit here and say goodbye to everyone as they go out the door. This is wonderful. Oh, there's somebody else here. Andrew. Is that Andrew? Hey, Andrew.
Me.
Oh, you finally joined us. Are you saying goodbye now?
Yeah, I've been in the background. I keep getting kicked out, but
Oh,
hey.
dear. Okay, is it because of the internet? Because of the internet connection? Thank you so much for coming.
I think I've just been messing up, going backwards instead of closing boxes.
Okay, but wasn't it a wonderful, wonderful conversation?
I know that was really cool. Yeah.
I have to say, this I think was the best way to do a book club. Sorry?
I didn't know it was going to be the last one.
Oh yeah, this was because the previous 9 were dedicated to each individual book, and this was supposed to be the one that sort of brings it all together and you know.
I still haven't read the book.
Well, you still have the opportunity because now the book is out there and it's just waiting for you.
Maggie, we have to talk about this the other day with Maggie. And I was like, you know what? You guys have fun, but I'll have a lot more fun than you guys. So. Yeah.
Are you still planning on doing your book club?
Yes. In fact, a friend of mine was asking me yesterday, what happened to the books. So I'm like, yeah, my faults. Hopefully, I think I get some free time next month.
Great. So
I don't want to pull them into a book club and then I am not available.
Right, exactly. Just know that the book is always going to be available on Amazon if you can get like the Kindle Unlimited. Otherwise, if you prefer hard copy, there's also available.
Definitely hard copy and not the paperback either.
Okay. As you wish, sir. As you wish. Okay, my dear?
All right, Kathy. It's been long. That's what you've done. 6 hours.
I know. Amazing, isn't it? I couldn't believe it. I can't believe it. And it's been so energetic the whole time. Like
it's amazing how much anyway. It is a baby. 6 hours though.
Yeah, I know. I know. Well,
All
thanks for coming, Andrew. And we'll keep talking, okay?
All right.
All right, my friend. Bye.
Okay. Have a good night.
You too. Bye. And goodbye, everyone. Thanks for joining us. So I'm going to end the broadcast right here.